I'm obese, shoot me in the belly.
Look at all the space I'm creating, everybody!
Bad monkey, bad. Oh, you got baited so hard. I don't think I can handle any more of this bot gameplay.
Spylo.
Yo, big day today. So we have actually a pretty decent amount of stuff to do, even though we only have one in-depth coaching session. So one in-depth coaching session, 2 short gameplay reviews after that, including my beloved Neo Tifa. And then after that, we have the entire grand finals analysis. Gonna take a while. It's 7 maps. I'm gonna try and focus on the big picture stuff as much as I possibly can. But we're gonna try and move through that one briskly, so it should be a pretty long stream today. I'm hoping to get the entire grand finals analysis done in 3 hours. That's the goal. If we can get that done in 3 hours, then that will probably be a good ballpark like goal, because anything longer than that's just kind of absurd. But yeah, we'll try and avoid too much micro. But good to see everybody. Lucky, good to see you. Dragonfly. Will, can you do a Sojourn review or Shy or Edison? On Shy or Edison. Yeah, I'm planning on doing a Sojourn review on Shy, I believe this coming Tuesday. So we have a lot of footage to like kind of look over here. I'd like to be able to do maybe some Kiriko look over. I know we looked over a little bit at Fielder. I'd like to look a little bit more at Fielder. Maybe Violet, Lucio. Those are some things that we can look at as well. So there's a lot of things that we can look at. Today we're going to be going at the big picture analysis first, and then we'll go from there. Hey Hachi, how are you? First time chatter. If you're a sub, you're killing me. Good to see you. But yeah, we have one in-depth coaching session done first. 2 quick gameplay reviews after that, and then after that we get the juice. Yeah, I got my hair cut finally. So by far the longest my hair has ever been. Hey, just wondering, do you think Ball is good? And also thoughts on Brig. I don't think either are particularly strong right now, but they're playable, I guess. So happy for Hottie, he deserves it. Yeah, when I heard because everybody, I was able to know about it a little bit ahead of time. I mean, obviously the teams have to be notified, so I was very, very, very happy. I was very happy. I mean, like obviously getting like a roll star, things like that would have been cool, but I think the people that got the roll stars really deserved it, and then Hottie also really, really deserved the Didness of Elko, especially like knowing him from last season and knowing what he's done this season too. He really did deserve it. Really did deserve it. You have a session Tuesday. Oh yeah, of course. They're playable until they get removed from the game because of the bugs in 3 weeks. Okay, let's do this. Let me just a second. Ready? I need to get my Overwatch pulled up really fast. I double checked the replay viewer because I had a little bit of minor heart attack because I was like, oh no, maybe the replay viewer doesn't have, I don't know why it wouldn't, but like maybe it doesn't have the thing, but it does. It does have the grand finals. I double checked. It has all of the maps, so we should be good to go. But man, was that not an awesome match? So I won't say anything, exclamation mark, spoilers. Well, actually, I'm going to say so. So you better mute the stream pretty soon here. 3, 2, 1, and go. Wow, crazy match. Crazy match. Crazy match. Crazy match. No, you can have spoilers here. If they haven't watched the match, they shouldn't be here. I did watch the championship. I didn't watch all of it, but I watched most of it. It's really quite good. Really quite good. I'm not a huge fan of the meta, to be perfectly honest with you, but it could have been a lot worse. And I think in terms of the execution for the playoffs, it was good. It was good. I can't really complain. Okay, let's do this. All right, let's hop into a call. All right, so I've got a confession here. I know can you hear me?
Can't hear you.
I can hear you.
Not a good start.
No.
2 seconds.
Yeah, it's fine. I don't know why I'm responding. You can't even hear me. Locky sucks. Locky sucks. Locky sucks. Locky sucks. Locky sucks. Locky sucks. Locky sucks.
Hello?
Hello.
Ah, I heard you. Okay, cool.
Okay. So I said I have a confession. I feel like I've called you Locky for ages, and then I like looked carefully at your name, and I was like, isn't that an I?
Well, technically it is an I, but I don't want to go too much detail. So Aoki or Loki is fine. Whatever
Okay.
suits you best,
Okay.
Tyler.
Lucky is just easier, so I'm sort of going to do that because otherwise it's just tears. Okay, so yeah, long time no chat. It's been the best time of my life. That long
Same.
time. How's being a dad?
Great. Thanks for asking. It's a nice addition to have her in my life.
Good. Good.
But yeah.
Your sleep schedule,
Past weekend, pretty bad because she had a fever, so she woke up like 4 or 5 times in the night.
That sucks.
But normally she's we have no comparison to any other babies, but we think she's a pretty good baby.
Yeah. Well, good. I'm skimming through your replay code right now, and it looks like we are on the Diva train. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, sick. Let me get that set up really fast then. So I have Bronze Winston on my overlay, but at least one of those things are wrong.
Okay.
And you are a Diamond or Masters? Where are you at right now?
As of recording that one, Plat 3.
Plat 3, and where are you now?
I have 2 games to find out. So Plat 3 at the moment.
I'll leave you at Plat 3.
Thank you so much.
I feel like it takes some time to like slowly climb up. I was doing some of my placements as well. I'm doing what I tell other people not to do, and I'm like playing all 3 roles. But the reason why I'm doing that is because I'm like testing different heroes in different roles. Like I'm OTPing Orisa still. I'm playing actually a little bit of Sojourn.
Nice.
I'm thinking about trying some Bastion as well, even though I know he's like really, really bad, because I just want to see like how he feels, you know?
You probably have one fan in the chat who's looking forward to that.
Okay, but yeah. So it's been good. I've really enjoyed Orisa. Like Orisa's so underrated. I think she's not super strong, but she feels like immensely engaging.
Looking forward to content.
Yeah. Okay, so let's actually go through your form here. So what got you back in the saddle again? Like why are we coaching again?
Mainly because I just love Overwatch 2. I just want to get better at it. Simply put.
Sure. What are your goals? Like I'm looking through your form here, and it's like, I mean, obviously you talk about long term, being able to how to play every matchup against the enemy with your hero pool. Short term, what to look for, proper framework of mind, VOD review with your individual heroes. So like what do you mean like know how to play every matchup? Is it just like a tank thing? Like I need to know like tank versus tank matchups, or just compositional matchups, or what?
Well, I remember you mentioning something along the lines of like a very quick and easy way to analyze something is just looking at what range each hero is good at, and then having that as a framework. And then obviously I can put the pieces together in more specific details over time, but more like the macro thinking and then taking it from there.
Sure. Okay. And then short term, you talked about looking for a proper framework and how to VOD review with your individual heroes. So is this just with D.Va or just really a lot of your individual heroes?
A lot of them, I suppose, but I mean, the more specific, the better. And then over time, I'll look at the other ones.
Okay. How are you handling VOD review right now? Is it more of I'm just keeping my hands off until I understand it better, or what?
It's mainly looking at any of your YouTube content and then seeing what one of those other things you've mentioned with that particular hero and just looking to implement that in my gameplay. But not looking more than that. So, example, with the D.Va one, before I engage, making sure that I'm on full resources and take a little fog as possible. Which I know that in this particular VOD, I'm maybe 80% thinking about that the whole entire time. So it's not concrete, and there's some examples on the replay code will show that.
Okay. So obviously still like room for improvement. Okay. Yes. So that's good. I mean, at least you're going into it with something. But then obviously we'd like to kind of like teach you a little bit how to VOD review on your own as well. I think. Let's see here. What do you hope to get about the review? Complaints, compliments about your stream production. Ha! It's a replay code. Get rolled. Your stream production does make me look like a piker, though. It's actually embarrassing. It's like
your thumbnails are really good, though.
Oh well, thank you. But look, you'll have to break down which ones are your favorites, so I know who should be complimented, me or Baggins, because we do about 50-50 as of recently.
Oh, I assume there's just Baggins. Okay, no, well, I'll point them out.
No, okay, so just choose carefully, otherwise you might accidentally compliment me. Okay, what does your typical training week look like? Play 3 days a week in the evenings for 3 hours, Friday through Sunday. Rank 5-minute. So there's Friday, Saturday, Sunday?
Pretty much, yeah.
Okay, rank 5-minute VOD review on cue. Maybe watch my stream back in the morning depending on baby work. Okay. I mean, obviously far from optimal. Not even necessarily the time, but just like the placement. You know what I'm saying? It is awkward to not play any Overwatch for 5 days. So, I mean, you know that, I'm sure. And I'm assuming that that's just like you're a father now and you're a family man, and I 100% can relate to that, not being the father part. But
Okay.
the
What to say?
like the priorities, you know what I'm saying? Like I get that. So if there is time that opens up though, like I wouldn't even be mad if you like literally did 2 hours Friday, Saturday, and Sunday and shifted those 3 hours to like random points in the week. Like play an hour on Monday, play an hour on Wednesday, play an hour on Thursday. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
If that's something that you're able to do, I would say if you can get like, I would say the breaking point would be like 3 games for me. If you could get 3 games for me at, like in one day on Monday or on a Tuesday or on a Thursday or something like that. Maybe it's like Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Tuesday, Thursday. You know what I'm saying? And then Tuesday, Thursday, you get like 3 games each. That would be good.
I'll be gaming at 4 a.m. and then when no one wakes up.
Okay, perfect. Okay, but yeah, you kind of see what I'm saying. It's it's such a long downtime, you know. Okay, but I think during the weekend, like being able to get 2 or 3 hours is pretty good. I will say that's gonna be I can get you to diamond. I think you can get yourself to diamond, but I don't know much more than that. So with that amount of time being put in, to be frank.
That's cool.
Okay, Diva, Zarya, Sigma. Sounds good. No real surprises there. Have you tried Junker Queen or Roadhog, Winston, Orisa?
Not in comp.
Okay. What do you think about them in terms of like, do you find them fun? Not as much?
I find Jungle Queen a lot of fun. Orisa, just getting used to just pressing so many different buttons with her because she's got different things. And then the amount of times that my grab has been eaten by Orisa's spin because it just makes no sense in my head. But it's just one of those things.
Yeah. Okay. Do you like either of those heroes more than like a Sigma or a Zarya? I know you. I've assumed that Diva is just your
those
favorite.
Two. Between Junker Queen and Orisa?
Sure.
I enjoy Junker Queen more, but I feel like I would enjoy Orisa more if I knew more how to play her.
Okay, you should toy around with it because I think you got a little bit of wiggle room. I think if you have Diva and maybe Sigma in your hero pool, or Diva and maybe Zarya in your hero pool, I think you have an etc. slot that you could throw in there.
Okay.
The tough thing I will say about Junker Queen and Orisa is they're ridiculously fun to play, but their niche isn't very obvious. So that is one nice thing about the Diva Zarya Sigma pool. You have a pretty obvious niche, you know. Enabler, high ground mobility, long range sightline. Orisa isn't super good in long ranges. Junker Queen is pretty good in close ranges, but she's not as good as like a Reinhardt or maybe not even a Zarya necessarily. So it's a little bit awkward, but if it would make your ranked experience more fun, then it's worth going for. And they're not bad heroes either. But just something to consider. Okay, 8 hours of sleep. That's good. That's good considering the baby. Even if you're getting like 6.5, 7, considering your circumstances, that's pretty good. Okay, so let's. How did you hear about me? I've got. You said from him being jealous of my production value. Was it an Overwatch University thing?
No, it was actually.
I can't remember.
No, you know what it was? It was your way back Reinhardt guide, I think. Like the 3 ways or 4 ways to play him.
Oh yeah, was it the best basic Reinhardt guide?
I think that's the one, yeah.
Oh man, that was an old one. That's funny. That was a long time ago.
Then I went on Twitch and found you there.
Interesting. Okay. And I've got Neo Tifa answering the same question afterwards in the forum. I'm your mod. Okay. And then for you, it's the last thing, and this is always the big question, is like, what do you feel is holding you back? We talked a little bit about your training schedule, which could be a little bit cleaner, potentially a little bit more wiggle room there. But then you say understanding and what I'm meant to be doing specific with your hero pool against unfavorable or favorable enemy comps. And I understand that one too. Like, especially being the OTP Orisa basically right now, it's like, especially with the Orisa hero, like there's sometimes I feel like I legitimately don't know what I'm supposed to be doing. And obviously, like if you're playing a Diva, sometimes that answer is going to be really, really easy. Sometimes it's going to be really hard. And so hopefully we can shed some light on that. Is this replay code that you sent in a particularly easy, particularly hard, confusing one? What do you think? For you specifically.
So what it was, I can't remember the phrase you use. I think like pressure cooking or whatever the phrase was anyway, just like testing certain things.
Stress testing. But I like pressure. I like pressure cooking.
Same vibe, yeah.
That's great.
But pressure cooking, stress testing, a couple of things with Diva. When I originally, because I was recording this like on a Friday, and I was trying to find a VOD for you. But at the start, I was like, nah, I know I'm making these mistakes on purpose to stress test. But later on, it got a bit confusing because I found that with the hero comp that they had, they stayed very clumped together, and there wasn't anything obvious for me to do. And then I decided, you know what, that particular part in the VOD, I didn't quite understand how to play it. That's why I used this one out of the ones I played that day.
Okay, sure. It's always weird when the enemy team doesn't play by the rules of Overwatch and they never take angles. They just clump up, and you're like, I've done this with Tracer.
Exactly.
I've done this with Tracer. Some about reviews as well, because they're like, I've cleared the off angles. Now what, right? And the answer usually isn't super complex. It's just something that like you overthink it, and the enemy team does something that it's like I'm trying to think of like the it's what is it? There's a psychological term about it. It's like the noob frustration or something, where like you're used to playing up against people that know what they're doing, and somebody that's just a brain dead idiot just starts doing, and you're like, you're not supposed to do that, and then all of a sudden you like panic and you flub it and you mess it up, you know.
Sounds like every other Overwatch player in this game.
Yeah, basically. Okay, so let's take a look here. So obvious question to start off with is, what is D.Va good at? Why are you playing her on this map? Unless it's just I like D.Va and I wanted to play her this map, because that's also very reasonable.
That was the main one. I wanted to get something done with D.Va, but mainly I know that D.Va is pretty good for contesting DPSs, has the ability to peel if needed, and a very, very long cooldown on the defense matrix to play Winston-like sometimes.
Yeah. I mean, the thing with D.Va is it's like you're really, really good at dueling squishies without ever dying. And the difference between you and Winston, the big difference is that your cooldowns are essentially half of his. Your boosters are I think your boosters are the same, but Matrix fully recharges 5 seconds as opposed to 12 seconds or whatever it is with Bubble. So you can just do more things more rapidly with him, and that's the big thing. Okay, so let's just watch. How's the volume for you? Good?
Absolutely fine.
Okay. So you look at the enemy comp, and again, what's your immediate response? Like, what's just your immediate gut reaction from seeing what you see?
I looked at my team comp first, what I needed to do. So I said to myself that I need to make sure that I can test the DPSs, so that way my DPSs can do the work.
Right.
But when I saw where they were positioned, I kind of said to myself, since they're kind of clumped up together, I want to position in a way that if I see anybody split, I could jump on them. So, example, the Zen or the Hanzo.
Look at the comp. How would you describe the composition?
Poke.
Right.
Heavy poke.
Right. So how does that influence your playstyle? Think about range, right?
I want to path in the way so I get as close as possible to them without taking as much damage, and then they can show full resource and jump on top of them.
Right. Outside of Rock, Matrix shuts down literally everything that they're doing. Everything. So if you find a window to be able to close the distance with full HP, full Matrix, or as close to it as you possibly can, you can really kill any of the targets on their cast. But you can also just Matrix everything that they have everything, right? So that obviously helps. Now this is where it gets interesting, because obviously this is pressure, but I almost feel like I would rather you. Well, let's just play it out a little bit. Because this is fine, but do you see the problem with, like, right here? Let's actually go back just a few seconds. Do you see the problem here?
Not any of us on my team?
Right. So it's not so much that this is bad. You just need to be really, really cautious about this, because obviously they're going to turn on you. And again, you can do a lot here. Like you just did a lot when you flew on, what was it, the Hanzo? But you need to make sure that it's like, okay, my team is still back here. So what should be your mindset at this point in time? Like pressuring point, gonna force him back, and then what?
Retreat to cover.
Right.
While keeping on my mech.
Right, exactly. Retreat to cover, maybe fly out this direction, and then wait for my next booster cooldown, and then you can go murder people, right? So like this kind of stinks. But okay, we got them to rotate, all good. All right, so now what's the plan? So you've essentially, like, you've denied all the off angles in the world now. Okay, so this is where's your mindset shift? Because there's no more off angles, right?
So my mindset here was looking to see who's isolated. When I have full resources and just hard commit on them.
Is anybody isolated though?
I was waiting for an opportunity, and then in the moment the Zen looks isolated and I go onto him.
Okay, sounds good. But like, let's say this Zen isn't isolated and they just stay with this setup right here. What would you do? This is pretty important.
Okay, so for me, if that was the case, I would be just poking every so often to see if the opportunity presents itself. I would probably just try and hit Sigma Shield just to drain resources off that, and then maybe when that Sigma Shield's gone, then go in.
Okay. So this is where I think you need to change your mentality just a little bit with D.Va. Okay.
Okay.
So I disagree.
Okay.
I think at this point in time, you have your team with you. Your team are taking angles. Your team is ready to go. You are like talking about Sigma Shield. Got hair in my mouth. And I think that it's reasonable that at some point the Sigma Shield's going to break, and then you could go for an opportunity. But I also see once your team has a position and the enemy team is close, I see no reason for you to wait if they're all pumped up. What I would prefer you to do here is to treat it like a Winston dive. And if you were playing Winston, you would just jump in, right?
Mm-hmm.
But if you were a really smart Winston, what you would do is you would jump in like here, right? And then why would you jump in here and not in the middle of the enemy team?
Because there's cover.
Right, there's cover. So you would jump in, you'd shoot, and you'd maybe pop your bubble and then duck behind cover and then maybe jump out or go from there and just basically like split their attention. I'm telling you, do the same thing with D.Va. Like right now, you have your resource, you have your full HP, you're up 1, you have all the space in the world. Fly onto this BAP Sojourn, shoot missile, whatever, full matrix out, and then duck behind, maybe grab the mini, and then go for another cycle again, and you'll be able to do that. Like, you have so much HP and so much matrix. Once you're able to close the distance and get your team space, and the entire enemy team is clumped up, don't wait for an opportunity. Use your mech. Use your brute force. Because you will not die for it. You will not get punished for it.
Okay.
Like right now, sick them. Right now, especially if you see Sigma shift, just go. Like this is it right here. But if that Zen had not showed himself, you still could have done this. You see what I'm saying?
Right. I see.
Now, what I'm more concerned about is your resource management here. Like, how were you able to get in here? So, would have liked Matrix on entry at that distance, right? So then you can close the distance, which is right. You're not your effective range, right? So I know it doesn't feel like a lot, but you did take about 150 damage, close to 200 damage from just the Zen. So you should be at about 550 damage. You should also have your micro missiles here, to be honest with you. You should have saved it for close distance. And then you should be shooting, burning this guy, and then have full matrix again to disengage. Do you see?
Yes.
Now, you might die for this, but it would be a worthy death given the situation, given the position, because then you would isolate the Sojourn out, you'd force him out of the choke. And to be honest with you, you really shouldn't die for it. I think you probably would have been okay. So I think what you did was fine. It was the way you did it was not so good.
Understood.
Okay. Okay, let's keep going. So it's all about like if you do bully the enemy team into one giant clump, play aggressively in a way where you can have like an escape route and reset and do it again. Do you kind of see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Go for these pressure cycles. Like really, like you become monkey at that point.
And in a hypothetical situation, if there isn't immediate cover to jump on, do I just wait, or is there another option I could do?
I think this is where like you could theoretically play it like you were saying with the Sigma, where you could be like, I'm going to shoot the Sigma, but I'm not going to let the rest of his team shoot me. You know what I'm saying? Like, so you maybe try to isolate that, or maybe you could fly around here and set up a dive, like legit set up a dive, like flank behind them. I'm not joking. If you could do that, you see what I'm saying? And then you'd still have your boosters to go onto them. So you have to think about it like this. The difference between D.Va and Winston is when Winston is in this position here where you were, he's much better than you. You know, when everybody's clumped up. But the problem is that Winston's a lot worse at getting everybody to clump up like you. He's not as good at controlling those off angles early on. That's kind of like when there's time to kill, time to dive, Winston's better. But in the control phase, the pre-fight phase, the setup phase, then you're just significantly better.
Gotcha.
Like, be creative here. What are you seeing? What are you thinking? I really want to break this down a little bit slowly.
So for me, I know in the moment I was thinking who's basically isolated by
Yep.
pathing on the bottom. Because I'd rather go into the top and using all my resources.
Mm-hmm.
I want to path on the bottom, hug cover, and then if I see something free, I jump on it.
Yep, top is horrible. Okay, so what do you see?
In my POV or right now?
Right now. I'm cheating for
so
you just a little bit.
Yeah, cool. So Zen by himself.
Okay. Can you punish this
so-
Zen? Why are you hesitating? Why are you hesitating? What about this Zen makes you hesitate? Because I think this is important. This ties into what we just talked about.
So if I didn't have the answer before, Sigma Rock could punish me, I suppose.
Sure.
Quite a long distance away.
Yep. So that breaks our first rule, right? We don't love that distance, right? The second rule is look at where he's positioned. Now, he shouldn't be out in the open, but also think about this from your standpoint. If you fly into this in, you're also out in the open, right?
Right.
There's no cover, so this is an all or nothing at that point. We don't love that. All right, so then what are you thinking?
I'm then thinking about what other targets are available.
Okay.
And I know that those people on the cart were there at that particular moment. So if they are still there, I'll boost the run in full matrix and just
Sure.
get a kill or interrupt.
Sure. Let's see what we see. And here it is. You see, you kind of walk forward, the enemy team rotates, and then what do you see right now? Obviously. Sojourn, right? And then this is something that you can full commit on. Probably wouldn't bother with that. Okay, let's watch this again. So again, you see just like a little bit of that damage taken early on. Just unnecessary. And I also think like micro missiles here, I think it's good because at this range, but remember it would not be good at this range, right?
Yes.
It's just a very, very subtle difference, but it's important. Still would probably matrix on entry again there, at least for the first little bit right after the Sigma Rock. You see what I'm saying though, right here, matrix, because look at the damage you do here, and look at the damage you take. So like you would be at 620, 630. And then just honestly mechanics, right? Again, I think it's what you do is fine, but I will say this: you all in. But I'm pretty sure you had like you had full matrix. Yeah. You had full matrix. And I know it's like, dude, if I just needed to hit that shot and he dies, but remember, like you're playing. It's more about the time that you're able to stay alive and less about the pressure. Because you being in there is pressure enough. Getting the kill is more pressure, but then if it costs you your life, it's not worth it. Remember that? Did you saw that? Like, did you see that volume talk I had with tanking? Like, why tanking is like strength training?
Yes.
Yeah.
I did.
That's like a perfect example right there, where you all went all in to failure because you're like, I'm gonna get the kill, but then that cost you your life, and so then there was no second set. You know what I'm saying? So like see, I look at this, and I'm like, this feels good, and I have to sit here and I have to think why. Okay, so why does this feel good? I'm asking you to interpret my feelings. So I know that's strange, but good luck.
Okay. I think you feel like it feels good, because I know for me it was a case of just getting BAP off and pressuring him, and then I can feel free to reset after.
Well, how do you know that you can reset after?
With full matrix. How do I know?
Yeah.
Let me have a look.
And again, let's give ourselves a little bit of information here.
Because this cover?
Yeah, I mean, it sounds corny, but it's like, I know you're going to be able to fly, and then you're going to be able to drop, and then that's it, right? You see it right there, you know? And then you're fine. And you were also able to close the distance on him, like, instantly, right? Like, you just got in, like, super fast. I don't know. And then here's you see the problem again? It's the same thing that happened on first fight, where you've done your job, you've created space, you've denied offing us, and so then now what do you do now? You know what I'm saying? Now it's like, I need to look for these dive cycles And is there a place that I can pressure in and dive without losing my life? Like, I wonder here if you could fly up to like a position like here, full shoot, full matrix, and then fly back out to the fire station. You know what I'm saying? Even just for like a pressure cycle. You know what I'm saying? It sounds corny,
Right.
but like, let's probably, you could bomb that. Yeah, you're gonna bomb that. Nice. What was it nice? What? How did that Sigma block it?
So, yeah, Sigma blocked the immortality field of Moon Destroyed.
Oh my gosh, that's crazy. That was actually, that felt like that should have been like a 2K or like complete chaos. But I think you probably win, right? Surely. Obviously good. Yeah, you went off of that. This is good. Okay. Don't die for it! Don't die for it! Ah! I think you canceled boosters too soon. Should have just gone through it. But yeah, okay. So you were very much, in a lot of ways, you're doing the right things, I think. But you're generally, it's all or nothing, right? With how you're handling them. And then it's also, I think, the micro of how you're handling these dives could be done better as well. You see what I'm saying? Okay, nice pistoling. That was the plan all along, I guess.
100%. That's the stress testing.
Yeah, exactly. Can I play an entire game as Baby Diva? Okay, so what are you seeing so far? Well, actually, you know what? Actually, I lied. Let's not answer that question just yet. Let's actually play out a few more fights. I mean, yeah, there you go. But do you kind of see what I'm talking about now? Do you see it? This is where, like, again, look at the enemy team. Are there off angles that you need to be clearing or controlling right now?
No.
No. So then what are you doing?
So you said to me, take my time when they're clumped up, and set up, I guess you said set up the dive?
Yeah. I mean, are you doing that right now?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is it. Like, this is it right here. Are you good? Can you possibly, any theoretical world, die in this position?
If I drop back behind, no.
Yeah, I don't see any world in which you could possibly die here. And are you getting good pressure out from this position too?
Yes, I am.
So then that's it right there, right? Like, you can't possibly die. You have an escape route planned out. You have a great offensive position. It's over. Like, this is over. Like, obviously, maybe that hog hits a hook. Maybe your team dies. Like, whatever. I'm not saying the fight is over, but you are getting, like, maximum value out of the hero right now. You've controlled the off angle, and now that you're using the off angle to dive with pressure. You're just a lot like a big fat tracer. That's really what you're doing. So just shoot. Good matrix. You could boost her in. I mean, she's now isolated. I mean, that was it, right? You see that? That was really high value. Unfortunate. So again, it feels a little bit just like how you're doing it isn't always super clean. So like, let's look at this right here. If you're a little bit better here, this Kiriko dies. You see what I'm saying? Okay, so that Kiriko should have died. Okay, all right, so then we don't get it. Micro missiles here, not super impactful. Probably need you to just get out and set up for your next pressure. Whatever, unfortunate. Now, here, I don't like this, right? I don't like this. What I would have liked instead is, what would I have liked instead? Because again,
the exact same thing.
Right.
Where I would,
right.
Yeah.
Right. Just the exact same thing. Better off angle, more kill pressure, flank behind, push them into your team. Like, exactly this exact same thing, but from that position. So instead here, you're going to sit here and shoot lamp. You're going to lose almost 200 armor. You're going to fail to protect your front line, which, you know, is tricky. And guess what? Because you're frontlining now, the off angle actually sneaks up on you. Whereas you should have controlled the Sojourn, killed the Sojourn, and then potentially used that flank yourself. You let this happen, right? This is on you. And I know you're worried about hog hook, but ultimately that's not even what necessarily kills the guy. It's actually the Sojourn. You see that? Okay.
Just for you to know, my baby's on my lap, so you might hear her.
That's fine. That's fine.
Okay. Cool.
Was that a C9 or did you guys like just straight up win it?
It was a
Oh,
C9.
it's a C9. True story, I was playing a ranked game on this very map with the Rissa yesterday. And I'm like, we win the team fight, and there's something in my head was raising a yellow flag. I don't know, I legit was just like, something's wrong. So I'm up here and I'm like, so I just turn around and I see Sojourn creeping, crouching back over here. And I'm like, I knew it. So I just go chase it down. I'm like pinging, like over here guys, over here guys. Not one member of my team turned around. Not one.
Well, yeah.
I had to go chase her for like 15 seconds and kill it. I'm like pinging. And they eventually just, it was a disaster. Okay.
Just shows you that a ping system, people still won't listen.
No. It even makes a noise. I don't know.
Yeah, true.
All right, so awesome work. Huh. I mean, you could see it again here, right? Like your mentality here is that like what are you thinking right now at this point in time?
Basically, anybody who's isolated, I jump on.
Yeah, 100%. And you're gonna get people that are gonna flame you for like you should have been frontlining with the hog, and it's just whatever. Like I can see a world where like, okay, maybe like you're okay versus the hog 1v1, maybe it's okay, but like I just don't think if there's other things available, that should be something that you should be worrying about.
It's not high value.
Yeah. If people can't avoid a hog hook directly in front of them, then that's not really your concern.
They're just bad.
Yeah. I thought that you might potentially have bombed that.
I thought they have lamps still, so I was like, no, I don't want to waste it.
True. You might bomb that though. You definitely might bomb this. Oh, maybe not.
I don't. I'm still thinking
good,
lamp.
Good man. Oh, everything. They're throwing everything. Now, you could see it again, all right? So far you have avoided taking any sort of engagement because there's been no off angle, they're blowing all the ultimates and so on, yes? Now, here's a question. When it's time to dive, let's say you're like, it's time to dive now, there's isolation. What are you thinking?
At this particular moment?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm... Sorry, that's what I misses.
Mm-hmm.
I would say, well, I remember this feeling really bad because the hog hooked me, so I'm already in a bad position.
Yep.
And I'm in the dragons, and I already have like all my matrix gone, so I must just form a commit on a squishy.
Okay, so I think you've got two options here. First off is just to chill and just like shoot the hog, right? And just to get your resources back and then look for a dive. The other option is if you were to go for a squishy dive, again, what would be the execution of that dive? What would it look like? Or what should it look like?
What should it look like? Take my time, path in a way that I'm being patient so the rest of my team can clump up the enemy team, and then I just jump on whoever. Right.
So for me here, I think you flying and pressuring these guys is good, but what I do not want you to do, and what you're going to do, because I mean we see it happening, is I don't want you to fly in and just land here, right? How could you engage this off angle smarter? Let's say that you were full resource, full HP, whatever. How would you do it better?
That covers the right hand side where the mega is?
Yeah, just fly at them, fly up and over, shoot, matrix, duck, grab the mega, walk forward, set up your next, and you see like by doing that, where are these guys going to move to?
They'll have to rotate back.
Right.
Or if they wanted to, they could try and pressure me.
Right. They could try and pressure you, but that's going to be scary for them. But they're going to probably rotate this direction, which again, that creates space for your team. And then now you walk forward, you shoot. You shoot. You can set up here and then set up your dive again. And then you see how you're like slowly, sequentially creating space. Like it's all about how you're diving this and not necessarily the dive itself. Like this is reasonable, but it was just executed without any respect to cover and without any like idea of how you want to kind of like, it's all or nothing for you, right? We keep seeing that. All or nothing, all or nothing, all or nothing. You're all in, all directly on one target, and that just sometimes isn't the play. You see what I'm saying? Okay. Thank you for the gifted subs. I appreciate it.
You've been getting loads of those recently.
I know. I guess
the hard work's working.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I was gonna say something about that Nigerian prince joke through it, but you know, I knew I'm glad I responded to that email. Okay, so there's lamp. I assume bomb here.
I don't remember. I don't think so. I'm still thinking about that. Or maybe no, because I was thinking. So to be honest, I remember watching a VOD of yours that you given to someone on Dorado, and I remember one of the things that was said was, "Who is the threat at that moment?" And I said to myself, "You know what? The hog's the threat at the moment. So rather than bombing, I just went for the hog instead."
Yeah, I respect it. I think this is probably the correct play. Don't give them the chance to clutch it, right? All right. So again, I'm gonna ask a question. You're gonna dive this. How are you going to dive this?
Well, what I'm gonna do for sure is just go forward.
So what should you do instead?
I should have done was just gone to the right to the mega, waited patiently.
Or
boosted there instead.
Yeah. What about here? You see it? You see it? Pretty good cover usage. You get an off angle. It's a little bit closer. Like these are the things that. I mean, obviously, I've been coaching for a long time, so I obviously have a tendency to see these things. It's not exactly a shocker, but I think you could, if you start looking for these like corners, covers, high grounds, off angles, health packs, you're gonna start seeing them too. You see, because you're gonna fly just right smack dab in the middle of them, and it's probably fine. You have bomb, you are creating space, but to me, it's like you could be doing a much better job doing it over here, you know, or utilizing this high ground. It would be safer for you. And again, remember as well, like you would create an off angle threat. You'd force them to turn around too, which is even better. And then now you end up backing off, and you actually didn't even really create any space, did you? This is obviously fine, as long as she dies. Seems fine. Seems fine. I mean, this is just messy mid-fight crap, you know? Oh no! Surely. Nice. Oh, that's depressing. Okay. So, I mean, mid-fight, obviously, it was mostly fine. I mean, that's just where, like, mechanics and target focus, and I think kind of what you said earlier, the only thing I would say is, like, maybe consider, instead of, like, only going for supports, when you get an advantage, instead focus on, like, how are we going to die here at this point in time? Because if you get a kill, your mindset might shift to, our goal is not to win the fight, but our goal is to not get traded. You kind of see what I'm saying? So like when you go
get traded, how do you mean?
So let's go back to this point here. Let's find this point here. Because I didn't think it would be a big deal, but it did end up being the difference. So like right here. Okay. As soon as Sojourn's dead, maybe even want to go for the Kiriko, but really think about this fight. How are you going to lose this fight, given the circumstance? You've won the fight. You've won the fight, right?
We lose the fight if any of our members get traded out.
Right. So who's trading? 4v4. So who's gonna be trading on the enemy team?
The hog on me if he hits the hook.
Who else? This guy, right? You see?
Yes.
So it's gonna be that. This is what's gonna kill you. So like as soon as this happens, your mindset goes. I wouldn't even necessarily like. Obviously, she's 1 HP, so whatever. But like now, I might either hunt for that soldier or I might just sit in this hog in these devolve fights, because really what you said earlier, it's about like what are the actual threats to my team right now, because you have a massive advantage right now. You just don't want that hog to kill anybody, you know what I'm saying? You just want to make sure that soldier doesn't kill anybody. You kind of see? So like right here, you're like, okay, I'm gonna go leave the hog, I'm gonna start shooting squishies, but these guys are a lot less likely to kill your team. This guy's a lot like more likely to kill your team. Same thing with the soldier as well. So like ironically, it's like the two targets that you're focusing right now are not necessarily the most important targets.
Right.
It's specifically, and I'm saying this specifically when you feel like you've already won the fight. That's what I'm saying. When you have an advantage, look for the people that are gonna kill your team. Like right now, you're on Reaver, I respect it. But find that hog. Right now, find that hog, find that Reaper. You get the Reaper? Where's that hog? Where's that hog? Where's that hog? Where's that hog? I don't know. To be honest with you, you went after the soldier as well. Maybe this is just unlucky. We go next. Okay, so what are you seeing so far from what you've seen?
So what I am seeing is having that mindset of where if I've clumped them up, there is no point in me going all in or nothing. I could take some time to think about if I were to pressure cycle for a hard engage, think about what cover I can go into.
Yes, that's the big one.
Yeah,
that's the big one. 100%. I think it's just all about how, like, when you're not, like, you don't have, like, these off-angle threats that you have to worry about. You need to find out, okay, so then I need to dive. I want to dive. How should I best do that to maximize my pressure and minimize the damage that I'm taking? And I think right now you're not feeding. But what ends up happening is then you're not really diving intelligently, and then you're bailing really fast because you start taking damage. You're like, oh shoot, this isn't working. But you should have been able to stay longer. It's just because you're not setting it up well at all.
Understood.
And you're going to see a lot of that here too, right? Because you can look at their comp. You can probably guess how they're going to play, right? So, okay, we get out of this. Sure. Oh, jeez, guys, like. One day people will stop fighting in here. One day.
That's
like
why I backed down.
It's really whatever team decides to fight in the train tunnel, defense or offense, and whatever one does just dies. So, but like even here's like a really corny thing. Watch this. Booster up top here, and just slide down. Shoot. Booster back up top again. Slide down. Do you kind of see what I'm saying? And then as soon as they walk out, you're on top of them. You have cover. You have an escape route. You have your booster in like 2 seconds. Do you kind of see what I'm saying? Like,
yeah.
These are the things that, like, again, I've never seen a diva do that, but I just feel like that would be the right play. It just kind of feels
like
right, you know?
Like a Doomfist hovering on a roof.
Yeah,
kind of thing.
But the mindset is always if there is no off-angle. Now, obviously, if there's a Sojourn or Soldier here as diva, this becomes priority number 1, right? This is. But then as soon as you see this, you're like, all right, I'm playing a dive threat. I'm gonna set up an off angle. I'm gonna think about cover. I'm gonna think about my booster cooldown. I'm gonna think about my matrix. You see what I'm saying? Like,
I think some of it for me as well was just like map knowledge because I obviously didn't know that.
100%. And then I think even what you're doing here isn't too bad because I think like this is what's gonna happen is you're gonna kind of like let them walk out and then you're gonna fly up on top of here, blast them, and then if you get pressured out, right, and then you do it again. I think kind of you have the right idea here. Right.
That's what I do, but I remember feeling like they're so clumped, I can't hit one thing, so I just kind of get.
But do you see? This doesn't feel particularly good, but this isn't bad. Do you see? Are you at any real risk of dying here?
No.
No, you have cover. They're corner. Like you can drop out. You can disengage. You're gonna have matrix, and you're gonna have your booster soon. And in the meantime, what is your team doing?
Pressuring.
Right, pressuring.
Yeah,
they're
pressuring.
shooting the backline with you. They're shooting the Lucy. They might be shooting Grind Shield. Like, this is a good trade. This is a lot of pressure. And it's really hard for them to be able to follow up on you.
Yeah, this is at this point, this is what made this VOD interesting for me, because I was feeling that they're so clumped, I don't know what to do.
I think you're doing the right thing.
Right, okay.
I think you're doing the right thing here. I think your team is strolling the lobby with how they're handling this. Like, I don't know how your soldier dies, to be honest with you. He just kind of stands out in the open. I mean, they do have the high ground, right? But they've earned it. So I don't know. To me, this feels good. This feels good. This feels the opposite of the some of what was happening earlier, where I think you were playing poorly, but your team was hitting shots. But this feels okay to me. I mean, at this point, you might as well just die. Yeah, okay, I will say this. I will say this about this map. One little quick thing. If you have the chance to resetting on this map is really, really powerful. Recontests happen on this map all the time. And it does take them a long time to cap as well. So just something to consider. I think it was reasonable for you to die here, but I think you could have actually gotten out and played for a recontest, or at least a close hold. A little bit of map knowledge there. Oh, and if you don't know this already, Eichenwald first point cap is either bugged or is working as intended, because it is it caps at, I think, double the rate normal point captures do.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
So it's almost impossible to recontest Eichenwald, but this one is very easy to recontest.
Did not know that.
Yeah. And then again here, right? this is fine, right? But what's the problem?
Stop the payload.
What's the problem?
What's the problem? You see your HP?
Right.
It's
okay.
it's the volume.
Maybe?
Yeah, it's the volume thing. It's where you go for kills, and then it must happen, and you don't consider about like, okay, I messed up my mechanics, or that person got pocket, or okay, it's just not gonna work, and then okay, reset, go next. You were like so focused, and you might unironically like you could have died for that. You know what I'm saying? That's not worth dying for. Okay. Okay. Now, think like a monkey, right? I mean, you're already starting to do this, you know? You have the groundwork of this. I'm not explaining anything like relatively new to you. You know what I'm saying? Like you see Reinhardt and you're like, all right, I'm out of dodge. I just want to see how you're doing this, you know? Now, what do you think?
My thought process here was that I saw my Reaper going in, so I can definitely enable him by helping him.
Yeah.
So I think this is probably the right thing to do.
Did you well, even if your Reaper isn't here, what do you think about this?
Okay, so based on what I know now, good, because one, I'm pressuring, but two, I've got that cover to the left of me.
Yeah.
So I'm creating an off angle if I want to pressure the right or the left.
Sure. What are their DPS tied up with right now?
Me at the moment.
Yeah, and is there any chance of you dying?
If I have full good resource management, no.
No, zero chance. Zero chance. Both DPS are focused on you. That Reinhardt's getting very little resources to no resources. This is perfect. This is actually excellent. This is what I'm talking about. Like, you have the knowledge here. You have the knowledge. I think it's just how you're doing it consistently. It's just not there. All right, right now, right? What's the priority?
Living,
right. Use your full matrix, fly out. So it's just completely unnecessary. You know what I'm saying? You guys definitely lose this fight because they just popped beep. They just shattered your front line. But it's the living that you're struggling with. It's the living. And it's not even necessarily like, oh, it's just how you're managing the resources that you have. You have full matrix right now. You got slept and you had boosters. You know what I'm saying? We hate to see it. But initially, very, very promising. Okay. Okay, again, not your effective range, so don't blow a lot in there. Oh my gosh, what is going on? Now, you know what your Reaper's about to do.
Yeah.
So what are you thinking?
I know that I saw him, so I could go in. That's what I did.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's the right play, but I feel gut-wise that was the right play.
Well, let me ask you a question. Do you have a better dive opportunity here? Could you have set up a dive better here?
I mean, if I was maybe 2 meters further forward, maybe.
Yeah.
But no.
It's rough, right? It's rough. Like, I think, like you said, maybe you could have theoretically dove in and tucked in here, but your soldier died, you were playing to reset, your Reaper was not. So this is where I think it's totally fine for you to just go in and int because you're like, I have to help my Reaper. I don't have time to set up the nice dive. Let's say that you had more seconds and more time to set up a proper dive on backline here. Again, no off angles, right? They're all clumped up. So where would you go? How would you set it up?
So I could, if they are where they are now, I could, in theory, boost it to the top right high ground, and just pressure from there.
That doesn't feel very good range-wise, so that feels rather out in the open. I mean, I know you have the cover here, but it feels too far.
So the left-hand side room.
Okay, where else could you go, theoretically, if you had time? Again, we're thinking if you had just a few more seconds, you know what I'm saying? So obviously going in here and then tucking in here is better. So where else could you go, or how else could you set that up?
So when I meant top right, I mean, just to clarify, the red building is not an option.
Oh, here?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, this is excellent. If you could get this here, this is probably best case scenario, right? Yeah, 100% agree there. Yeah, I mean, you could also be like, I'm gonna booster here and I'm gonna flank. You know what I'm saying? That's another option for you as well. Yeah, 100%, 100%. I mean, right? Teamwork is more important than doing technically the right thing. So I think this is really quite good. But nice job. You could start up here, by the way. Just kind of matrix him, and then take some damage, and then fly away, and set up for your dive.
I think I do that.
That's what you do. Should never have doubted you. They are popping everything, and your team seems unwilling to use cover. I don't know how they can pop Nanovisor from 1,000 miles away on the low ground and get that value, but okay. Unfortunate.
Yeah, my face was very confused when that happened.
Yes. But they did pop a lot of ults, so theoretically recontestable here. Now, do you see what you're doing right here? Now, I'm not.
Yep.
This I would not even say this is bad actually, but let's sequentially think about this. What are you doing from this position?
Well, I know what I do here is I booster in with Matrix to see what is available. Then I go back into cover to get my Matrix back up.
Yeah.
And then I make a decision who I want to jump on. I jump on them.
Okay. Where would you go from here? Knowing what we know now, where would you go?
Knowing what we know now, I could go top right into that little room there.
Yeah.
But I don't know if I can actually create pressure because that barrier is in the way.
Yeah.
If I really wanted to, that bus stop behind the soldier.
Yep, I think that's your best option, personally.
Yeah.
I think that's your best option. You fly up to here, you drop, you shoot, matrix, fly up, out maybe this way, and restabilize over here, or maybe just die on point, create some more time. But I think that's probably your best time. It's all about, like, you're probably gonna die, to be honest, but, like, how can I maximize my uptime? You know what I'm saying? Like, how much can I absolutely get? Like, if you're gonna go to failure this fight, it's like, can I take some, oh shoot, what are those sets called? Not drop sets. It's where you like, you do one rep and then you rest 10 seconds and then you do another rep and then you rest 10 seconds and you do
like an and wrap kind of style.
No, it's like okay, so like let's say you're curling to failure, right? And you've got like the 25 kilos and you do 3 or 4 or 5 6 reps, whatever, and then you're like, oh, I can't do anymore. You put the dumbbells down, but then you only rest like 20 seconds and then you try and do one more. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, cumulative training?
Yeah, I forget. There's a specific term for it. I can't remember. But that's basically what you're doing. You know you're going to go to failure. You're probably going to get back, but can you just get an extra 5 seconds of survivability? You know what I'm saying? An extra 6 seconds, can you just drag it out? And that's what I want to see here. So like there are, again, no off angles here. But like right here, what can you maximize the time that you stay alive by using cover, right? Did he just miss? Oh no, he wasn't on you. So I think this is all pretty reasonable. But again, like, were you in the right mindset for that? That's something we have to kind of like figure out. Okay, again here, think about the map, think about the situation. Again, you can kind of consider off angles here, or like everybody's kind of, again, it's not stacked, but you're not gonna be able to just isolate and kill any of these targets, right? It's not gonna happen. So then again, what is your mentality? It's all about pressuring, right? Pressure cycle. So where would you go? How would you set it up?
Well, I didn't know this at the time until later on in the game, but there's that high ground on the right above Anna.
Yeah.
I could step on there and just...
You didn't know about this high ground here?
I only found out later because I felt when I was playing the game, I felt really awkward in this position because I was like, oh, there's no high ground for me to set up from. And I found that. I found it later. There was one.
This is gold. This is gold. And this allows you to restabilize and then drop and then booster back out. I mean, this is Winston stuff, right? This is just dive fundamentals. This is Genji dashes up here, right? Gets his, and then he's able to drop and then dash out later. It's the same thing. Winston fundamentals, Genji fundamentals. It's exactly what you should be doing here, right? It's all about, can I get to that backline as safely as I can? Like, how can I maximize my uptime? But you could see here, if you flew here, and then right as that Reinhardt turns the corner into your team's LOS, like right now, right? What could you be doing now if you knew about this high ground at the time?
I could just jump the soldier, or even like put a lot of micro missiles into Anna, maybe get the kill.
Yeah. You could drop an Ana. Okay, the Sojourn's splitting off right now. You could drop and 2v, like just basically just absorb this 2v1 with the soldier for like probably a good 5 or 6 seconds and then fly out again safely. Like there's actually so much opportunity. So like, okay, so this is key. This is key. So you don't know about the high ground, okay? So that's unfortunate. But let's say there is no high ground. What should you be doing right now? You just cleared her out.
To the right.
Right. You cleared her out. You took away the off angle, position to the right, and then set up again for your next pressure. You know what I'm saying? But do you see how like you're backing back into the open again? You've earned this space. Set up, get ready to go again. You know what I'm saying? You could even use this here and shoot the Reinhardt. You see this? And they can't shoot you.
I think I rotate that way eventually. No, I don't.
I mean, you don't really have to. You don't really need to at that point. But yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
But like, I think there's just a lot of like diving fundamentals that I think you could benefit from. You do a good job controlling off angles. You definitely have your mind straight with that. But like, I would even go as far to say the mechanics of diving, where to jump to, how to jump, when you're jumping. You know what I'm saying? You could benefit from a lot because as a solo tank, you're going to have a lot more responsibility with that. Okay, this is good. All right, high ground, perfect. You see it? Now, this is a little bit of frontlining, but are you at any risk of dying here? This is the crazy thing.
I mean, only if the Rhine pins me, but no.
Right, exactly. But why? Because you drop from high ground, right? You drop from high ground. You will then boost her right back out again, and... See, I would have gone back to high ground if I were you, right? Now, simply because even though the high ground's not useful for you now, it will be 5 seconds from now. You see what I'm saying? And you can, we can go even further, right? If you don't have high ground, where could you go?
Tuck in the left-hand room.
Yeah, you could fly in here. If that Reinhardt chases you, you're all good. But you're gonna go flank. You're gonna go flank on them. These are all things. These are the like. I seriously, if you do this, if you like went through this mental exercise. I thought for sure that he was gonna die. But if you did this more often with like your self-review and just considered your positioning and like, could I have set up dives better? Was there an off angle that I could have been dealing better? Could I have used cover more? Could I have used high ground more? I wouldn't say it's like the fundamentals of D.Va. It's like fundamentals of like Winston that are kind of bleeding into your D.Va play. You know what I'm saying? It's like time to level it up just a little bit. You kind of see what I'm saying?
100%.
Okay. I mean, if you guys are fighting at this choke here, I don't think you guys are, but if you were, you could even go like here. You know what I'm saying?
I didn't know that was there until later on.
Yeah, I don't know that it really. If it doesn't look like your team is fighting here, so maybe not the best. I think probably where you are is fine. But
okay.
just something to consider, you know. Okay, so far, right? Far. But where would you go?
Left room.
Right. You dive the soldier. You failed the dive. You've applied pressure. You tuck in. You restabilize, and then you go from there. And then you can either repressure the soldier, or you can just fully disengage out towards your team and reset up again. So it's all about like the mechanics of these dive timings that could be cleaner. And what you could be thinking about here as well is instead of necessarily directly diving on top of the Mercy right now, like okay, obviously you won the fight, so this is fine. How could you set up on this Mercy off angle better if you couldn't reach them? Like, let's say you wanted to pressure this Mercy soldier, but they were too far away. How could you do it? Sequentially. To keep on pressuring. In relation to my Genji, I suppose the best option would probably be lower left room. Lower left room. Yeah. I'm not saying that's what you should do now. Now you just need to get the kill. Fight's won. You know what I'm saying? But something to consider is like, okay, if you didn't have the fight wasn't won, you could fly in towards here, restabilize. If they push you, then that's what you want them to do because you can kill them at closer range. If they don't push you, then all of a sudden you are now in a location where you don't even have to use boosters, or if you use your boosters, you're literally on top of them. You see what I'm saying?
see.
It's all about like min maxing, like how little damage can you take on entry, basically. And again, that's something that a monkey would do. That's something that a Genji might do. That's something that a Tracer might do. A Tracer might blink in here, double blink, right? If they push her, she's ready for it. If they don't push her, she gets 2 blinks, 3 blinks, and then she goes from here. You see what I'm saying?
Gotcha. That's all dependent upon my resources if I've actually saved it.
Yeah. It's you could see the sequential, like either you set up ahead of time in a better position for your off-angle pressure, or you slowly stair step 1, 2, 3 and earn it.
Right.
And that's why high ground's good, because it allows you to skip steps. You can just go right to killing because you're already next to them. And you can see here, right? I mean, obviously, you didn't intend to do this, but do you see the problem here?
Yeah.
The difference between landing on high ground and landing on low ground here is going to be the difference between you living or dying here. And now this sucks, right? Could have Matrix that. I don't think we expected our Mercy to fly, but nice. I think you guys got this. Surely. Nice. Okay. Nice. I mean, hey, we found another spot. I mean, this one I think they could probably poke you out free fight a little bit, but you got it. Okay, let's stop there. Do you have any questions?
To this VOD or outside of this VOD?
Just for this VOD for right now.
To be honest, no, because I have a better understanding. For example, when I was on point A defense, where it felt really awkward for me, I didn't know what I was doing was the right thing, but now I know that's the right thing.
Right.
I know to approach it.
Right. I think for you, it's just going to be about setting up your mentality as like a dive tank. When there are no off angles to contest, it's in setting up your own engages selfishly. And here's the thing. I don't even necessarily think that it's like, oh, I don't do anything unless they have an off angle. And then if they don't have an off angle, then I play selfishly. I think if you consider this, if you're playing high ground and they take an off angle that you need to contest, if you're on the high ground, a lot of times you'll be in a better position to contest the off angle as well. You see that? So it's like, have your cake and eat it too. If we go back to like... we saw this here, right? Remember when you were here, and then as soon as you left here, what did that Sojourn do? And you were here, she took the off angle, right? Your presence on the off angle is what prevented them from taking the off angle in the first place. You see? Yeah. And then if that off angle is clear, then you're literally just playing. You're playing to just go for backline, set up for the engages, and then obviously, so getting into that mentality, and then once you start thinking about that, start considering the terrible term, but the mechanics of how you're doing it, your matrix usage, your micro missiles usage, and then the big one, which you talked a lot about today, was the cover usage, right? How you're using cover to maximize your survivability when you do go for these aggressive plays, where you're landing, when you're landing, how you're juggling your cover, things like that. Does that kind of make sense?
100%.
It's obviously a lot harder on attack because you don't have those positions to start with. For example, like you're attacking here and they all have high ground on you. You fly to high ground, you clear the high ground, you then use the high ground to fly over here. And then once you're over here, if you're the attacker, what can you do from here? If the fight's happening here, what do you do from here?
Drop with full resources.
Right. You drop with full resource, you press your backline, you shoot, matrix cover, shoot matrix cover, fly out to this high ground, restabilize, do it again, right? It's a lot like Monkey, to be honest with you. It's just in terms of the hero kit, it's a little bit better, or a little bit different, rather. A little bit different. Okay. This, by the way, so this is a really, really, really big thing to work on, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
This isn't just about taking damage pre-fight, but this is something that will take, it's a massive, it is like D.Va in a nutshell. It's like Winston in a nutshell. It's just dive tank. So it's going to take a lot of practice. So what I want you to do is send me a couple of examples and replay codes or timestamps. Like, I tried to do it here. How does it look? Or I didn't know how to do this concept here. I didn't know what I was supposed to do. Shoot me the replay code, because I think we need more examples of this.
Cool.
Okay. Do you have any other questions besides this?
How much time do we have? Like 5 2 minutes?
We got time.
Cool. So my main question is, because I mentioned in the form what to do up against unfavorable matchups. So I remember there was a VOD you had with D.Va against Zarya, and you said for the Zarya to take the value away from her, you want to shoot the targets that she wants to bubble, but then don't shoot those targets. For example, you dive the squishies or pressure the squishies to make her use the bubble.
Right.
So I kind of understand that matchup.
I mean, it's the same thing as the Reinhardt, right? It's the same thing as the Reinhardt. Like, for example, right here, you want to do everything but be within Reinhardt hammer range. Like, what we're talking about, like setting up these dives and backline, it's the exact same thing versus a Reinhardt. Or is it versus Zarya? Go ahead.
So if we, I don't know if the range is applicable. I don't want to necessarily say what do you do against an Ashe, what do you do against a Reaper, Sombra, blah, blah, blah. Don't want that kind of general concept, and then I'll work it out for myself. But let's say I'm up against, let's say not long range. Let's say it was a D.Va versus D.Va. How would I approach that?
Okay.
I suppose the same way, because obviously she's trying to do the same thing to me, but I always feel like it's a bit useless
do the same
to contest the D.Va.
Yeah, do the same thing. Well, that's the thing is you could be either you're contesting D.Va, and you're better at managing your resources / aiming, so that you win that trade that way, or it ends up that you guys both contest opposite off angles or opposite high grounds and don't run into each other a lot, and then it comes into which one does a better job managing the resources, better job of using cover, better job of using high ground. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Okay.
If you are the guy that's taking high ground and then she's trying to mirror you, that's fine. Beat her at the mirror. Make her use her boosters to catch you on the mirror, but you get your boosters and you just beat her in the mirror. You know what I'm saying? That's fine too. If she ignores you or tries to play her own game, just play the game better. I mean, there's not a whole lot you have to consider. It's just about do your thing, play normally. If she ends up going aggressively and trying to mirror you, that's fine. That's fine. That means that she's then opening up your DPS as well. And as long as you're confident in the mirror, which you should be, then you'll be fine.
Okay, so I can kind of see how a lot of the things you've spoken about cover and stuff applies regardless of the hero matchup, I suppose.
Yeah.
But because I kind of want to, I know obviously if D.Va isn't working, I'm not going to hard commit on D.Va as a hero. But back to the form again, just understand what to do. My least ideal scenarios against D.Va. What would you say is D.Va's least advantageous comp to go up against?
I wouldn't say it's the least advantageous comp. I'd say it's more about the least advantageous map. I think D.Va's more.
Okay.
I think D.Va, you have options versus almost every single tank. Winston, you can just mark him. So we talked about like D.Va versus D.Va marking, right? Winston wants to do the same thing that you want to do, but he's a lot better at like actually killing squishies than you are. But he's a lot worse at getting poked out early, and he does a lot worse versus tanks. So if you mirror their Winston when he's taking like high ground off angles or whatever, or trying to set up his dives, he's gonna hate your guts.
Right.
If you're playing versus Junker Queen, you've got options versus Junker Queen. You're pretty good close range versus Junker Queen. When she doesn't have shout, you can absolutely annihilate Junker Queen, and she has no way to contest you on off angles. Same thing with it. We talked about Zarya already. We talked about Ryan already. Orisa is tricky. Orisa is honestly similar to Reinhardt Zarya, where like I wouldn't get super close to her. She doesn't do a ton of damage to you, but again, you can kind of just ignore her and run around her. She's kind of fat kid. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And then Ball is similar to Winston. Like you can mirror him. And then obviously Matrix's dives, but he doesn't do very well against you. There's an option for every tank that you run into. But the problem is that if you play like Reinhardt on like a Lijiang Tower Control Center, you know that map, right? Like how do you set up dives on a backline with that map into a Reinhardt? There's not a lot of options for that. And then like for example, like think of Junkertown first, right? You want to set up dives. But if you're attacking and the backline is like a trillion miles away, it sucks for your range. You know what I'm saying?
I see.
But then all of a sudden you play D.Va on second point. Now that hero feels a lot better, right? There's more high grounds. The sightlines are tighter. So D.Va's more, I would say, more countered by maps and less countered by heroes. Whereas a hero like Orisa, I feel is the opposite. I feel like Orisa feels pretty good on most maps, but just feels awful versus some tanks.
Okay. Interesting. Okay, perfect.
Okay. Do you have any other questions?
No. Actually, as an FAQ, I suppose.
Sure.
How often are people allowed to get VOD reviewed by you?
I would say at maximum, I would probably try and do once every 4 weeks.
Once every 4 weeks. Okay, cool. And would you suggest the same hero again, or could you, as you mentioned, adding extra heroes which aren't similar to each other, get those VOD reviewed instead?
Completely up to you. I mean, if you're doing a separate hero, you could probably do it in 3 weeks if you'd like. Because maybe there'll be different goals. But if you're to do the same hero, that's where I'd stick with the 4-week rule.
Gotcha.
Because then we can actually like evaluate and giving you some time to practice it. But then if it's something like if you want to go over Sigma, things are going to be a little bit different, and you could probably do that one sooner.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, to be frank with you, like, this is a very, very high level VOD review, I think. In terms of like how complicated or how important what we talked about it was. So I really want you, if you get a chance, to play a couple of games, try and apply the cover usage, try and apply setting up your dives by clearing off angles and then playing for yourself, and shoot me some of those timestamps, because I think you're going to need to see it in more scenarios versus more comps and more maps to, I think, fully grasp it, if that makes sense.
Perfect.
Okay. Do you have any other questions?
None at all, Spilo.
All right. Well, I appreciate it. Keep in touch, and I will chat with you later, mate. All right?
Take your time. Take it easy.
See ya. All right, so that was Lucky, Diva Extraordinaire. Tricky VOD, y'all. Tricky VOD. One of the most important. I mean, it's. This wasn't even really a Diva VOD review. This is more of like a dive tank VOD review. Winston concepts, Genji concepts, Reaper, Ball, even to an extent as well. Even if you're playing Orisa versus certain comps, you needed to see this. Whereas closing, it's all about finding ways to close the distance by utilizing the map. That's basically the goal of the comp. You're very welcome. Ruber Tang, I noticed earlier, was saying you disagree a lot. If you're still here, I'd be very interested to hear what you have to say. I mean, I'm always open for feedback, y'all. I mean, I've been coaching for a while, but I didn't get to where I was today without taking honest feedback. So I'm always open to hear if you guys have any. If you disagree, would love to know. I don't know if he's even here any longer, but okay. Tracer especially too, exactly. It's all about finding ways to close the distance without losing resource so that you can go pressure the enemy team. What rank am I on? Actually, so I started in like I placed early when everybody was ranking way lower than they actually were, and so I'm pretty sure I placed like gold on like all of my ranks, which wasn't really accurate. But I've done 2 rank ups per role, I think. No, actually, support I've only ranked up once since I've initially placed. So I've gone from like gold 5 with DPS, and I ranked up to like plat 5, and then I played another 7 wins, and now I'm plat 1. And then I did basically the same thing with tank. Support I placed like plat 2, and now I'm diamond 4, and I've only played some games. I think my support's probably, if I were to play like another set of 7 for all my support tanks and DPS, or even another set of 14, I think support would probably be around diamond 2, diamond 1. Tank would probably be around diamond 4, diamond 3, especially if I'm playing Orisa and Winston. And then DPS would probably be around diamond 4 as well, but a little bit lower than tank, I think. Yeah. I used to be, so support for me used to be GM, tank was low diamond, and then DPS was also low diamond in Overwatch 1 when I played. But it's also weird too, because I used to be Masters Reinhardt Winston, but that was literally years ago. I was diamond with DPS, but that was as a Genji OTP. And now I'm playing more than Genji. So right now I'm actually using ranked as more of a testing ground than I am for anything else. I'm not really playing to rank up or climb. I'm playing 3 different roles. I don't really care about ranking up, clearly. But I'm trying to like I'm OTPing Orisa because I want to figure out like how Orisa feels. I'm playing a lot of Sojourn. I've been playing a little bit of Kiriko. I might actually try a little bit of Bastion just to see how he feels. I'm using ranked as like a learning thing to help me coach better. I'm not really using it as like a rank. I just don't really care about my rank, to be honest with you guys. I'm either playing for fun or I'm playing to learn a hero. That's all I'm doing. Season 13 or 14, I was low GM support. That was the last season. Season 13 was the last season I actually played competitively at all. Like, as in, I played every day. I was trying to rank up. I had goals. I had focuses. Since then, it's been very casual ever since then. And I haven't played. I would say most seasons I haven't played any ranked at all. I would play. I actually haven't played. I had a Smurf in Overwatch 1 that I'd play some Genji, some Zen on. I remember one time I was like, I'm gonna get to Masters with support. So I played support for like a week, and I got to Masters and support. But I've not played ranked much at all since season 13. How much do you play each day? I actually yesterday I managed to finish my editing early. So I played 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I think I played more than 10 games. I think I played like 13 games, something like that, last night. I won most of them actually. It was pretty good. I played like 13 games, and then but before then I hadn't played in like 6 days. Because it's weird. It's like when this is my job, so I actually don't play the game that much. I mean, I have the Watchpoint Battle Pass, so I get accelerated XP, right? And I still haven't finished it. There was actually I played so little for a while that I was actually getting concerned that I might not be able to get the Genji skin. So I was like, oh shoot, I should probably play a little bit. You know what I'm saying? So I don't. Recently, especially, I've been like unbelievably busy. I've been like editing. Like yesterday, I edited probably 7 or 8 hours. So I just haven't had the time. I'm either streaming or I'm editing. So it's like once you get into coaching, you just don't play that much. There was a period of time during the Overwatch League season, I think it was like May, June, where I didn't even log into the game outside of like spectating. I don't think I played a single, even quick play game for a month. I didn't play any Overwatch for a month. Not a single game. So yeah. Okay, let's do this, mates. Let's coach Neo. Neo, are you here? Neo is playing RimWorld. Huh. I'm gonna message and wait for Neo. Keep up the YouTube content, Spell. Thank you. Appreciate it. Hope you like it. Is Lockie still here? Oh, Neo's here. Okay. Shoot me the replay code, will you? Huh. Maybe MacGyver. Maybe we'll do some sub games or something sometime. I've considered that. You're here, Lockie. All right, Lockie. You gotta let me know what you think. All right, guys. Let's play a quick game before Lockie comes in. Let's play a quick game before Lockie comes in, or Lockie comes in. Neo. Before we do Neo's review. All right, y'all. Let's play a game. Who did the thumbnail? What do you guys think? Let's start with this one. How to push. Who did the thumbnail? Who did it? Was it Baggins or was it me? I know you sent me the code, but it was in like the mod channel. Baggins or me? Hachi, yeah, exactly, Hachi. Actually, everything with Spylo's face is usually Baggins. Yeah, it was Baggins. Okay, what about the Genji experience? I'm giving it away. I'm just giving it away. I'm sorry. Oh, you DM'd me? Okay, I'll check it in a second. It was obviously me. Basically, here's the deal, chat. Here's the deal. I'm not gonna go through every thumbnail. Anything where I'm making some stupid, ugly face and looking sweaty, that's Baggins. I had to sit there after a shower and stand up against the stupid blank wall and make as many stupid faces as I could. It was humiliating. I hated it. But that's that. So really all of these are Baggins, but the ones with the white background, those are all me. So this is me, this is me, this is me, this is me, this is me. These are all Baggins. This is Baggins, super clean. This is me. I flippin' love this thumbnail. I thought this thumbnail was sick, but that was Baggins, sadly. This is me. This is me. So if it's a white background and it has either memes or red text, that's me. It's done in GIMP. Did it in GIMP. I love the awkward image dumps. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do. I was like, I'm not going to ever come anywhere near Baggins' professionalism, so I just figured I'd aim for my own style instead that I feel like was fun. Winton, that was where was it? Where is it? That was Baggins, but that was on purpose. That was on purpose. It was the meme. Okay, let's do this. Let's get Neo Tifa's thing rolling. Rolling. Appreciate it. He's really quite good at the thumbnails. I'm a scrub, but I try and do it. It's like let's put it this way. I know I'm not gonna be good at thumbnails, so I just find a style that's easy enough that still at least grabs the eye and looks relatively clean without like trying to go above my pay grade. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to pretend when I'm not. You know what I'm saying? When am I doing the click plate how to play like proper video? Huh. Maybe chat. Maybe, you know what, chat? Maybe we should do proper Sojourn instead of shy Sojourn now that I think about it. I feel like that would be more interesting for people because it's hard for me because both of them are really popular. Maybe we'll do both. I don't know. But we'll end up like repeating ourselves with the same stuff. I try and only do one of each hero because otherwise it gets to be like yada yada yada. Okay, so Neo, you are silver, yes? Silver, I think. Now Neo falls into the category like me, where Neo is not only she's not just washed, she's completely bathed. She hasn't played this game. You were plat at one point a long time ago, but you haven't played in a long time. We're just gonna guess silver, but you haven't played in a long time. And she's also duo queued with another moderator friend of mine, good old Lightwaves. Wrinkly from sitting in the bathtub too long. Yes. Can we get Neo in voice for the banter? Actually, you know what, Neo? You get Neo, do you want to hop in voice, Neo? I would love to talk with Sugar Lips. Special moderator privileges. Neo has been around for literally 4.5 years. All right, let's do this. Oh my gosh, that's loud. Yo, let me get the.
I gotta mute stream on.
There you go.
Right. Hey.
Hey. Okay, let's do this. All right, so
Yeah,
how you like?
I'm about high bronze, low silver. I haven't reached yet.
Okay. So how are you liking Overwatch 2? How much you've been playing?
It's alright. The 5v5 is a little sketch. Like the role of the tanks have definitely changed. So the healing priority, I feel like might have changed, but I'm not quite 100% sure. I'm still trying to find my place in it.
Sure. How much are you playing right now?
Apparently not much because I didn't know that I could pin replay codes.
Oh, okay.
So I hadn't played because I don't read it.
I'm gonna review you. Like, I actually just reviewed Pepper yesterday for the first time in like 3 years.
Oh my God.
Because she was like, "Oh, I need help with something," and she plays. I mean, obviously, you know, she plays very casually. So I want to do a very casual review, where like the goal is just to like give you something like kind of simple to work on whenever you're playing the game. That's not gonna be super complicated. I don't even necessarily. I mean, is there anything in your coaching form that you feel like is even super relevant? I'm honestly tempted to just skip your coaching form entirely, but maybe I'll look at it. What do you think?
Oh, that's so rude. No. So like, I remember telling you, like, the chat didn't show up, and I was kind of disappointed in that.
Oh yeah, that sucks.
So the first round.
By the way, how are you feeling? You feeling better?
Yeah, I'm feeling a lot better. Like,
okay.
Everything's sour on my stomach, so like, I'm
sucks.
really hungry, but I haven't ate yet. But
Okay.
I have no appetite. Oh yeah. Anyway,
my favorite thing was like, how did you hear about me? I'm your mod.
Yeah, I mean, we can go back into the whole history, but I mean, I don't know.
Okay,
I think
go
it was
ahead.
just Reddit.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was Reddit. I swear it was a King's Row game. No, I always forget.
It was a King's Row. It was I couldn't break out of bronze.
You were attacking first, right?
I think so.
I don't know why I remember all these things, but yeah, okay.
I was just like maining Anna at that point.
Okay.
Yeah, so but anyways, for this game I remembered the first round they were playing about Lightwave's DPS zenning and not healing. And I had switched from
DPS zenning. She should harmony orb harder. Press the button harder. Oh my gosh. Okay.
Yeah. So I was like, okay. Like, I was trying to do my best, but like the Tracer and the Sombra especially was shutting us down. So I switched to Moira, so maybe I can just like spam my attack and maybe catch her.
Yeah.
but because they were complaining between rounds, I started heal botting a little bit.
Okay.
Second round.
Yeah.
To shut them up. But also because I think maybe they just really needed more heals. But I had tried to do and I tried to do some stuff that I remembered from Overwatch 1, like pre-healing before they go to engage. So like as my tanks went in, I like even though they're full, I like
Moira?
popped them with
Yeah.
I popped them with a little bit of healing before they went in, and then it's like at the end they were like, WTF, Moira, I was right behind you. Why weren't you doing damage? I was like, at the same time, I was like, what do you mean WTF? I was trying to heal bot as best as I could because, I remember them
Yep.
complaining about light waves DPSing. And I was like, they're like, you need to do damage. And I'm like, that is the first time I've ever gotten yelled at.
That's a first. That's a first. Yeah. Oh my gosh.
I'm like, really? Usually you're yelling at me for damaging as Moira. I'm like, yeah, because a lot of people forget that I have to do damage.
Goes to show is you can't please anybody. You can't please anybody. You will always lose.
So I was like really confused with this match, and I really wanted to know, like, was I the reason that we lost? Like, was me heal botting?
Yeah. I mean, what I'll do is we'll set the bar at like what I expect the rest of your team to be playing at, and we'll say, were you egregiously worse or you were about the same? I mean, obviously you're going to be making a lot of errors, but yeah, I wouldn't sweat too much. So let's just have some fun with it. Let's just have some fun with this and see like if there's anything fun that you can focus on or be thinking about. I think with Overwatch 2, you're gonna have more flexibility to do less heal botting because there's one fewer tank, right? So there will be more space for you to hit shots, for you to land nades, things like that, because there'll be one fewer tank, right? So, like if you look at your comp right now, Bastion can't heal himself, so he'll need healing. Genji can't heal himself, so he'll need healing. Ryan can't heal himself, so he'll need healing. But there's one fewer entire target for you to pocket, so there is going to be a little bit more space for you to do whatever.
There's so many pixels on the screen. The compression is so bad.
Is it really?
I have your stream up on the other monitor as well, so I don't know if that's doing it.
Okay. It's Discord. Discord kills me.
Yeah.
I can't seem. Doesn't matter what setting I toy with. It seems to just always be bad.
Try not to peek that Widow, but I accidentally did once, but luckily she didn't punish me for it.
Yeah, I think this is fine. Like, this is good too, because if you're in this position here, you don't just have, you can heal, you can shoot, you have a good angle, it's fine. And as long as they don't have like a dive here on you, you should be alright.
Yeah, my aim just went to pot because, Dark Souls doesn't have aim really.
Yeah, true. Such an easy game.
IRL.
Yeah. So this is where I think I think this is just where you need to be a little bit more decisive about like, okay, we're kind of pushing up here, and I know you're like, I don't want to move, but one thing, especially in Overwatch 2, that you need to be comfortable with is moving forward, backward, side, because what's going to happen is that there's going to be more movement on the battlefield, and there's going to be fewer things to peel for you. So you're going to have to run away a lot more, or you're going to have to push up a lot more. So if you look at this moment in time right now, you could have helped your Ryan, right? Or you could have said, light waves needs help, I'm going to prioritize light waves, and you could have helped light waves. And this is the quandary, right? You don't pick either, and so you don't do either. You know what I'm saying?
See, he kept moving back and forth, so I was trying to figure out which way to approach healing him. So I decided to go to the back, but then that's when light waves started getting.
Yeah, that's fine. This is good though. I don't think he realizes that D.Va can fly. That's unfortunate. So yeah, this is just where I think you needed to adjust so that you had a better sightline on your Rhine. So I know obviously you being on point isn't good, but again, you can afford to bend your positioning rules a little bit if you can't see the people that you need to support. You know what I'm saying? Because you're thinking, I'm assuming that you're thinking this is a really good spot for Ana, right? But
well, I guess maybe I'm just used to playing with. I want to say like I'm used to playing with better people, but I'm used to.
You're probably right. Well, I'll say this: you're used to playing with people that will play around your positioning more. So because you remember these positions from Overwatch 1. This is a good position, right? But then you're playing with players that aren't used to that. And so then instead of adjusting and just being more flexible to your positioning, you're kind of stuck in the mud. You see what I'm saying? And then they're getting killed for it. Because I agree with you, but if the guy needs healing, the guy needs healing. Okay, let's keep watching.
Yeah, I figured the team fight was lost at that point, so I might as well just go on point and die.
Yeah. Yeah, agreed. If you can't run away, you might as well.
Like, part of it was like, you know, riding a bicycle, you know, coming back to it, but then again, I also lost so many mechanics.
Yeah. Tell me what
Like, keeping track of ults and cooldowns.
Yeah, tell me what the issue is here.
Get in there.
I panicked.
Yeah, yeah.
And we already lost the fight.
Yeah, especially in Overwatch 1. It's not. This isn't a 4v6. This is a 3v5, which is percentage-wise even worse, right?
Yeah,
So.
I think I was getting ready to switch here anyway, so that's.
Gotcha. Okay. Is this where you go Moira, or you go one more fight? Okay.
Oh, I thought I went Moira there.
Uh-huh. A little bit of reps here, that's all. But like Sombra operates in a way to where, like, I mean, she always kind of operated with the perma-stealth thing. Not perma-stealth, but stealthing on your backline, going for your backline. But now when she hacks a target, do you know how hack works in Overwatch 2?
Not really, I haven't quite figured that out.
Yeah,
like,
so,
it seems like it's it doesn't last nearly as long, and
no.
it seems or it's like half of my stuff doesn't actually get hacked.
You're right. So Sombra hack now, and this is going to change in about a week or so. But right now, it locks you out for 1.75 seconds, I believe. Instead of 5, I think it was in Overwatch 1. And when you are but you remain. So here's what hack says. It lasts for, I think, chat 5 to 8 seconds, something like that. And for the duration of 5 to 8 seconds, the Sombra does 40% more damage to you, and the enemy team can see you through walls. You see? But you only lose control of your abilities for 1.75 seconds. So it's like part of the hack, you lose your abilities. But most of the hack is just about the enemy team being able to see you through walls and Sombra being able to do more damage to you. So the reason why that's important is because obviously you get your abilities back but faster. That's great and dandy. But if you look at the Sombra here, if she gets the hack on a squishy, she actually melts them. Because yeah, they get their abilities back, but she does more damage. Look how fast Lightwave dies. You see that? It's more powerful than a Discord Orb. Basically a hack. Now only the Sombra gets that damage boost. Only the Sombra can do more damage to the hack target. But if somebody gets hacked, especially a squishy, you need to make sure that they get a little bit of attention.
So only she gets the damage.
Yes. Yes.
Sorry, my throat's.
Okay.
So only she gets the damage boost, but everybody gets the vision.
The wall backs. Yeah, the wall hacks. Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
I will say in about a week and a half or so, the lockout duration is going to get nerfed from 1.75 to 1.25, so you get your abilities back faster. And this is crucial. The damage boost is going from 40 to 25%. So it will be exactly Discord Orb strength. So she will, if you get hacked by Sombra, you will melt slower.
That's a little extreme, I think.
Well, she was really not fun to play against, and she is very frustrating. She's really frustrating in Overwatch. I mean, she's better in Overwatch 2, I think, because being hacked out of your abilities entirely for 5 seconds is worse than the damage boost. But she's still really frustrating in Overwatch 2, and so they're changing that a little bit. But the reason all this being said is if somebody gets hacked, especially a squishy, they're going to need a little bit of help. Okay, that's why Lightwave dies so fast. The funny thing is that EMP Diva Bomb, at least in that order, doesn't work out so well because they get their cooldowns back in time to avoid the Diva Bomb.
Yeah, I also just walked around the wall, so...
Yeah, true. Okay, so the big thing was just you needed to keep the hack target up alive, and here comes the Moira. Do you play mostly just Moira for the rest of this run? For the rest of this game?
Yeah, I play entirely Moira for the rest of the game.
Yeah.
Because I felt like Sombra was bullying me too much.
Yeah. I mean, Ana Zen is going to be tough versus the Sombra Tracer, 100%. Yeah, so I would say with Ana, let me think with Ana. We didn't get a lot of Ana, but I would say just focus on like adjusting. Play near cover. Cover's the one rule that you should never break with positioning. But you can be more flexible with adjusting your positioning forward and back depending on the situation. Maybe that's something that you can think about. Sound good?
Okay.
And then obviously
sure,
knowing about
thank you.
Sombra hack is helpful. But let's focus on some Moira here.
Yeah, a lot of the new stuff, like like somebody mentioned in chat, like I totally forgot or like didn't even know for the longest time that you actually get 30%
Yeah,
ult charge.
yeah.
I don't know the mechanic around that. I don't like
Yeah.
they readjusted so many people's abilities. Like I'm
Yep.
still learning a lot.
Yeah, there's a lot of changes. Okay, let's keep going. If you have any questions about these changes or things that have changed, or just let me know and we can talk about them.
Okay. Sure. Thank you. I actually tried to kill that thing.
I'm just laughing at the fact that your Cassidy was like 1,000 miles away from it, but died of it anyway. So
Yeah.
I like what you're trying. I like the Moira swap. So like I look at this here and I can see the gears turning in your head right here. You see? You're looking out. I think it might actually pop Sombra out of stealth. I'd actually have to I need to actually test this. Does Moira right click pop a Sombra out of spawn if it is stealth? If anybody knows the answer to that, I believe the answer is yes. Anyway, I like this though. I like the fact that you're not just like, oh, I just need to play a hero that survives. You're also like, come at me. You know what I'm saying, Sombra? Come at me, Tracer. I got you. The problem here, though, is that as soon as this happens, you don't think it does? Okay. Either way, it can cancel the hack. Remember, if you damage the Sombra during hack animation, it cancels it. But my problem here is that as soon as anything else happens on the battlefield, do you see what happens with your brain? Right.
Because the Sombra's trying to hack me in the back, and then I just ignore.
Now, you're thinking right now, oh, I need to heal my Rhine. I need to heal my Rhine. But if you think about the enemy composition, like what was the whole reason that you swapped to Moira?
Sombra.
Right. Do you think that your Rhine is super concerned about a Sombra Tracer?
Yeah, I don't think anybody in the team was except for
Right,
me.
right. Well, right, exactly. They're there to murder you. So this is where you could be more selfish and be like, okay, it's okay to heal your Rhine if you think that he needs it. I don't think he did, but okay, whatever. You heal your Rhine. But your whole mentality here is like, I need to keep alive versus these guys. I cannot let them just murder me. And so then as soon as she hacks you, you can interrupt this first off. But then even if you don't interrupt it, look at her, strafe, and right-click her. You heal yourself, you damage her, you make it harder for her to aim, because the problem here is like, look at how you move here. Look at from her point of view. Just run in a straight line, right? So you make it too easy. All right, Lightweights, surely. Come on, Lightweights. Surely. Uh-oh. Oh! Disaster. You could probably fade back to get back faster. Nice shot from your Hanzo. Nice. Good healer of this. Yeah, so that's just where like, okay, you don't have fade again, immediately heal orb, and then even here it's like you heal orb and then deal with her. You know what I'm saying? Deal with her, because like right now you can't. Like it's rough. You're like, oh, I gotta heal my team, but like right now you can't really reach any member of your team. Deal with her. And I think this will feel a lot better. I think it's like, I'm not saying go full battle Moira whatsoever, but you went Moira to survive versus dive threats, but then when the dive threats are diving you, you're not like actually defending yourself. So then it doesn't make a lot of sense. Do you kind of see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I don't play Moira as much as I did Anna. Like I did when I scrimmed, but I kind of lost track of like, you know how you get that internal muscle memory of
Yes,
the
100%.
of the cooldown. So I don't have that for Moira.
Yeah,
like I have it a little bit for Anna, but I think everything got adjusted.
True. Yeah, 100%. I mean, it's up to you if this is something that you want to continue to work at or not. But I think at the very least, if you do get put in these scenarios, then like you could see it, the rolling out on it again. So again, it's like your Reinhardt's probably going to be okay, your Tracer's probably going to be okay, but you and your Zen need to be like defending yourself. Find those guys. Good heal. Okay. You notice that you haven't been pressured, right? So you've been able to just heal bot a little bit, right? Because there's been no pressure on you. But now if you look at the HP pools of your team, what could you be doing right now?
Damage.
Right. Who would you damage with Moira? Who's your priority?
whatever, whatever. I can't see it. I got like 2 pixels.
Yeah, right. It's a kind of a trick. It's kind of a
to the left.
Sure, it's a kind of a trick question. It's just any squishy that you can reach. Tracer, Baby Diva, Kiriko, Lucio, those are all fine. Good. A little bit of burst of heal there. That was good. Damage or misses. That's okay though. Okay. That's unfortunate. Okay. Damage orb for a little bit of charge. Don't quite hit it. Oh, there you go. They're on Hog now. Where were they saying, like, oh, you need to be doing more damage? Do you know, was that after the game?
It was at the, yeah, it was at the very end of the game, like,
Okay.
because I, like, died and get yeeted into the middle of it.
Gotcha. Do you see, listen very carefully to what happens right about here. Listen.
I can't hear.
You hear that? I mean, you do react to it.
Well, hold on.
Twitch stream time.
I can't actually hear it. What happened to the...
That's okay. Well, can you see it now?
Lightwave's getting clapped?
Yeah, she got hacked. A little bit late to respond. And remember, versus this composition, this is the priority. This is like the equivalent of, like, remember how cautious you were around the Widowmaker on the very first fight? You did honestly a really great job positioning on her. This is equal of a priority, to be honest with you, for you to respond to, because either one of two things will happen. You'll respond, you'll heal / damage, whatever, and she gets out, and guess what? When Sombra gets her Translocator forced, she's a worthless hero, right? Or you will ignore her or be slow to react, and then she will get a free kill. So it's feast or famine for the Sombra player, and that's all going to depend on not her, that depends on you. If you're going to let her get away with it, or you're not going to let her get away with it. You see what I'm saying? So it's a very tricky balance. And there it is right there. Free kill. Heal orb, nice. Yeah, okay. That fight was basically lost, but the heal orb there was good.
Was that lost because I let Lightwaves die?
Yes and no. I think you lost your Genji as well, or your Tracer as well. But yeah, losing Lightwaves there was the nail in the coffin, for sure.
Okay. Yeah, I felt like we mentioned in the chat several times, like, hey, we're getting pressured by Sombra, and like none of the DPS really did anything. Like,
well, I think.
I mean, we were in voice chat because like she and I were like in our own chat, but
yeah.
she didn't have a mic, so we were just typing.
Well, Tracer could have mirrored their Tracer a little bit, right? Like their Tracer could have helped duel their Tracer to help keep you guys alive, but they can't really do a great job stopping the Sombra from getting behind and hacking your Zen. That's going to happen regardless. So really, it's up to you and Lightwaves to be able to defend yourself. It's a 2-on-1. You guys should be okay. And again, we're seeing you go Moira because you want to be less fragile of a backline, and yet you're still dying to what you're dying to begin with Ana Zen. You see?
It's a skill issue.
It's a skill issue. It really is. But it's a skill issue. But what about it is a skill issue? Don't just say it's a skill issue and leave it there. What about the skill isn't good enough? What skill isn't good enough?
My awareness, my reaction time, because I'm an old granny lady.
Well, no, that's too easy of a. Your reactions time is actually marginally slower, like talking 10% slower than it was a decade ago, right? It's not reaction time. What have we already established in this VOD? What did you know about Sombra?
He sucks.
Right, you didn't know this, and I can also tell that you probably were not thinking about it pre-fight enough. It's not reaction time. You're just not prepping for it enough mentally. Like right now, there's a lot of things to think about in Overwatch. That's the problem. The skill that you have to like get back into is knowing what's noise and what's information that you need to process. Like right now, their comp, you don't really care about what Lucio's doing. You don't really care about what Kiriko's doing. And you barely care about what Hog is doing, right? Because he's not really a threat to you right now. The only thing that really matters to you is Armor Tracer. That's it. Just like remember how you were remember the first fight, you were just tunneled on not letting that Widow shoot you, and you didn't really care about a whole lot else, right? Why did you know to do that? How did you know to do that?
muscle memory from
Yeah,
Overwatch.
you've played a lot of games versus Widowmaker, and you're like, this hero sucks. I need to not shoot her. So you prioritize her over everything else. And you need to do the same thing with Sombra. You need to know what's your checklist of most important things to remember for you. And right now, it's just, if they have a Sombra, don't let her get into your backline and hack and one-shot whoever she wants. That's it.
Yeah.
It's really, it's
but
not...
then I don't know how to balance that with people, like, complaining about, like...
Well, you don't
hey,
balance that.
DPS.
You don't balance that. You don't balance that. That's your mistake. You wouldn't let people into your room or to your house, your apartment or whatever, and start telling you how you need to be organizing things and how you need to be cleaning things and how to get your life together. Can you imagine if you invited... Listen, can you imagine if you had an open house and every person that walks down the streets of Ohio, okay, we're already off to a bad start, walked into your house and then gave you advice of how you should be eating, how you should be living, how you should be taking care of your house, how you should be having your work-life balance? Can you imagine that?
No.
You would never do that. So why are you letting them tell you how to play the video game? They're the same rank as you. They're not even plat. They're the same rank as you. They don't know anything more about the game than you do.
I just feel like with this game, I'm like learning all over again.
Yeah.
Beginning. And it's
well, then you need to learn what you need to learn, but let you do the learning, and don't let other randoms try to teach you. Because the thing is and the other thing is too, is, and you know this as well, they're not teaching you, they're flaming you. And they're framing it as feedback. So all that does is that frustrates you, that tilts you, that distracts you, and will coincidentally, or ironically rather, make you play worse. So play your game. Play your game.
Alright, Battle Mercy it is.
What have I done?
I've actually won, what is it, the death matches Battle Mercy.
Really? That's crazy.
Yeah.
You know, I'm not gonna lie, Nano Valk goes hard. I have been known to do that as Ana sometimes, especially versus like sniper comps, you know, or squishy comps. Dude, Nano Valk goes hard.
Yeah, she nanoed me when she was Ana.
Yeah, it is unironically a good combo.
I tried to heal the bomb. See that? That was
Yeah,
good.
that was good. Bomb never felt better. So, is what you're doing okay right now? What do you think?
Repeat the question.
Is what you're doing right now good?
No, I'm healing the enemy team because I'm stupid.
Right. No, you're right clicking. You're right clicking.
No.
So you're doing fine. But again, what is your mindset right now? What should you be thinking about? Remember what we talked about?
Sombra.
Right, Sombra. Where's that Sombra? I need to stay alive, right? I need to help my squishies and keep myself alive, and then I'm all good. Spyro is the best 1 a.m. Marissa. Only 1 a.m.? I don't know. Huh. It's the low-hanging fruit, you know what I'm saying? It's usually not anything complicated. It's just, let's not walk into the Roadhog by yourself. You know?
Yeah, he was looking fat and juicy though.
Can you say that one more time? He was what?
He was all fat and juicy though.
Oh my gosh, just the way he said it. You kind of said it like a sneer. It's like, yeah, I was looking kind of fat and juicy though. I'm like, what the heck? Neo's getting thirsty after the pig. Holy smokes. Good, look at that. Hey, you did it. Nice job.
He did something.
Right? Look at her. Look at her. Look, you want to guess where she is right now? Look at that. She's in Narnia. She's completely out of the fight. Nice job. And what did it take from you? A right click. A little bit of right click. That's it.
6 years later, I finally did something. Lol.
Nice. Ah, Mr. EMP. Get rolled.
I felt like even though we had 2 defense ults here, 2 support ults, we still lose this epically, and I don't understand how.
Well, let's look. Let's find out. Well, that's one right there. Your Rhine is dead immediately.
Oh my god.
And you trance, but your Genji dies before trance. So you're like, oh, we used double support ult. Yeah, but you didn't really get a whole lot done with your Cole, right? You pressured the Sombra out. That's about it. Your trance didn't do anything because the Genji was already dead, right? You see this? It's not that complicated. You're down 2 almost immediately. You see? Of course it didn't work out. You got basically nothing out of either support because your Ryan and Genji were dead immediately. So...
Would he get, like, yeeted as soon as I pop Cole?
Yeah. Yeah, he got yanked. And then your Genji died right before trance, too, so...
I don't know why she did that knowing that I was coalescing.
I'm not sure, honestly. Probably because she's French.
Yeah, probably. Classic light waves.
Yeah. Alright, good. Trying to get the bounce. Will we get the bounce? Not quite, unfortunate. We're not dying to Sombra, though, so we are evolving. Your Rhine is a little deep.
Trying to get revenge. That's when he said WTF Moira.
Well, he's thinking I'm pinning and my Moira should be healing me.
Well, it was the Torb that says WTF. He was like, I was right behind you. Why didn't you damage? And I'm like, wait, what? I was damaging. Wait, I'm so confused.
I'm very confused as well. Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, but this is what I'm talking about. Like, you trolled the lobby, but the Torb isn't even. You trolled the lobby of a completely different variety, not what the Torb is flaming you about. You know what I'm saying? Like, so. What are you seeing here? You're smart.
I see everybody's dead. We're Torb is just YOLOing it. Yeah, I mean, it's over. The game's over.
Yeah, the game's over. Game's over. What have you seen from your Moira POV? What were some of the issues that you've seen? Whether it was the hog hook, the Sombra hack. Why were you dying so much? Why were you struggling so much?
Because I'm bronze 6.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I wouldn't say bronze 6. That's actually a clever response. I'll steal that one. Thank you. You're washed, obviously. Anybody who takes a lot of time off the game is going to be washed.
Yeah.
But I think the low-hanging fruit for you is going to be just simply looking at the enemy comp and being like, what do I need to be worrying about the most? Is it Sombra hack? Is it Widow? Is it Roadhog action? And don't pick 7 things. Pick 1. And try and play around that. Try and outplay that. If you'd gone this map and never let Sombra get a hack on your Zen, or at least respond to her every single time she had, I think this game would have gone easier. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
If you had done the same thing with Roadhog hook, I think this game would have gone easier. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I definitely didn't respect him, especially at the end.
Yeah. So I just want you to take the time, whether it's on Ana or Moira, and just try to think about, I'm going to pick something and I'm going to do my absolute best to not die to that, or just be aware of when that's a threat. You kind of see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Don't play scared necessarily, but don't let them try to avoid that from being the thing that kills you, you know? Because that's part of that's probably one of the first skills that I've seen kind of slip from you, is you're forgetting that, oh, that does that. Oh, I need to watch out for that. The only thing that we saw that was good was you playing around Widowmaker. But Roadhog hook, Sombra hack, not doing so well. Does that make sense? And not just when it goes on you, but also, like, for example, the Sombra hacks your Zen, that's the priority. You know what I'm saying? So, okay. Do you have any questions?
So, I was the reason we died.
I mean, yes. A lot of your teammates were the reason why you died. I think everybody in your team did a great job of underperforming this match.
Excellent.
Yeah, so it was a nice, wonderful little pile of misery. But that would be maybe even more important than tracking your threats. Is you need to get into this and just play for fun. It's a really tough thing coming back from something that used to be relatively decent at and not being decent at it. To be honest with you, that is a hard thing to do.
That's like the reason why I quit. Like because it had gotten to my psyche so bad. Like I was literally telling myself work my SR, and like time at my therapy sessions was complaining about my mediocrity and like, hey, my inferiority complex.
So that's when you need to put the training wheels on. You need to make sure that people aren't giving you a hard time for things, whether that's the voice chat or the team chat or whatever else, and you need to just go in and just have some fun. You know what I'm saying? Going whatever is the most fun heroes, the most fun situations, play that, and don't make it a negative experience. It's a video game. It's really truly a video game. And I'm not even saying this from the standpoint of the best way to improve is to have fun. That's true, but even if you don't improve at all and you're bronze 24 and you stay bronze 24, but at least you're just like you're having a pretty decent time, you know what I'm saying? That's so much more important to me than you try harding and get it grinding to plat again. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and that's my problem was that even though my issue was that I scrimmed with diamonds and masters and stuff like that, and I used to do coaching too.
Yeah, of course.
Teaching me how to coach, and it's like I know these things objectively, but I could never apply them in game as it was happening. I felt like my brain wasn't moving fast enough, and it was so frustrating.
Yeah. Well, play for fun. Play for fun and give yourself very, very simple goals, and just and you've excelled at other things. Like you've gotten into I've seen a lot of your lifts. Your lifts are crazy. You could not do those lifts 2 or 3 years ago. You know what I'm saying? Absolutely not. So it's like you've grown as a person and expanded your skill set. And like I don't know how good you are at Dark Souls, but I probably are better now than you were 3 or 4 years ago. So like you've just gone in different directions. You've evolved. You've gone through different stages of your life, and now you're kind of going back to Overwatch stage. And you're like, oh, this might be fun to pick up again. But number one, either this is going to be a very casual, fun thing for you that you don't do intense at all, in which case mute voice chat, play for fun. Or this is going to be something that you fall in love with again and you really want to get better at, in which case mute voice chat and just have fun. It doesn't matter whether you're playing casually or whether you're playing for fun. Your approach still needs to be the same in regards to this. You kind of see what I'm saying? Okay. Let me know if you have any questions. You're very welcome. And just chill a little bit. That's the number one goal. Especially at your rank, mate. Honestly, if any, voice chat will be an actively, and team chat as well will be an actively negative thing. You're not going to be coordinating well in this rank. People are not going to be making good call outs. People are not going to be positive. People are going to be negative. To be honest with you, that was the best thing about being GM for me back in the day, is actually having actually being able to join voice chat. And there was obviously toxicity, but people just played, you know what I'm saying? They just played. If they had a Symmetra OTP, they're like, oh shoot, this Symmetra OTP. They all knew who it was. They knew that no matter what they said, they're going to play Symmetra. So they just didn't bother flaming. You know what I'm saying? That unfortunately is just the low rank. It's ironic because the lower in rank you go, the more angry and frustrated and intense people get. It's like the opposite of what you'd think. But yeah. Okay. Cheers. Thank you for coming in. And goodbye, Sugar Lips.
Yeah, you too.
Yeah. Okay, we're gonna move on to our next VOD from Captain Captain Yes Z, and this is our last VOD before we get into our grand finals. So we'll get through this one, chat. Hang tight. 66 P045. So if you guys are here for the grand finals analysis, we'll probably start in about 30 minutes. Let's quickly go through the coaching form before we do that. And there it is. Okay. Additional notes you'd like to know: watch a lot of 810 temporal cager Spyro content on YouTube. I'm trying to actively work on avoiding autopilot. Okay. I actually don't know what rank this is. Okay, wait, this is gold. And what hero are we looking at here? What hero is this? Gold Diva, looks like. So we get a little bit more Diva. Y'all are in luck. Diva. Rank is gold. And so even if you get only a gameplay review, I like looking at the coaching, the feedback form, because it gives me maybe some tips I can give you on how you're playing or how you're training, okay? What do you hope to get out of the session? Insight into what errors I'm making, what mindset things I need grasping at and need to sharpen, and what things I'm failing at not showing awareness of. Let's see here. What does your typical training week look like? No formal training, just playing unranked ranked. Haven't been playing consistently until Overwatch 2 release. Prior rare to play in the last 5 years. Okay, so I think especially looking at how many hours you have in competitive play, the last couple of seasons you only had 3. Now I'm hoping that's changed in Overwatch 2, but let me just kind of give you the quick rundown. It's very important that you're putting as many hours into competitive play as possibly can, because it's better return on investment for time. Even though quick play queues are often shorter, you get both sides of the engaged. You get people actually try-harding, which is what you want, and you want people that are not off-rolling. So that's the whole mentality you need to kind of go into, is playing as much ranked as you possibly can. I know you're here playing tank, but even now tank queues aren't that bad. So I think you need to be pursuing ranked as much as you possibly can and avoiding unranked as much as you possibly can. Playing 10 to 15 minutes of a warm-up, maybe playing a quick play game, maybe doing some deathmatch, maybe doing some aim arena or a workshop code is fine. But then you need to try and play as much ranked as you can, or focus as much percentage of your play and ranked as you possibly can. And for you, I would try to aim for, you said no formal training. You don't really say how much you're playing on a day-to-day basis, but for you to move to plat, I would probably aim for 4 to 5 games of conscious good effort per day whenever you possibly can. And then the other thing I'll point out as well is, Captain, yes, you say in your hero pool, Pharah, Soldier, Diva, Sigma, Zen, Ana Mercy. So you can see we only have, we have 2 DPS, 2 tanks, 3 supports. That's too much. That is a quick play hero pool of just flexing and filling and just playing for fun. We can work with that, but that is too spread out. Too spread out if you really, really want to improve. Now, I actually have a YouTube video, guys, coming out live in about a week, I think, that actually talks about this, the quick play versus unranked, the big hero pool versus smaller hero pool. There is a little bit of nuance to this, because I used to be very tough with no quick play at all, tighten your hero pool to 2-3 heroes, stop wasting my time, rah, 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 rah. And I have softened up a little bit, because I realize that everybody is on a spectrum. If you're serious about going to like Overwatch League contenders, or you want to get to GM or Masters, then you need to grow up. You need to tighten up. You need to get up. You need to get your crap together. But if you're just like, I'm a casual player looking to get a little bit better and learn a little bit more, then it's okay having an expansive hero pool and playing a little bit of quick play. But what I try to do is I try to attack the outliers. So you're saying Pharah, Soldier, Diva, Sigma, Zen, Ana Mercy. That's pushing it even for a casual player, right? That is a lot. So what I would ask you is there a hero two or a role that you can remove so you can focus on the other roles? Because my problem is I'm going to do a Diva VOD review for you. I'm going to give you some things to work on with Diva. Okay, great. But then Diva is 1/7 of the amount of practice that you do. It's like 14.3% of your play is Diva. So are you going to be able to immediately improve as Diva? I mean, immediate improvement is rare as it is, but then if you're playing Diva for 14% of the amount of time that you play, the return on investment's not going to be very good. And that's going to be the case with really all of your heroes. So yes, there are general macro concepts that you can apply to the entire game, old economy, general positioning, timing, but especially if we're focusing on one hero's feedback, you need to try and tighten that up just a little bit. What I would say is, can you play a little more ranked and narrow up your hero pool a little bit more? I think if you do those things along with some of the feedback we give in this replay, I think you will see some improvement. Not a lot, but you will see some improvement. Okay. What is your long-term goals? Experience higher level play, which should be diamond and above. Maybe join a team community. Okay, so that's cool. Joining a team community would be fun, but especially if you want to be getting to diamond plus, you're going to need to cut some of the fat, trim some of the fat. I do not want to climb to Masters or GM. I don't care that much. I don't have time. For me, playing is more about learning new heroes and getting a little bit of insight of how it feels to play that hero in ranked at like a diamond, high plat, mid diamond level. And so I don't play a lot of ranked. I play mostly just to experiment with the heroes, but I do play ranked. I don't waste a ton of time in quick play unless I'm playing with friends, right? So even me, I try to tailor my training to get the most value out of my goals, right? For my goal is to get a little bit of experience playing a hero and ranked, so then I play accordingly. You were saying like, I want to experience higher level play, but then your training doesn't mirror that. Okay. Let's see. How did you hear about me? Cage, you're awesome. Awareness of timing. Okay, what do you feel is holding you back? Awareness of timing or priority of what I should be doing. Oftentimes I use cover lanes, but not sure if I'm utilizing them right depending on your role. Okay, we'll look at timing, and then we'll look at your cover usage lanes. Let's do this. Okay. So read through the forum. Let's see what low-hanging fruit we have here. And to be clear, especially considering your hero pool, I am going to have to settle for very low-hanging fruit. Because anything more, you're certainly not going to be able to handle, to be honest with you. So D.Va is all about, can I close the distance and get close range pressure on, you know, off angles? You do very well. Versus DPS whenever you can get to them. I like the cover usage here. This is good. I really think you could have stayed here, actually. So you have a little bit of a lot of movement going on here, but it's like right here, you're actually not too bad versus the Junker Queen at this range, as long as it's just the Junker Queen shooting you. Because look at what she has to do to shoot you. She has to walk out into the open. So what I'd love for you to do is just to matrix here and blast your micro missiles, and then shoot afterwards, because then you'll regenerate your HP, right? So I don't think that you needed to necessarily move there. If your cover usage was better, I think you would have been okay. This is good. So this is kind of interesting here. So I like your cover usage. This is an aggressive play, and I would have liked you to have gotten closer to cover, but as long as you're able to matrix until you get your boosters back, it might actually work out. So like right here, full matrix please. So the matrix was slow, the matrix needed to be faster. And then you should be able to get out again. But you see how, because you're able to act, look at this from the enemy standpoint. This is actually pretty decent from you. Watch. You fly in, but you're utilizing some form of cover. So it's actually kind of hard for the enemy team to fully punish you. It's not as easy as it could be. And then as the enemy team pushes you, that creates space for the enemy team, for you to push, your team, excuse me, to push the enemy team. So interesting. I would have liked a little bit better management of your matrix there, though. So your D.Va's is looking okay. It's not bad. So like even here. So again, we're talking about macro concepts here. I don't want to focus too much on just D.Va. Could you be doing what you're doing now, but could you move your body to here instead, where there's a little bit more cover? I like that you're like off angling on this Reinhardt, but I don't like the fact that it feels like the Junkrat or Kiriko could spam you pretty easily. I would love for you to just be a little bit closer to a wall. I would like that a lot better. And then the reason why you'd be here instead of on top of your team is that gives you an opportunity to dive the backline if you see an opportunity to, or if that Zenyatta gets split, that Kiriko takes an aggressive position, you can then dive them and prevent it from getting on top of your team. But like right now, that Reinhardt's low. This is good. I was gonna say that Reinhardt's low, but obviously you don't want to 1v1 a Reinhardt there. Now you just need to find who's your priority right now. Zen, Genji, probably one of those two. Nice. Okay, this position looks good. Just be aware that now this position is good, but just keep in mind of this right here, and obviously this right here. That's a long way away, so just be careful. Too much pre-fight poke. Too much pre-fight poke. Taking way too much damage for no reason. Your hitbox is just sticking out here, and you just took 200 damage for no reason. Fly away. Maybe Matrix to cover. As little time as possible standing out in the open as D.Va. It's a great thing to do. Great, and again, this is good because you threaten the dive, you duck behind cover, and now you've zoned 2 people and you've taken very little damage. Now, you have the opportunity to do one of 2 things. You can go for it again and go for the kill, or because you zone them, you can turn around and look at who's behind you. But it's all coming back to the cover usage, right? Zone them. You don't need to go for the kill. You don't need to go for the kill. You can if you want to, because you do have your bomb, but you don't have to. Okay. I think the major thing there is just like, you did fine with value, but obviously you were down to very, very early, which made that fight unwinnable. So you needed to be aware of that one. What you were doing was fine, but it would never succeed just because of the fact that your guys were immediately down one before the fight even started. Think about it. Think about it. Again, very aggressive dive. Would have liked to have seen a little bit of Matrix on entry and save the micro missiles for just a half a second later. But look at where you finish. You finish here. But why if it, maybe you kind of bonk into the robot or whatever, but I would prefer you to instead tuck into here. Right? Better cover usage on the end of the dive. Gives you more time to buy for boosters to be able to disengage afterwards. And also means that if you do bomb for remech, you have a better corner to save around. Because you probably, I wouldn't say you probably died there, but you had a really high risk of dying there. Are we going to go for a dive? You could fly up here and stage for a dive in this Zenyatta from here. Or fly straight into him. That also works. That Zen is just living on a prayer, man. So you're down 2. I would probably try and play your life here. I think you can survive if you play your life. Oh, no way he dies, surely. Okay, they get the cap, but you guys should prevent them from taking the lead. Oh, they took the lead. I think they actually took the lead there. That sucks. So to be honest with you, I think this D.Va, what do you guys think? I think this D.Va play looks pretty good. I'm actually not sure if this is gold. Maybe this is now plat. The form might be just a tad bit outdated. But this D.Va play looks pretty reasonable. I think like the aggression has been relatively good. The cooldown usage has been relatively good. I think what's consistently standing out is that cover usage could be tighter. Cover usage could be a lot tighter. And then I think the matrix management could be better as well. But this is not looking too bad. Hey! This isn't definitely not what I would expect from Gold D.Va. I think this is okay. This is kind of silly, right? That's kind of silly. Like, there's no reason for you to like over pursue that far, because you know you're not going to kill him. He's just going to dash out, and then how much damage, how much HP are you going to lose in the process, right? Yeah, this is exactly, by the way, chat, this is exactly what we were talking about with Locky earlier in our first review on D.Va. You go to high ground here because it allows you to go on your next engage a little bit deeper, right? Go, 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 go. Nice. Nice. Lost him. Oh, D.Va voice lines. The priority is what's happening top left. Ah, it sucks. I don't like that booster usage there. I think you called it off at the last second. This fight's lost. But you guys get a nice little bit of lead here. Get it. Oh no, 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 no. Maybe this is just a one-time meme thing that you decided to try for, but this is a major no, 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 no. This is 100% a horrible play. You have reclaimed the lead. You are down 2. I thought for certain that you were just going for an aggressive play to die and reset and maybe get a trade. But there's just no way that you should survive this. And then also get a remet kill? No. No, 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 no. And you're probably still gonna die too. So you didn't even, you see, you're like, that was best case scenario and you're still gonna lose the fight. You see? Yeah, I'm not a fan whatsoever. Okay. Huh. Good morning. Good morning, good morning. For those of you here for the grand finals analysis, probably about 15 minutes. We're running a little bit behind, but we will be starting soon. So this is like, this is a classic example of reaching too far, but it works because you have the Kiriko. So it's basically like, I'm not even actually thinking this is a misplay. I think you're doing the fine thing because you didn't really have time to set up a good position. But normally this wouldn't work, but it works because Kiriko ult. Look at this. That's just insanity. That all is insanity. I wouldn't be surprised if they changed Kiriko Ultimate, the attack speed to slow down. I don't think the lingering is bad. I think the lingering is what gives it flexibility. Otherwise, it would feel really bad to use. But I think the attack speed is probably a little overtuned. Maybe cooldowns as well. I think Kiriko ult just needs some number tweaks, to be honest with you. Okay, again here. This is fine. Just play your life, play your life, play your life, play your life. Good. Ah, Sojourn trolls. Holy crap, Neo. Thank you so much, Neo, for the 10 gifted subs. Athens, AJMC, Bilbo Swaggins, Ollie, Ricky, Tiki, Rust, Chef, Pachamari, Heart, 7, GTX, and that is a mouthful, Mobe, and Biostrings. Thank you so much for the gifted subs, mate. Mixed up for what? But yeah, like, again, here, your mindset is that this is a lost fight. Let's just try and get, I'm gonna hear myself screaming over and over again. This is a lost fight. So my mindset is I'm gonna get as much pressure as I possibly can, maybe get a pick, and then play my life here. So like, you can either kamikaze for a pick, or you can play your life. You get to kind of choose here. Delaying me? You didn't delay me. I went over with Locky. I mean, I chose to go over. I started like 3 minutes late. It's not a problem at all. Surely we don't leave a bomb. Surely we don't leave a bomb. Oh, maybe? No, this fight's lost. This fight's lost. This fight's lost. This fight's lost. Right? Right? Maybe, chat? No, maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe not. Haha. I can't predict anymore. I can't predict. That sub notification, man. I'll have to explain the sub notification for those of you guys who don't know the Spyro lore after this round's done. It is a deep, deep old Spyro lore. Okay, check this out. Really, really nice staging for a dive. We're on top of the backline. We have the boosters. Remember, we don't want to be playing frontline with D.Va 99% of the time, and certainly not to a Reinhardt comp. He just beats the crap out of you. So you are staged directly onto the hit scan threats, which are going to really kill your team. And look at that. Weird booster cancer there. I think you're like, oh, or cancel. I think you're like, oh, I don't want to go in, I don't want to go in. So that's interesting. I probably would have gone for the Ashe, but this is fine too. Look how much pressure you're getting out here. And you have bomb too, right? You know, I actually really respect this chat. Captain has a bomb, but they don't actually commit. They have the opportunity, oh hi kitten. They have the opportunity to reset without having to use bomb to remech, and so they take it, right? Now you're like, well, you might as well use bomb. Yeah, but you can always use bomb as that, oh no, this is going really poorly. It's the same thing with Primal Rage, right? If you don't have to use it, you don't necessarily need to use it, you know? Haha. Nice. So we still want to see better use of cover. And I would like to see better matrix management and avoiding taking so much damage pre-poke. I think you do a reasonable job at it, but it could be better. Tracking is a little rough there. Uh-oh. Get her. Tracking is a little rough here too. Don't bomb, don't bomb, don't bomb, don't bomb, don't bomb. I'm sure you won't. But after the last time, I'm not so sure. No! No, what is wrong with you? What is wrong with you? What is wrong with you? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, chat. This is tough. Come on, come on. You have to know better than this. You have to know better than this. This is like, look how late this is. Look how late this is. Like, this is, I don't care if you win this, if somehow some sort of freak accident you win this. This is horrible, because also look at the time, chat. 5 seconds. You only have to win one more fight, and you're using your last ultimate. If this bomb fails and you lose this fight, the enemy team with overtime spawns really only needs to win 2.5 fights, and you guys don't have any ults. You really need this bomb. You really need this bomb. Yeah, this is just complete luck, really. Yeah. All right, so I'll be honest. I'm gonna be honest. This VOD finished sooner than I anticipated because it was a push VOD. Here's what we have to say. Okay, I have a couple of things to talk about. Okay, number one, this wasn't really a great VOD to send in because it was pretty much a turbo stomp, but I think you played relatively well. I don't think you were put under a lot of pressure, like, at all. Now, I don't care if you send in wins. I've even had people send in maps where they won pretty handily, but they were really struggling with figuring out what they needed to do. That was not the case here. This feels sort of more like a highlight reel than it is anything else. The other thing I have to say as well is that I think that given your rank, at least this game feels like you are not playing like a gold diva. You're playing closer to a plat. So that's good. It means that if you haven't already, that there is climbing available, that there was ranking up. I think you were playing the right way in terms of diving. I think your resource management was better than most gold divas. I think your mechanics were better than most gold divas. I think your target priority was better than most gold divas. Everything looked better than most gold divas. So maybe if this was just a highlight reel and then you just had the best game of your life, then maybe I'm blowing up your ego. That's not going to help you at all. But I'm just being frank. I'm being honest. The other thing is we have a lot of, but I think the two things I have to really talk about is the obvious one is that in terms of actual feedback from this game, the diva bombs when you're down multiple members of your team in Overwatch 2, when you're down 2, even down 1 can be sketch because it is a significantly harder game to come back to because the percentages of losing one person is a lot more. Consider how much harder it is to win a 2-on-1 than a 5-on-4 or a 4-on-5, right? It's a lot, or a 1-on-2 versus a 4-on-5. It's a lot harder, right? The percentage is a lot more, okay? The other thing I'll point out is the resources before fight. I think you're taking too much damage in situations when you didn't need to take damage. And your cover usage, those kind of things kind of tie hand in hand. I think could have both been cleaner. Now, they were not bad, to be frank with you, but that was along with your bomb usage, the lowest hanging fruit for things that you need to be improving on, so I need to mention it. Now, what things were good? I think your staging for dives was good. Your positioning for the most part outside of the micro usage of cover was good. You were looking for the right things. I think your ability usage for the most part was also relatively good. I think you have a pretty good understanding of the play style of how you need to be playing, but I think the details of it can be cleaned up significantly more. The last thing I will say, this is the second thing besides the actual feedback, is remember we talked about your form. There were a lot of issues with your form, with your hero pool, with the time that you spend training, and the goals that you want to have. If you want to hit diamond, I think there's very reasonable for you to be able to hit diamond, but you need to I don't know, you weren't able to fill in all the details about your unranked versus ranked play, but there were some red flags. There were some red flags there that might mean that there are some issues there behind the curtain. And then if we go even deeper into things like your hero pool, I mean, you listed, 7 heroes from 3 different roles and just completely different playstyles as well. Like, even if we go back to the forum, let me pull it up really fast. I encourage people to play what's fun, right? But if you do have a goal for improvement, yours is definitely on the extreme. So let me pull it up really fast. Yeah, Pharah, Soldier, Diva Sigma, Zen, Ana, then Mercy. Excuse me. But it's just on the extreme. It's a little bit on the extreme. So if you're serious about what you said in your goals, which is maybe joining a team, joining a community, maybe getting into Diamond, that's going to be more important, figuring that out and finding how much quick play can I play more ranked, can I narrow my hero pool a little bit down. That's going to be more important than any of the feedback I gave you on Diva, because Diva again is such a small percentage of what you're even playing right now. So it's much more important to figure out the I almost said semantics. That's not what I mean. It's the logistics of how you're training right now. That's the #1 priority. Okay, I don't have a whole lot more. Cover usage, figure out your training schedule, figure out your training hero pool, and then the bomb usage, like recognizing when fights are lost and it's okay to reset and play for the next fight. Because that, again, if you'd not gotten a kill with that bomb, there's a good chance that entire map is lost. And I'm not exaggerating. That's how snowbally these push maps can be. Okay. Okay, let me catch up with chat really fast, and then we are going to get into the Overwatch League viewer and get into some grand finals analysis. Do you know how to get pro player VODs like from Overwatch 2 League match? I do not know. I don't think you can. So I am helping a contenders team, so I have access to the Overwatch League viewer, but the average person, I have no idea. It really sucks, to be honest with you. It really sucks. I wish you could. I feel like you should. I don't know why the normal people don't. And I would not have access to it if I was not helping out a contenders team. In fact, I didn't have access to it for a while. I had to ask for a contenders team that asked for any teams that needed help, and then I got an OPR account as a result. I have no idea. What Diva specific things should a Diva work on, Lockie? I think the resource management is a more just Diva specific thing. So you know how like you were talking about like the matrix management, the HP management, the use of your micro missiles, Lockie, in relation to how you use them during a dive, that's the Diva specific in terms of the dive mindset. Whereas the Winston specific would be more about how you're utilizing your bubble with the dives, you're utilizing your right click, you're utilizing your jump, those sort of things. It's like the cooldowns and utility that hero has to complement that playstyle. And it would be the same thing with Genji. With Genji, it would be about how you're using your dash, you're using your deflect for that dive playstyle. Did I watch the game live? Okay, so full honesty, yes and no. I was somewhat distracted. I watched good parts of it, but I am going to be reacting live to a lot of fights that I just didn't see. But I do know that I do believe that the overall finals were the best that we've had yet. Could we do Violet Lucio? Okay, so Violet Lucio, you guys can jump in ! Discord, and there's a channel for like stream topic suggestions or like requests, and you can request for me to go over. I've had a lot of requests for so Fearless Winston review is going to go live today. Actually, it might be live in about 20 minutes. On YouTube, the edited Fearless Winston review. I'm planning on doing either Shy or Proper on Sojourn, and then potentially doing like Fielder on Kiriko, or maybe a Violet Lucio. So we have a couple of POVs, but for today I'm going to be doing macro. I'm not doing player POV. Not doing player POV. Macro overall. Yeah, no problem. But I'm not sure if we're going to be doing Proper or Shy. I haven't decided. Or I mean, Edison's not a bad idea either, but I think Proper is probably the better one. Okay, let's get this set up, mates. Finals analysis. And for the rank, what do you guys think? I'll just remove the rank. The bronze meme was funny, but it's not that funny. Shockingly, the joke that I made was not funny. 7 maps! I said my goal is to get this done in 3 hours. Please, please get 3 hours. I don't have time today. No. I've already been streaming for almost 3 hours as it is, and I'm going to be streaming for another 3 hours. So, okay. So here's the thing, chat. I did an entire video on the macro of how this composition should be played. And full honesty, I am simply, over the course of this review, I will break down everything that I went over in that VOD, and I will probably break it down even further and go even more detail oriented. But I can't do it all right now. So what I will give you is a TLDR. This composition revolves around Winston timing, both teams trading cooldowns cautiously, and looking for opportunities to hard engage. Either by, okay, they've used all their defensive cooldowns and we still have ours, so we can dive them, or we have ultimates that allow us to go aggressively. Or they're all 1 HP and we're all healthy. Now, the reason why teams don't just immediately dive is because if Fearless just jumps into the middle of the enemy backline, Proper has dash, Striker has, or Proper's not has dash, I'm getting baited. Proper has his Sojourn shift, Striker has Wraith, Finn has TP, and Suzu, they have Amp. So if you go in super aggressively with your cooldowns, what ends up happening is you give up good positioning to go in aggressive. And in Overwatch, it is bad to trade cooldowns, but one team overextends into enemy territory. In other words, you're probably wondering, if Fearless jumps in and bubbles, why is that worse than Mikey just standing in one place and bubbling? Because if Fearless jumps in and bubbles, Mikey's also going to have to bubble as well. So you're thinking, isn't that just a neutral trade? Well, no. Let me explain to you. I know this is going to be really corny, but I want to explain to you why it's not neutral. So first off, when Fearless jumps in, he's going to force cooldowns. He's going to place his bubble, he's going to force cooldowns. But let me put the best way of explaining this. Here's the best way to explain this, okay? No man's land. No man's land, okay? World War I. We've got mines, we've got explosives, we've got chokes, we've got angles, we've got crossfire. This is my line right here, and this is my space. I'm over here, I've got my cover over here, I've got my crossfire here, I've got my corner, I've got my health pack, I've got my choke, I'm set up. Come on, come for me. If you turn this corner, I'm gonna sandblast you, right? And then we've got the other side, same thing. They've got their cover, they've got their corners, they've got their space, they've got their area, right? Either team that oversteps the line into enemy territory no longer has cover, no longer has corners. And remember the choke theory that we talked about with the Fearless Winston review? So in other words, if I'm Fearless here and I walk to here, oftentimes the things that I'm going to be shooting over here, my Sojourn, Kiriko, Reaper won't be able to shoot at the same time. So what will end up happening is, yes, I will get attention, but I will provide a target to the enemy team that 5 of them can shoot me, whereas my team maybe can't all shoot the same target as me. In other words, Fearless jumps in really aggressively. 5 members of SHOT can shoot him, but Dallas's guys can't follow up that far. So if you overextend with a jump to where your team can't follow up on that jump, either by shooting the same target or shooting a different target, then that's called overextension. And remember, as we said, Shock will have good corners, they'll have good cover, they'll have positions set up, waiting for you to jump in. So what happens is teams go with these dive comps, they do dive, but it becomes a chess match back and forth for the teams fighting for the opportunity to dive. They have to earn the dive by somehow forcing Proper to use shift, somehow forcing Finn to use Suzu, somehow get Mikey to low HP, so then Mikey jumps out and then we don't have to worry about a counter dive. How can we force Violet's amp so that we can dive? So the goal for both teams is to dive and get a kill. But they have to do their homework first. They have to somehow set up their Sojourn on an off angle. They have to somehow get the Reaper to use Wraith, or somehow get the Kiriko to use Suzu. And that's where fights are won and lost. It's not in the dive. It's in the skirmish for resources, right? Because both teams want to dive, both teams have to clear off space to dive, and then oftentimes the fight is won or lost while a team is fighting for that space. This is a great example for you. Let's put it this way. There's a big battlefield, and there's thousands and thousands of soldiers. And the way food is transported to these soldiers is through a harbor. Okay, there's a harbor. There's where the boats ship in with all the supplies. Inevitably, the fight is going to gravitate towards who controls the harbor. The harbor is just some goofy little piece of wood near the ocean. But the harbor is what allows these guys to fight. So then actually the real fight is won and lost. Not on the battlefield, but in the harbor. You see what I'm saying, chat? And so the both teams need their Sojourns on a flank so that they can pressure the enemy Winston and the enemy Reaper early, and they can force cooldowns. So then often what ends up happening is the fight is won or lost, not necessarily just on the front line, but on who is able to control this flank so that they can help their front line. Christian, thank you for the sub. So this is I know this is like a little bit, I'm not explaining this as well as I get. This is a little bit esoteric, but it's all about which team can force the enemy team's cooldowns and get an advantage. And how you force those cooldowns is by being on perfect timing with your Winston Reaper. 3, 2, 1, bang! Either diving or pushing the enemy Winston with your Reaper on the same time, so that you win that resource trade. Because remember, if your Reaper is slow or your Winston is slow, he takes a ton of shots to the face, and then he loses a ton of HP for basically nothing. Your Sojourn on an off angle. Your Sojourn gets a fat E on backline and zones off the backline so the backline can't shoot. If your Sojourn E prevents Fen from healing or damaging, or prevents Proper from damaging for 3 or 4 seconds, while your Sojourn and your Kiriko are doing damage, that's an HP advantage you just gained right there. You just gained it. Because guess what? Your Kiriko was free firing and free healing, and their Winston was getting nothing off of one Sojourn E. So one Sojourn E cost them a lot more than just the Sojourn E. It hurt them a lot. If it forces an amp, even better. If your Sojourn is able to take an off angle and hit a railgun, not even a headshot, but is able to hit their railgun and force a Suzu, whereas the enemy Sojourn takes an off angle and misses their railgun and doesn't force a Suzu, that's another way how you get a cooldown advantage. The Winstons are all about playing very passively, not taking damage, either pushing or responding to enemy pushes immediately with good bubble timing, and controlling good space. Even right click from Winston can be impactful. If you hit a right click on Winston on a squishy, that can force a cooldown. So basically what you're going to see is, and I've talked a lot about theory, and so now let's actually see it in action so you guys can understand it a little bit easier. All right, so it's going to be a very push and pull, people fighting for positions. And remember, we talked about on Tuesday, it's not just about the team that's better at the neutrals and getting advantages, it's the team that recognizes when they're at an advantage and pushes it, and the team that recognizes when they're at a disadvantage and kites it. If team soldiers A and soldiers B fight for the harbor, and soldiers A start to lose the fight, and they recognize that and they disengage, they can really cut down on casualties, and they can live to fight another day. But if they don't recognize that they're going to lose and they stay, they not only draw things out, they end up losing a lot harder. And that's the other thing, is the ins and outs. Shoot, we lost cooldown, out. Shoot, we won the cooldown trade, in. That's it. So both teams trading. I'm going to play a little bit slower here. You see the Sojourns want to fight for white control? Look at Mikey here. Look at Mikey. Now, Mikey is diving the Sojourn. Why is Mikey diving the Sojourn? Is Edison going to die? No. there's zero chance that Edison dies here unless Edison makes a massive mistake. Instead, what this jump does is we're going to prevent your Sojourn from taking this off angle to do damage to us. We're going to force her to shift out or run away. We want to control this space. Dallas has options. They can then rotate this way and control this area of the map. They can counter dive, or they can just simply walk away. So Shock are not going to get punished for this directly, but this is the question, chat. Was it worth a monkey jump and all the attention to control this white space? I don't know. Let's wait and see. It's not always so obvious what's good space and what's bad space to control. Edison can't control the off angle. They did trade jump for jump and shift as well, so maybe it's not so bad. That being said, Shock now has put themselves in a choke. Do you see this? So Shock can push out of multiple different angles, but Dallas will get point pressure first. It's hard to say, isn't it? And you see Fearless now has the off angle here to where he can drop onto the backline. Now Mikey's going to go in very aggressively. Very aggressively. This is something that we saw from Shock versus, who was it? Was it the Spark on Lijiang Tower? A lot of very early aggression just jumping in. Now, right now, is Dallas going to be able to respond? There's the bubble. There's the Suzu. Proper is off-angling. The Wraith is forced. They scout where Proper is isolated. They're going to go on Proper. But do you see what Shock has done? They've forced a split. So if Shock is able to cohesively recognize this, go like, these guys are AFK, everybody turn on Sparkle or Chio or Fearless, then Shock can win this fight. So how does Proper die?
The objective is now active.
And he gets caught in the middle. So what ends up happening is Shock chases, pursues. Timing here seems okay for both teams, but what ends up happening is a split. A split. And Shock ends up putting themselves between the hammer and the anvil. Now, was it worth it? They did force a lot of cooldowns, so this really could go either way. Sparkle doesn't have his shift, he dies for it. Fearless doesn't get heal support early because he split, so he dies for it. I think both teams had a different approach this fight. Dallas playing more to catch, Shock playing more aggressively. But in theory, either one could have worked. I think the difference there was just that Proper was the one that dies first, and having your Sojourn mid-fight is very important. Whereas once your Monkey has utilized his jump and bubble, and once your Monkey is low, he's not as impactful. Monkey's a very important hero, but again, once he doesn't have his bubble, once he's low HP, he's just not very valuable. Whereas a Sojourn is continually very useful. So Shock tries to set tempo, doesn't end up working out. Hello. Christian, thank you for the sub. I already said that. Why does Striker, Wraithen, and Feed? Let's find out. Well, maybe you're talking earlier? Oh, here? Here he was trying to stall point because he thought that I'll maybe get Susu'd and then I'll get my Wraith back in time. Team play, I think of the sub. He'll think that he'll maybe be able to stall point long enough so they don't cap. That was a YOLO play. I don't think it was the right play, but that was why. He didn't have his Wraith back yet, and he was hoping to stall point long enough to get so he could stall it out, but he didn't get there in time and they end up losing for it. It's a high risk, high reward play because if it works, then they don't give point cap and then maybe they can fight. Okay, they don't close hold because the angles for your Sojourn aren't very good in this choke. If they've been running like a May comp, this wall is really strong. It's worth close holding. But in a comp where you're playing more around your Sojourn, there's no real point close holding like that. Okay, so here's the timing, chat. Here's the timing. This is what we talked about with the Winston Reaper. Dallas is now going to go aggressively. they're going to look at the timing of the 4 heroes from Dallas. Do you see this? 1, 2, 3, 4 people turning the corner at the same millisecond. This is why Dallas is so good, yo. It's not just because Fearless is great on Winston and Chio is great. It's because of things like this. Dallas is so good at this. And the reason why this is so important is because if Fearless is even half a second early, then that means that all of Shock have 1 person to shoot for free for half a second. Instead, when you see 1 member of Dallas, you're seeing 5 members of teams of Dallas. Now, even Edison here has a pretty good off. Now, if they knew they were going to push early, I think like an Edison off angle here with an E would have been better, and then shifting back towards his team. But this is still good. This is still really quite good. Look at Sparkle, look at Fearless. I mean, Striker's not even ready for this. They're not even ready for this. And this is crucial. It's so important that you get this timing done right, because the first couple of shots from your Reaper are so important, because the Reaper is what does damage here at this range. So if you get to get your Reaper in close and their Reaper is not shooting, if your Reaper can shoot first and their Reaper doesn't, that's a huge advantage in this trade. I'll play it out for you guys really slowly so you see what I mean. 1 couple of early shots. You see that? That's why Mikey has to bubble first. You guys talking about like bubbling second. Well, everybody says no. Is it beating second, bubbling second, whatever. Everybody says that. But then how do you get to do that? Well, Mikey has to bubble because Strikers or Sparkle's in his face. Fearless doesn't have to bubble because Striker is not in his face. In fact, Fearless doesn't even have to bubble now. He can wait 3, 2, 1 now. And do you see the HP trade here? Do you see the HP trade? Based off of the first couple of shots Sparkle got, Dallas's timing here is perfect. Almost perfect. And that gives them an HP advantage, which then allows them to get a cooldown advantage, because this HP advantage is probably going to force, I don't know, there's the amp, right? There's the amp. We have an amp on both sides. Maybe we'll see a Suzu too. Let's see. Now, the E from Edison is really quite bad. That is actually a big one. So we talked about Reaper Wraith, Bubble, Suzu, Amp. This E is very bad. That does not do anything whatsoever. It would have been much better to just simply take the HP trade and then either push with the E or take an off angle with the E, but that's actually really unfortunate. So there's the Suzu. So we've traded cooldown for cooldown. Unfortunately, Dallas isn't able to get more out of it, and I think that was more to do with Edison not being in a position to push with the team and also missing the E. If there had been an E here, I think Dallas actually wins this trade, but okay. Interesting though. Let's keep watching. Fearless has the above choke. Now, Fearless, because he's here, doesn't have to play frontline. He can actually play for backline because he doesn't have to use his jump to engage. Bang. Now, let's watch. Why does Fearless dive, chat? What does Fearless see? Can any of you guys predict why Fearless dives here? Maybe you guys are cheating and you saw it. Think about it. Why does Fearless jump here? Yeah, Amp is really hard to track. I agree with you. You see it? You see it? Sojourn Shift. Yes, so you guys are right. Either Kiriko, Teleport, or Sojourn Shift are excellent cues. And there it is, right there. Sojourn Shift, bang, dead. So that's it. You have to be actually so careful about using your defensive cooldown without a good reason. Like, Proper is using it because he doesn't want to stand here. He wants a better off angle to do damage. Here's the thing, chat. If Fearless doesn't jump Proper right now, Proper will win. Proper goes for the aggressive play. If he doesn't get punished for going for the aggressive play, look at the angle that he has right here. Like, this is brutal for Dallas to deal with. Dallas can't deal with this. So this is really important. It's the same thing as like if a Reinhardt pins into your backline, if you don't find a way to punish that Reinhardt, he's going to kill your team. You kind of see what I'm saying? High risk, high reward plays have to be punished if you want to win. Fearless scouts the use of shift for basically nothing. Violet is late on the beat. And that's fight winning right there. That's a fight winning recognition from Fearless. Sparkle's even in there at the same time. So really excellent job from Dallas. And now all Dallas has to do now is survive and they win the fight because they're down 1 or they're up 1. So now they just have to play to live and it's over. So I wouldn't even say Proper fed there. I would have liked better peel from Shock. I think if there had been a Suzu there, I think that would have gone much better. I think Proper would have gotten away with that, especially because Violet got the beat first. Nice haircut, thank you. So when you see slide, that's the Q. Right, exactly. Now, good Sojourns aren't really going to Q very often, or shift very often. They're going to sit on their shift and never let the enemy monkey jump. But Proper in that instance saw an opportunity. He thought he would get peel. He didn't get peel. Fearless punished it. Huge move from Fearless, because even if he doesn't get the kill there, he prevents Proper from killing his team, because he puts pressure on him, right? Now, right now, ult economy-wise, we'll probably see Kiriko ult for Kiriko ult, and then Mikey will probably primal, and then we will probably see Chio beat, and then we'll probably see trades of DPS ults at the end. There's a Kiriko ult trade, and they're just one shot. So we'll probably see Shock use nothing. So here's the thing with Kiriko Ultimate. The reason why you see them mirrored a lot is because there is no counter for Kiriko Ultimate other than Kiriko Ultimate. There can be, sometimes you can Suzu Death Blossom. That does counter Kiriko Ultimate. But if the enemy team also has their Suzu, then it just shuts it down and then your Reaper dies. So it's a high risk, high reward play. Beat and Primal can sometimes counter Kiriko Ultimate as well, but they're, again, very dependent on the situation. So you'll see what happens is Fuel, again, will just go in with Kiriko Ultimate and Shock will have to respond. And that's why you see them trade a lot, because there isn't a clean counter outside of just mirroring it and also having infinite cooldowns. The difference here, though, again, is Dallas timing. Like, it's really just that simple. Now, Finn is kind of out in the open here, which is kind of, but you look at the timing here. Do you see the timing here? This is the difference this fight. Shock is not on Finn's timing at all. Look at this, not at all. Dallas, however, is absolutely on timing. So much so, actually, that they proactively E to where behind where they're going to push. Fearless is already in. You see this? This is Dallas timing. This is Dallas timing. This is how Dallas wins. This is how Dallas wins. And it works. Sometimes they get a resource advantage out of it, like we saw in the previous fight. Sometimes they just kill people. That's it. That's the Dallas timing. 3, 2, 1 fight win. They're just so clean on their timing that they just win a fight off of it. Well, as a support, you also have to watch your DPS cooldowns to peel for them. 100%. Well, you have to think about it that way. If the Fearless is jumping your Sojourn, as a Kiriko, you are under basically no pressure because you can just peel that target and you're not being pressured. If Fearless jumps on you, your Sojourn is free and you just have to worry about dealing with yourself. You kind of see what I'm saying? Winston can't jump 2 different targets. So whoever he jumps, Finn should either play himself or be able to care for Proper. That was the misplay of the other fight there. What could Mikey have done with Fearless dove Proper? I think Mikey's best shot there would be to would have been probably to zone the enemy backline to make sure that the Fearless was diving in by himself, to zone the enemy Sojourn, to zone the enemy Kiriko, or to zone the enemy Reaper, one of the other ones. Because a monkey versus monkey battle is not very good for Mikey, so Mikey wants to instead try and make sure that Fearless does whatever he does. And you'll find this a lot in your ranked games, y'all. If the enemy tank does something aggressive, a lot of the time, unless you like hard counter that tank, you don't really worry about the enemy tank. You then use your own resources at preventing enemy follow-up. Like if I'm playing into a Reinhardt as a monkey and the Reinhardt tries to go for a shatter on my backline, I can't really do anything. But what I can do is make sure that they don't get an on and aid onto the backline, or they don't get a widow headshot onto the shatter, right? That's kind of my priority. Again, I'm just not loving the E. Okay, the E is okay here because they're going to push here. This is interesting, chat. So what you're seeing here is an aggressive Sojourn ult. And the reason they're doing this is they want an early pick. What that's going to force is Mikey's going to primal this almost immediately. And you will probably see Chio respond with beat, would be my expectation. There's the primal, and we might see beat. There's the beat. And again, Finn dies. So Dallas just set tempo there. They caught really Shock with their pants down. And support ults are so powerful. Like, support ults are so powerful. Support ults are really, really good at just shutting down enemy aggression. Like a beat here and the primal does nothing. A beat here and the enemy Sojourn ult does nothing. Proper doesn't even get the space to pop his Q. Do you see that? He tries to pop his Q, but I mean, yeah, it's also not a great position for him either. He shifts in. I don't think he should have shifted in there. See, this is a situation from Proper's point of view where the reason that Proper doing this is a feed, obviously shifting in aggressively is risky, period. But Proper cannot shift in like this when they have beat. You see this? If they don't have beat here, then theoretically this works, but the problem is right now, Proper's going to go for an aggressive play. Here we go! But they have beat. Completely kills the play. Completely kills it. This happens a lot with Death Blossom as well, where like, if either the Death Blossom like Ajaxes the Lucio, or they're able to Suzu it, then they beat the Death Blossom, and then the Reaper dies them. So like as a DPS, you actually have to know the status of enemy support ults, specifically beat. Because if you don't, you'll go for an aggressive play that will literally never work. So Dallas timing, y'all. Dallas timing. Is this it? Wait, what? What? All right, chat. Again, full honesty, I watched parts of all the rounds, but I was really, really busy at the time, and I didn't catch all the games. So a lot of this is going to be news to me. I know who won. I'm pretty sure I remember who won which map, but I mean, this is just greed, to be honest. This is just greed. This is just greed, to be honest. This used to happen to us all the time as London. We would lose every single 99% fight because we'd choke. We get slop. Well, we wouldn't even say we choke. We just get sloppy. We get sloppy and then just like think that like, oh, they're not gonna touch. Let's just do something meany, and then we just straight up lose. And this fight is like, it looks like, okay, they actually pull it out. Maybe. I'm going through this quickly because these sort of fights aren't particularly important. It's just about target focus, really, which, you know, Dallas is going to be fine at. So, but yeah, that was a little bit of sloppiness from Dallas there. Can you not just speed amp run away from Kiriko? You can, yes, absolutely. Absolutely, which is why teams have to be so careful about really every ult in this game is kiteable. Theoretically, outside of maybe a good Reaper ult, is kiteable. So like, you actually have to be so careful about how you're using your ultimates and how the timing of it, because they can get, all of them can be kited. Because remember, you don't just use your defensive cooldowns to kite aggression or push. You can also use it to just kite an entire ultimate. Like a fearless. Okay, this is actually really aggressive. What the heck? This is Shock level of aggression here, right? This is what Shock did on the previous fight. They saw the Sojourn on the off angle, and they just decided to die of the off angle. So let's see if Dallas actually follows up off of this, because Shock did this the first fight, and it didn't actually look too bad. It didn't work out, but it wasn't too bad. So like right here, again, Fearless is jumping this. He knows he's not going to get the kill. What, Proper? Proper actually just sits in there. He gets the peel for it, but maybe he can deny that Sojourn from getting pressure. That's actually one thing I noticed from Proper, from some of the POV that we saw on stream, is that he knows he's going to get pocket. He gets every resource in the game. And so he plays very ballsy, usually. Like usually here you'd have, most teams would probably have their Sojourn shift out here, but he just stays. He's going to get his Q, he's going to get TP on him. He's going to get Suzu if he needs to. I'm not sure how I feel about this from Fearless. This feels very, very aggressive. And the difference between this and what Dallas or Shock did on the first fight the previous round is Dallas may not be able to reach that. They do, but it feels tight. You know what I'm saying, y'all? Like this feels like, ooh, this feels rough. So Striker doesn't do anything. I mean, maybe that's the difference here. Maybe that's the difference. Because actually, you know what, chat? Actually, here, this is really interesting. I actually think I solved why Dallas survives this so well. Watch this. Watch this. This is, I don't know if this is on purpose or not, but it ends up working out really cool. Watch this. They jump the off angle. You see this? You see this? Now watch this. Watch this. You see this? You guys see that? That's actually how Dallas doesn't die here. It's because they were playing, they had Reaper and Shock didn't. And the reason why Shock didn't have Reaper is because Striker doesn't have teleport. Because he teleported out from spawn, Sparkle did not. So then when Dallas goes for a pretty aggressive play here, it's a 5v4. It's a 5v4. Yeah, this map is honestly rough. I do not enjoy this map. This map is like so chaotic sometimes. Okay, there's the monkey jump. Oh, that's, I don't, oh. Chat. What happened? What happened? Who can predict what happened? What happened here? Think about it. Why, what was Fielder doing, first off? What was Fielder doing? And then why did it go wrong? Think about it. So, off angle pressure. You see that? You guys see that? Watch. He TPs onto his Reaper at point blank range. Oh no! That's it, and that's fight losing right there.
The objective is now
Dallas will probably just leave. Yeah, Dallas just leaves. That's smart. Most teams would have been like, let's just die in point. No. Dallas is like, we're down one. Why would we fight? Just get out. That's actually so important from Dallas there, because look at what happens. If Dallas had died on point, they would not have regrouped until now, whereas the fight would already be over, and they would have fed all of the ult charge, because remember, if you die, you don't feed your support's ult charge. Nobody in Dallas died outside of Fielder. So this was really, really nice. Okay, so let's look at this here. All right, timing. Not great for Mikey here. Not great for Mikey. So Mikey's going in. I think that he's thinking that Fielder might still be in spawn, but he messes up his timing because, again, consider the timing of when Mikey and where Mikey goes in versus the rest of his team. 3, 2, 1. There's the jump bubble. Is Reaper doing anything? No. Is Sojourn doing anything? No. Kiriko? No. Lucio? No. Look at Dallas. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Mikey loses this resource trade hard. You see this? You see that? So Shock, even though they theoretically had a brief opportunity to push there, they miss it. Now we can look at a little bit closer here and say things like, okay, actually Dallas maybe overextended a little bit here going for the kill, and they use their Suzu aggressively. We could also look at like, let's look at like the E value here. So really high E value from Proper, whereas Edison, oh chat, Edison doesn't have his E. Edison throwing E right here might be fight winning, right? Splitting off the backline, AoE damage, AoE slow. So that's a big deal too. This is where we could also consider things like mechanics. Does Sparkle hit more shots than Striker? Does Violet land the boop? Does Finn hit a headshot on Fearless while he's healing? But that's a big deal. Not the E there is the major difference to me. It ends up doing a lot of damage to Fuel's backline, whereas it feels like Fuel should have been able to win that trade harder than they did based off of Mikey's timing. So not impressed with Edison's E timing here at all. And again, I'm still not impressed with Edison's E timing. He's going to do it again here, and I don't know if this is just something that just happened to be the play, but I don't love that E timing as much. I will say this one is better than the other one because look at what it does. So there's two things you can do with your E, okay? There's just two things. I'm being a little bit facetious here, but bear with me. There's either a split E. Actually, there's more than two things, but the two ones that we're looking for. There's either a split E, in other words, where you do what Proper did, where you throw your E behind the tank and you hit the backline so that it creates kind of a split, makes things uncomfortable. Or there's a preemptive E, where look at Proper here. Watch how Proper has to respond here. Watch. So he's got an angle, he's shooting, and you see this E. You see how it kind of forces him back from the spam angle? So basically you trade your E to make it harder for the enemy Kiriko or Sojourn to shoot. Now, is this worth it here? We actually talked about E's on this exact same map with London. I'm not really sure, to be honest with you guys. I'm not really sure. It does stop Proper from shooting for a few seconds, which is an okay trade, but I'm not so certain when there's a choke like this that it's not better to just simply wait and then find an opportunity mid-fight. But at least there's some logic here, whereas the previous E from Edison was really, truly atrocious. Okay, so Edison's E's, we've got some question marks. There's a deep dive from Mikey. Same time, we want to see aggression from the rest of Shock. Now, this is a situation where Striker cannot follow up necessarily on the same target as Mikey, but what Shock can do is isolate somebody like Chio, they can isolate somebody like Sparkle, they can isolate somebody like Fearless. If Fearless was playing up, Fearless is not, but all things to consider. And then what Proper can do, Proper will probably put his E right about here. Again, his zone Sojourn, maybe force out Reaper Wraith, shut down that choke. Probably what we'll see. And there it is, right? It gets blocked by Bubble. That's actually super important. That's exactly where he was looking to place it. Okay, so let's watch this fight from the third-person perspective. The early E, maybe not so good. Mikey dives deep. Shock pushes with him. Shio actually boops Striker away, so he takes Striker out of the trade. Fearless will probably look to jump second. There he goes. He's going to isolate Mikey. And I'm kind of curious why he was prioritizing Mikey there. I feel like he should have been prioritizing Violet, but not the end of the world. They get the second bubble because they control the space early. There's the Suzu on both sides. And again, guys, do you notice how they're using Suzu? They don't use Suzu all the time in the way that you'd expect in these mid-brawls. Look at both of these the Kirikos. They Suzu mid-brawl, even if they're not being dove. Watch, right? Right here. He Suzus this because usually in these brawl trades, what you're Suzuing is one of two things. Sojourn shot on your tank or on your Reaper, but more often than that, it's the Reaper damage. Because remember, as these bubbles break, there's a real chance that something like Sparkle gets a big, fat, juicy shot onto your monkey and takes 150 damage off of him. And that really, really sucks. If Striker takes a big shot on Fearless and does like 150, 200 damage, or maybe even on a big shot on the enemy Reaper and forces Wraith, that really sucks. So what they actually do is they proactively use their Suzu to prevent those bursts of damage from happening as the bubbles are breaking. So it ends up not working out here because I don't think Mikey was at a distance to where it was being chunked, but that's why the E's are used like that. It's because as the bubbles break, that's when you're going to see a big burst of damage from either Reaper, and the Kirikos are trying to prevent that from happening. They're trying to proactively help their team control space, because remember, the Suzu prevents all damage for that period of time. Yes, that could also be the case where they're using it so they have a second one later, but that's not as much of a priority, I think. Shot gets the worst of that end of that cooldown trade by just a little bit. I think Proper's E getting blocked there was actually a huge issue because Edison should have been zoned here. You see this? Edison should have been zoned out. He is not zoned out. He's walking forward. You see that? That's actually did that Suzu block shot or let me watch this again. Okay, no, I didn't block shot. But do you see that's when he was looking to use shot, but they're invulnerable. You see that? It's exactly what we talked about. It's exactly what we talked about. That's why it's there. The difference here, though, is I think it's like the Proper misses his E value because it bonks on the monkey. And also, actually really important here, look at the Lucio difference here. So it's aggressive Lucio play, but it pays off here. Right here. Bang. Which Reaper is doing something right now, chat? Which Reaper is doing something? Sparkle or Striker? You see this? That's why Mikey has to bubble early. It's because Sparkle's doing something. You see that? And now Striker's involved, but Mikey's already on the way out. You remember when we talked about this in Control Center? Remember when Striker was slow to react? Well, now it's just Chio stopping Striker from even being in the fight. Huge play from Chio. It doesn't feel big, but Chio actually messes up Shock's timing. Shock had, in theory, good timing there, but Chio ruins it. Chio completely ruins it. It's not for free, because theoretically Mikey could have jumped and they could have focused Chio and potentially killed him, but it's a big play. That's what Lucios are going to be trying to do, by the way. Deny dives, not just to peel for their backline, but to mess up Reaper timing, because Reaper needs to be pressuring. And if one team has a Reaper that's active and the other one has a Reaper that's inactive, then that's tough. Two for fun because Overwatch is an unbelievably hard game to aim at, and both teams are moving so unpredictably that it's hard to do. It's not easy. So huge play from Chio there. How does Fearless die? Oh, this is just Fearless bad timing. Fearless just gets a little bit greedy because if you look at this chat, look at this. So Edison kind of whiffs his railgun, which kind of sucks. Striker never gets cleared. And what is Edison doing right now? Yeah, this is a little bit of mechanics from Proper. I think this is mechanics diff, if I can use that term, where Edison whiffed his railgun, so Shock was not as and Proper didn't, and then also I think Fearless just messes up his timing. I think Fearless just ends. Like, you look at Fearless's aggression with his Reaper. Whenever you're looking at timing, look at Fearless, look at Chio, look at Sparkle. That should tell you 90% of the timing right there. Look at Fearless. You see this? He's out. He's not. Well, I mean, I guess Chio's in, but Sparkle's in. So again, it's 2 on 1, 2 on 1. This Reaper's AFK. Shock lost a trade they should have won because of Chio messing up their timing. But right now, there's nothing forcing Dallas to have bad timing here. This is just bad timing from Dallas. Bad mid-fight aggression. And this is why this composition is so tricky, because it's not good enough to have good timing on the neutral trade. You have to have good timing on the next trade, and the next trade, and the next trade, and the next trade, and the next trade. Because these fights sometimes last a little bit of time, so you have to be able to keep your focus up. So it's just a goof. Lucio's speed as well. That's a good point. The Kirikos are just predicting Reaper damage and Sojourn damage. They're not reacting to it. You can't react with Suzu. It's just prediction. It's a lot of reps of kind of getting a feel of when it's going to be happening. It's the same thing with Onane, like kind of predicting when these guys are going to push, you know? Okay, aggressive ult from Shock. I think timing is okay here. I mean, Mikey and Striker are not exactly on the exact same time. But I would imagine Fuel probably mirror this. I think Fuel will probably be okay here. I think Fuel will probably be okay. It's a very deep Kiriko ult. Oh wow, Fuel don't even mirror. Yeah, it just felt a little bit deep, and it didn't feel like Shock's timing was quite perfect, right? Striker was kind of leading the way, so their formation wasn't perfect. That's a great term that I learned from Commander X and Chris, is the formation of a push, right? I think that's a great term that they use, and I've always liked to use when it comes to timing. Okay. What do you guys see? Do you guys see it? Timing here, right? We got 1, 2, 3. Chio is playing a little bit back. I'm not sure what Chio is back. I think maybe to... What happened with Chio here? Did he just get split? He's doing this for a reason. I don't know. Why is he doing this? I think maybe he doesn't have beat yet. He wants to play his life so he doesn't get Ajaxed by a Primal. I think he's probably scared of Primal because, and he's trying to make sure that he has beat. But this is good timing from and this is going to be a massive E, looks like, from Edison. Yeah, massive E from Edison. There's the beat engage. Good Kiriko ultimate from Fielder. If Dallas can survive like 2 or 3 seconds, they're going to win this fight. Oh, Fearless doesn't get his Primal Rage, y'all. Yikes. Oh man, this is rough. Chio, like, this is just a question of like old economies, to be honest with y'all. Like, and I wouldn't even say old economies. Let me look at this again. Let me look at this again. I need to find out what's going on here. Kitsune, early Suzu. His TP isn't great. Yeah, he shouldn't have walked out there. I mean, they just don't have beat, and Fearless doesn't get Primal. It's that simple, to be honest with you. Late fight. Death Blossom from Sparkle. 1 kill of that ult is going to be good enough. I mean, it's just a razor thin margin, really. Fuel should win the next one handily, though, but that does suck losing because you were 99% on like both ults. That's literally all it was, to be honest with you. Okay. They're probably going to go for a beat here. Maybe they greet it. Maybe they greet it. Maybe they greet it. I don't know, man. I don't love this from Edison. I don't think he really needed to do anything crazy. He just needed to make sure he was playing with the supports and got beat. I don't like this crazy off-angle flank. Right now, it feels like this is a classic example, and you guys know this in your ranked games, and this happens a lot in scrims as well, where it's like too many cooks. You know what I'm saying? Dallas has like 3 ults. And so they end up going for like a Primal on the Kiriko, but then they're also beating, but then they're also going for a flank Sojourn play, and it ends up being like 3 different plans at the same time, and none of them are executed particularly well. Like, the beat doesn't really do anything, because normally if you're going to beat, you'd like to kill Striker mid-Death Blossom, right? But that doesn't happen. Fearless is not getting support on killing the Kiriko, so that doesn't happen. The flank Sojourn ult can work, but he doesn't get any support whatsoever, so that doesn't happen either. This is uncharacteristically poor planning and execution from Dallas there, and what really should have been a very clean fight win gets really, really ugly. Ajax, yeah, I mean, that's been the term for a long time, yeah. I mean, like, in scrims, it's like, all people say it all the time. AJ, 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 AJ. That's unfortunate. That's quite unfortunate, actually, from Dallas here. They might win this fight, but this neutral doesn't look very good from them. So Sparkle positions awkwardly. This is probably the better position for Reaper because it's too easy for them to force him out from here. So he gets his shift forced early. Edison, what does Edison E here?
Disrupting.
I just don't like it, man. I don't know why they're so sloppy with their E usage, guys. It's a 15-second cooldown. Like, right now, you would like your E, right? You would like your E right now. E would be unbelievably impactful, but he doesn't have it. I just don't understand. I do not understand this E as opposed to compare that to Proper's E. Look at Proper's E, y'all. Look at the difference in value between the two E's here. Edison's E used to do nothing pre-fight, right? And then he doesn't get it back in time. Proper's E completely clears out a Reaper and forces a Wraith, right? That's good value, right? That's really good value. That completely screws off Fuel's timing. I don't know. I've not been impressed by Edison's Sojourn, to be honest with y'all. Not with the E usage, and that's such an important aspect of your hero. But funny one-shot hero goes boom, and so that's that. They're going to be able to peel off Mikey. This is the problem, chat. You see the problem here? This is the problem with Sparkle getting cleared, is that Fearless now doesn't have his own Reaper to play with him to zone backline, right? You're thinking like, oh, well, Reaper can shoot Monkey. Yes, but I would rather, the Monkey is very good at zoning backline, but if he gets help from his Reaper to shoot the enemy Reaper, it actually is, it's more consistent value. But Sparkle's out, so Fearless is gonna have to like really play his life. That's actually crazy jump. Check out this juking from Fearless, y'all. This is actually crazy. I thought for sure he was screwed. Like, the fact that he survives that long is really unbelievable. Big shot from Proper. That's going to really kind of... Well, it's not a huge thing, I guess, because Finn dies last, but it is annoying. Fearless needs to be really careful here. He needs to be really careful here. What I'm expecting from Fearless is like, okay, because you're thinking like, oh, Dallas timing, what are they doing? He's by himself. Well, what's probably going to happen is Fearless is just going to tickle for some ult charge and then just fully disengage. Dallas is not fighting this. They don't care if he uses bubble. They don't even shoot him. They know that he's just wasting it here. This is a bit different from Mikey though. The difference between this jump and this from Mikey and this from Fearless is Mikey kind of needs his bubble because the fight's about to start, right? But more importantly, he also used his jump. Mikey should die here. Mikey could very well die here. And yeah, there it is right there. Like, he almost dies, completely jumps out, and now Finn is ulting in, but Mikey's out. So not great for Mikey, to be honest with y'all. Oh. Right. Love that.
Ready for battle.
Blizzard Overwatch moment. Overwatch League Grand Finals, by the way. No comment. No comment. See, I can legitimately be honest with y'all and say I didn't know that that was what happened there. Yeah, I didn't know that that's what happened. You get no opportunity. Oh, yeah, that's just so stupid. Okay, let's look at the rollout difference here. Dallas goes to point. So this is where full transparency with you guys. Some rollouts I can give you my opinion on. Some rollouts I cannot. Because the problem with rollouts is a lot of them are just subjective to team flavor, what the teams like better. And a lot of them are things that they've VOD reviewed for weeks of scrims that I don't have access to. So like, I can theorize and say Dallas likes going to point because they like controlling all the space outside here. They think that they get more value out of their Sojourn off angles. I could say Shock likes going in here because there's no reason to control the space early, and oftentimes then when Dallas goes to cap point later on, then you can take the rest of the map away from them. I don't know which one's better. I don't have the time to be able to go through and break it every single detail down, nor does it generally matter that much. Rollouts are important, but are not usually like the most important thing of all time. I'll be curious to see if Dallas tries to choke them out. Yeah, that looks to be what Dallas is going to try to do. If they choke them out, it makes it really hard for like shock timing to be good. So let's see here. Really, you see, like, look at Fearless's positioning here. Like, there's just no damage on Fearless whatsoever because he's able to get this corner right here. And you notice that they're always focusing, like we talked about this in the Fearless POV. It's Reaper, not Winston. It's Reaper, not Winston. Especially for you as Winston, you do not want to be focusing Winston. You want to be focusing Reaper as much as you can. There's the second bubble, but again, why second bubble? Why second bubble? Why did Mikey feel the need to bubble? Well, look at Proper. Proper can't get a lot of damage from here. Edison can, at least from the position that he's currently in. Same thing with Sparkle. Sparkle has better corner usage because he's able to position here, whereas Striker has to walk out of the choke. So this is good. This is fine. Let's look at the E usage from Edison because that seems to be a consistent issue. Probably put it right on that corner of the choke. Oh gosh, y'all. Edison! Edison! Mrs. Testmarker! Right. This is not good. In theory, I think he was aiming for here, but it gets blocked by bubble again. And then I think even if the bubble, yeah, I mean, it gets blocked by bubble. Like, it's just, the difference between getting it here and like getting it here is like unbelievably huge. The Fearless VOD is on YouTube as of 30 minutes ago, I believe. Let's check out Proper Z here. So Proper does get a bit of an angle, which is nice. Have an odd slide, to be honest, from you. And the E isn't the most impactful either. It's a little bit awkward, but okay. Nothing super significant has happened in this trade. I think both teams kind of beefed a couple of cooldowns. Matt, yes, as long as you get it in time before the fight starts, yes, I think it's fine. So Dallas gets to point. Both teams have corners and mechanics.
The objective is now
This is why the off angle is so important for Sojourn, is because, like, if you look, let's see how Edison's positioning was. Surely I'll find Edison. Do you see this? This is why, this is the disadvantage of going to point first, is Edison has no off angle. The 3 doors here allowed the enemy DPS to get in a better angle on the backline / tank line. Whereas Edison is stuck either point blank range, or even if he plays back on the door, where is he going to off angle? You see this? He sees nothing. So this is a mechanics diff, yes. I need to stop saying diff. I hate that term so much. But it's also Proper has a better position. That's it. So maybe this is where I was considering why Shock's rollout has strengths, is if Dallas doesn't punish them hard enough for walking out of this choke, and they didn't punish them hard enough, then Shock technically has a space advantage once point unlocks. Do you guys see this? Proper is crazy, but Proper gives himself a shot because his position is better than Edison. And then this is no flame on Edison, because where Edison is right now, I don't think that there is an angle he can hold here, right? He can't like just go like here, right? That's too far. It's too split. So yeah, I mean, and that's it right there. A better position for Proper to pre-pressure out, a better angle, just completely should give Shock this fight. Surely. And I really don't care about, like, I would slow down and watch the fight if Dallas clutched it out, but I'm not interested in how Shock cleaned up a fight that they already won. I am not paying any attention at all. Let's see what happens here. Timing. Uh-oh, chat. Uh-oh, chat. Famous moments before disaster. I'm actually gonna pause. Somebody tell me who wins. How do Dallas win this neutral? How do they win? You can see it. You can already see the writing on the wall. It doesn't mean necessarily that Shock should get killed here, but it does mean that Dallas will cross safely and win the fight. Reaper is a mile away. Exactly. Look at Sparkle. You can predict Dallas's timing of peeking this corner with Striker's positioning. And Proper doesn't even have a good angle here. Now, obviously, Edison doesn't have a good angle either, but neither do. This is why the fakes and rotates are so important, because you can really make the Reapers like just completely have a hard time. They have a hard time matching timing. Look at this. 3, 2, 1. Whose timing is better here? Now, I will be honest, Proper is shooting before Edison is, so Edison's a little late. But at this proximity, what's more important? Proper or Sparkle? At this proximity, at this point in time in the fight, the Reaper is, right? Look at Reaper. Look at Sparkle. Now, you're probably wondering why Chio goes over. Chio does this to deny Violet from getting the boop. This is a defensive move a lot of Lucios do, because the enemy Lucio will wall right up here and go for the boop. And so what Chio does is he boops the enemy Lucio from trying to boop him. It's a very common play from attacking Lucios to prevent the boop. So Chio is here to deny Violet, but Violet's not even here. Nobody from Shock is here. That is a pretty decent E from Edison. At least it hits the monkey and not the monkey bubble. Still wonder if going for a split would have been better, but I have less issues with it. And that's it. That's really it, chat. It's just timing. And the timing was bad because I think Shock got a little bit complacent with their setup. It's okay to let them go across the bridge if you're not going to get there in time. It's okay. But Mikey commits, the rest of his team does not, and that's it. How does Proper fall from that? Yeah, that's it. That's it. Very, very sad that Finn commits his Kitsune, though. 4v5, chat. 4v5. It doesn't work. It almost never works. I would love to see the win percentage of fights in Overwatch 1 versus Overwatch 2 when somebody's a man down. I would love to see the statistics on that. What's the problem, chat? What's the problem? Once again, this is a non-Dallas Fuel move. Do you see this? What's the problem? Which Reaper is doing something right now? It's that simple. Right. What Mikey's doing is an aggressive play, but it could, in theory, work. He might be able to force it. But again, the timing here is just a little off. It's just a little off. If we could get these guys to like here, I'm talking literally 3 or 4 meters further, I think Shock has a pretty decent spot at like doing all right this fight. But it's just a little off. And Sparkle is a little closer than Striker was, right? So bang, which Reaper is doing something. It's that simple. Look at Mikey's HP. Look at his bubble HP. Already taking damage? Let's watch this. There's the bubble from Fearless. But look at Mikey's HP and look at Fearless's HP. It's that simple. And there it is. Now, we ask again. Okay, I really need to look at Edison's E's again. I'm really confused at Edison's E's. Because I feel like the no-brainer here is to stop shooting the monkey briefly and throw E on this corner. That has to be the play. But he's very clearly aiming for the monkey. Maybe it's like it would take too much attention away from the monkey and the extra 70-80 damage is more consistent on the monkey, but I don't know. I think this has to be better, but I do see the value in this. But yeah, I mean, you can see it right there. Again, it's just timing, guys. These fights are often very, very simple. Sometimes they're not, but oftentimes they're very simple. Which Reaper is doing something Which Reaper was not. Fearless just kind of like, I don't know, trolling. He'll be fine though. Yeah, contain him. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Oh, please, Edison. Please. Goodness sake. I'm really, really not pleased with how Edison is playing Sojourn. This E is objectively bad. There's no justification for that E whatsoever. And that's a cue for Shock to move forward. And they're going to move forward anyway, but that will make it easier. So what we'll probably see we see Fuel use Kiriko ult. We'll probably see Violet mirror with beat. We'll probably see almost certainly a beat. We will probably see Fuel then either match beat or potentially Primal Rage. So let's see what happens. There's the beat, and then we might see a Primal Rage from Fearless, or we might even see like... Yeah, I think we'll probably see Primal Rage. Ooh, they're gonna wait. So Fearless actually is perfectly safe. So usually you'd see more pressure on your monkey. I'm curious to why he doesn't get more pressure. But actually, Dallas gets time to pop a DPS ultimate. That's actually best case scenario here. The beat doesn't get enough value early on, so Sparkle can then Death Blossom late when they don't have any cooldown. So let's watch timing here again from Shock. So horrible E from Edison, that really threw me off. Timing here is a little better, right? A little better from Shock, right? They're able to get deep pressure. You look at Proper. Proper just shifts in because they're saying beat, 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 beat. So Proper doesn't need his shift because they're pushing in. Edison avoids the dive. Is he going to survive? He doesn't. Maybe not the best shift from Edison. But then a late fight Death Blossom is really quite strong. That's going to get the kill on Proper. And then obviously Fuel are really fine here. I really don't even think beat was necessary there. I probably would have been okay to just primal, but that's fine. I mean, that's just basically one ult, Shock uses another ultimate, then Dallas counters with another ultimate. I think I don't think Fuel got a lot out of the Kiriko ult, which was kind of unfortunate, but yeah. Yeah, and to be clear, I don't know. Edison's hitting some shots, you know. And I'm sure Edison hit lots of shots, but the E value is actually so unbelievably important that you get it right. Do you see like how, like, look at the difference in E usage here. Let's see. And this one should be easy to get. This one's okay because Shocker actively pushing it, but do you notice the difference here? The timing was okay, but he literally just misses it. He just misses it. If he placed it right at the choke, right here is where he was aiming at, right? That would have caused a lot of chaos and they could have followed off of it, but he literally just misses it. Look, he just straight up misses it. He actually just completely misses his E. Old economy wise, we might see Proper opening up with Q, which means Edison will probably I think Fearless will probably primal rage that, and then Edison will mirror afterwards. There it is. We'll probably see primal, and there it is, and then we'll probably see Edison pop Q. There it is. Very flow. It's very. I promise you guys, I'm not like big braining this that much. It's very predictable how fights go. It's very flow chart. I almost said flow state. It's like more flow chart because you got to think. Shock can't pop Death Blossom because who are they going to Death Blossom on? They're too far away. Not to mention, there are too many cooldowns that counter Death Blossom that will kill the Reaper using it. Whereas Sojourner, there's a lot of ways of countering it, but it still gets value, right? The Sojourner's not going to die for it. So Proper's going to pop the Q at distance, create space, force a reaction. Fearless says, oh shoot, we need to get that Sojourner out of the way. So he's going to pop his Q, and he's popping Q to prevent that Sojourn from getting anything. Then Edison's thinking, okay, their Sojourn's taken care of, so I can now pop my Q, and just while Fearless is zoning backline, we can kill Reaper, we can kill Mikey, maybe I can kill the Sojourn because she's getting booped around, right? But Proper does Proper things. Like, what? How? How does he even see? Like, he's getting juggled. He shifts in. Like, what? What? How? What? Like, it's just unreal. It's unreal. Haha. Whoopsies. It's just ridiculous. Like, Dallas plays that one with outside of the horrific Sojourn E. Which, by the way, if the Sojourn E had been better placed, that would have forced Suzu earlier and would have made it probably easier for Fearless to juggle the Sojourn ult away from his team. So actually that E might have won them the fight if it had been placed better. A little bit of hindsight, but yeah. But yeah, it's just ridiculous. Outside of the E, I mean, Dallas did the right things with their ultimates, but ooh, that is not good. I have not been impressed with Finn. Finn's ult specifically. We've had 3 ults that have either gotten instantly killed or kited. So what does Finn see here? Dallas has nothing. It's too far. Too far. And you notice again that Dallas used their bubble, but there's been no mobility cooldowns used. No Wraith, no jump, no nothing. See that? Too easy. Too easy. Dallas, by the way, 100% did that on purpose. They go into this fight knowing they have beat Kiriko ult. Their plan is to kite an ult. They cannot win. They have to kite an ult. Dallas has to be winning the ult trades when you're playing up against somebody like proper. Okay. What does Edison do with his E? Like, you can even see how Edison is playing. He's playing in a way to like off-angle flank for like a clutch play, but in a way that where you can be safe with it, right? He's not playing anywhere where he can be beated on or Kiriko ulted or whatever. Can you get it? Nice shot. Was Edison's the weak point for Dallas? I mean, I honestly don't know. We'll find out. It's mostly just the E's that have been playing poorly. From what I saw from a little bit on stream, it did seem like he was getting a lot of big shots though. So I would say it's too early to say really for sure. Okay, so man advantage. Shock needs to survive. Reaper difference here. So like they're gonna have a Reaper so they get more space in the front line. The beat, oh, they just get the kill on proper. What happens to proper? Proper should have been able to get out here. Yeah, this is the proper isms right here. Like he shifts forward for really no reason, but they're down one, and then this, like we talked about this, right? Does Finn not have his Suzu, or is he late? He looks like he's late with the Suzu. TP's out. Yeah, and the Suzu's late. So maybe a little bit too aggressive from Finn, and then the Suzu's late as a result. But again, I just think in general, like, Shock should not have been playing it like that because Striker wasn't there. But yeah, this is the proper classic, right? A little bit of aggression. He doesn't get the pocket. He's going to get punished for it. He's plays to demand resources because he knows that he'll be able to do a lot with it. Shock definitely has a play style of playing more around proper and setting up proper angles and pocketing proper. At least from what we've seen so far. Yeah, the difference between the Kiriko ults here is massive. This is a perfect Kiriko ultimate. Directly on top of the enemy team. And not only that, but there's no time for them to kite. Ha, nice. That's a huge apple.
Feel it.
That's a honker. Check this apple, y'all. It's huge. Okay, the beat comes in, but it's gonna feel pretty bad. Again, Finn is dead, so now all Dallas has to do is survive, and we'll probably see this Death Blossom should be fight winning. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Just really an unwinnable fight for Shock, to be honest with you. Okay, let's go. So far, I feel like I've got a pretty decent grasp of how things are going, so this is good. You guys have any questions so far? I don't even think Krusty probably told proper anything. I mean, I think a lot of this is like are just player playstyles that develop over time. You have different player archetypes that are often very aggressive or attention demanding, and like depending on the metas, I think those players is just how they naturally play. You know what I'm saying? Like proper pocketing proper, assisting proper, not even pocketing proper. That's probably condescending in how good the rest of the Shock is, but definitely playing around proper is something that probably Shock has spent the whole season doing to some extent, right? So yeah, okay. Okay, this is kind of interesting here. I feel like Fearless is mispositioned. I'm curious why he goes up here. Maybe there's some sort of like, a lot of the specific map stuff, I'm just not gonna know a lot about. I assume Fearless is going to jump into Hotel Corner as soon as they rotate, so he's probably gonna jump here. Oh, he's gonna off-angle pincer. Ooh, see, this is the funny thing, chat. This is actually very, so monkeys would love to do this, what Fearless does right now in the mirror. They would love to be able to off-angle pincer and jump the back line, but you rarely get the opportunity to do that without dying for it. This is an opportunity to do it, so Fearless is gonna take it. What Fearless is doing now is infinitely better than shooting the enemy monkey and bubbling your front line. Because theoretically, his team should be able to peel off the dive. They still have the defensive cooldowns, but he's actually getting pressure on a better target. So again, we saw a little bit on the flip side of Leeching Tower Control Center where we have like a double pincer. So theoretically, right now, as long as there's no mechanical play happens, Shock should lose this. You see this? Even though Sparkle's not doing a lot right now, they have a pretty sick off angle, and that's where a better Sojourn hits a shot there. Now I wouldn't say that's unfair. Not a better Sojourn, but I would say there's a window for a Sojourn to hit a shot. Because you see this off angle here? Right here. There's nothing that really Shock can do about this, right? There's nowhere to hide, there's nowhere to go. This is an opportunity for Edison to hit a shot, and he just doesn't hit it, right? So I think pretty decent from Dallas. Kind of interesting. Mechanics. Yeah, okay. We have 7 maps to look at, so I'm not going to look at every single mechanical play. Going to point. You notice that Dallas is like willing to like it feels like Dallas is just kind of trying to figure out what rotation Shock is going to do, and then Shock just goes to point. There's a deep jump. I don't think this is particularly good. I think like I'm not seeing a huge advantage from either side here on that. I think if anything, actually Dallas had the worst end of that, because I think if you look at like Fielder's POV, right? There's the E, zones them off, and then you see that the E here, it zones them off crucially as Fielder or Fearless goes in, so that then Fen is able to free fire and heal, whereas Fielder is late, Edison is late, Chio isn't even there at all. So again, it's the Sojourn E from Proper actually screws up Fuel's timing. This is why I was so focused on those E's, because that E could lose Dallas's neutral right there, right? Again, just really a terrible E from Edison. Just a terrible E from Edison. This E zones backline, really puts Dallas at a bad like disadvantage with the push. You guys are killing me. And then the E gets blocked by, now I'm not gonna say this one was even necessarily bad. Where he was placing it was good. And like, what are these cheeks? Good gracious. Putting it right here was in theory a good play, but it gets blocked by Winston Bubble. So this one I don't even necessarily blame Edison for, but it's just tragic. So Dallas loses the HP trade there. Nothing really happens though, because they don't lose it by enough for it to matter, but okay. Dallas is gonna walk forward. I kind of like Shock's setup for this. If Dallas wants to push, I don't think this is the way to do it. So like, let's look at timing here. Timing looks okay, but I just think the off angles here just makes it really rough. Like, look at Proper. Proper could just like free fire, right? Like, look at that. Like, that is rough. Whereas, look at what Edison has to shoot at, right? Look at what Edison has. He has a railgun, but you see he's shooting at a car. His angle is not near as good. It's not near as good. And also Fen is able to just spam at head level. Heal, shoot, right? So I don't know. I don't think Dallas had a good game plan for retaking that situation, because they were all ended up stacked. Shock took an off angle split, and then Dallas pushed. I don't think Dallas should have pushed there. If they had to push, then they should have done something like a rotation as 5 and then done like a split pincer or even like a full rotate or something. But that was, they like actually just walked into the jaws there. Anyone who's been part of my stream for any point in time can see 2 off angles, one team just pushing right down the middle, and predict the outcome of that. No, I agree. I wouldn't blame Edison for that as well. I would blame much more on that, on Dallas not having like a game plan for retaking there. And blame is a harsh word. I'm just saying that was the reason why Dallas lost that, is they didn't have a good retake solution once Shock got that off angle set up. But that being said, I don't think necessarily Dallas needed to push, because Shock, to capture point, there has to walk on point where they can be shot. So it was really kind of a stalemate for either team, and Dallas really wasn't in much of a need to do anything there. Okay, so this is great. So this is actually the flip side here. So now Shock are in Dallas's position where Proper doesn't have a good position, and Edison has the positional advantage, right? So they have an off angle set up here. So the reason why these off angles matter is because it allows the enemy Kiriko or the enemy Sojourn to get early pressure. You see this? Look at Finn's HP right now. Look at Fielder's HP, look at Finn's HP. You see that? And it also means in theory that you have a better angle to put out your E on backline. You see that? Do you see again what's happening with the Sojourn E though again? Again blocked by Winston Bubble. That just sucks, man. Sucks! We have not had a good Sojourn E from Edison in a long time. It's been like 6 or 7 Sojourn E's in a row that have not landed. But yeah, this is the difference in having the better position. Now, interesting to note that Proper doesn't cry about it though. Proper takes his Winston's timing and his Reaper's timing as an opportunity for him to actually walk forward. You see this? Better E from him, and now he's not stuck in the choke, is he? He's actually been used that time to get out of the choke. So really crucial. Really, actually, pretty nice timing from Shock here. This is really nice timing from Shock. I really like this neutral here. And so even though they have awful choke position, they actually win that cooldown trade. The Sojourn E was the big one, but they should have been at a disadvantage. But the way Striker and Proper played that one was that they didn't have a disadvantage. Let's also look at what Violet was doing here. How did Violet play this one? Amp out. They actually amp heal. Yeah, nothing really special from there. How is Chio playing this one? Chio's in the roof. And he's just playing here because he's trying to assist his team with healing and damage. These guys will never get pressured because if they do, they'll just defensive cooldowns, right? So nothing really fancy from either Lucio. And Dallas actually ends up losing the... This is scary for Sparkle. This is scary for Sparkle. This is really not good from Sparkle. Sparkle should have tried to disengage off of Fearless's timing. Even if it costed him his Wraith, because then they can just go next corner and play slow. But then instead, Sparkle tries to ego and gets his Wraith Force late, and then ends up in the same corner anyway. Now, right now, Sparkle cannot play as aggressively as Fearless wants to because Fearless has Bubble soon. Sparkle does not have his Wraith soon. So this is actually an opportunity. What we'll probably see from Shock here, I would expect a Kiriko ultimate. Fielder will mirror the Kiriko ultimate, but Shock will have a window of time to have an advantage with the Reaper because one Reaper will be able to play more aggressively than the other Reaper. So we'll probably see Kiriko for Kiriko, and then maybe Violet will also beat on top of that. I don't think we'll see either Sojourn press their Q soon. We'll probably see Primal Rages before we see that. There's a Kiriko for Kiriko. We might see a beat. Instead, we're going to see a Primal. So that's the other option as well. There's the isolation. Both tanks are primaling. Mikey just overextends. He doesn't get his bubble off. He gets chunked. He just overextends. And how does Fearless take essentially no damage? What is Shock shooting here? Weird. I don't know. I don't know if it was just good primal mechanics was kind of messing up the shots. Yeah, so actually, it's actually pretty crucial because Fearless actually boops both the DPS out of the Kiriko ultimate so that they don't get the value from it. Whereas Dallas was fighting mostly inside their Kiriko ultimate, and Mikey overstays his welcome. I want to see Edison's E. Oh, he's gonna get it after this Kiriko ult. So look at all the focus on Mikey, right? That E is okay. Yeah, that's just. Oh, Sparkle doesn't have a shift, but he doesn't get punished for it. Yeah, so Mikey just overextends, and I think Fearless juggles the DPS a little bit better so that Striker and Proper don't have much of an impact on that fight, whereas Sparkle and Edison do a little bit more. There's the beat, as we predicted. I don't think Shock will mirror. Shock will either try and die or disengage. Yeah, not the worst trade for Shock there, to be honest, but a little unfortunate. Yeah, Striker also missed some shots as well. That is true. And those shots are so important, right? So important that you're able to win those trades. We might see an early Death Blossom here. So look at how Fuel are playing. Fuel are going for a YOLO trade. So they don't have any support ults. Shock has a support ult. It should be really difficult for them to win. Fuel cannot pop Sojourn ult because they will then beat, and then they'll just run over the Sojourn ult and then we'll get no value. And then they will Sojourn ult afterwards and win the fight. So what Fuel are going to do is they're going to do the cheese play, where they're just going to immediately go in and try and get the Death Blossom before Suzu. And I'm pretty sure Dallas wins this map, right? On second point, I think. So I think this must work. Oh, no. That almost works. This Finn must get the Suzu off in time. Yeah, he does. Okay, so gets the Suzu off in time. That shuts it down. I'm really surprised Edison pops Q, to be honest with y'all. I do not think this is the play. I think he needs to be way more patient with it. Because... Oh, it's proper that pops it. Never mind. I thought that was a huge... I was like, are you joking me, Edison, or what are you doing?
This ends now.
Oh, that's still... I don't know. I don't know. It might just be a good time to lose if you're Dallas, to be honest with you, but okay. At least he's at a distance, so I can see it working out. Okay, but how does Chio die? Does he just get beat and run over? There's his amp. There's the beat. He's just isolated and caught out, yeah. Not great from Dallas Hive Mind. They definitely lose that one. They actually flip the map and Chio gets isolated. But I think the overall plan from Dallas is fine. I don't like the Sojourn ult, to be honest. I mean, to be honest with y'all, this should be a very winnable fight for Shock as well, because like Shock can just basically play this neutral slowly, remember you're like just play this neutral slowly and then just mid-fight Death Blossom, or even you're gonna get your Kirikou ult too. So I think play slowly. I don't know what Dallas's plan is. Like Dallas actually is in a tough spot. They just need a really clean neutral. Let's check out this neutral from Dallas. So the nice thing about this meta is that even though there will be a lot of ults in the field, you'll often still see neutrals, because if either team just pops an ultimate without doing a neutral first, the enemy team will have cooldowns to avoid it. So we'll see people trade bubbles, we'll see people trade wraiths, things like that. Like this is the Dallas thing, right? Like Fielder probably could be positioned a little bit better here, or, you know, Chio. I'm not really sure, but I really, you have like Edison on an angle, Sparkle pushing, Fearless pushing. Even though this should be hard for Dallas, they somehow find a way. They actually win the neutral trade here. That's the crazy thing. They're on attack essentially here. Now you guys are like, oh, they're on defense. No. Attack and defense depends on who's controlling space. Shock controlled the space because they won the last fight. So actually Dallas is on the attack here, right? They're the ones walking out of the choke, and yet somehow they have the better neutral here. Look at that. Which Reaper is more involved right now, right? Which Reaper is more involved? There's the bubble difference. Shock should absolutely have forced bubble first, and yet actually the bubbles go off at the same time, and Mikey loses the neutral trade. Now I want to see, chat. That's the theme of today. Edison's E. Good gracious, man. I would rather Edison, if he misses the window to hit the Winston before he bubbles, to just not use the E. Like, I just don't think it's worth it for the slightly faster bubble break. I really don't. I just don't think it. I don't know if this is on purpose or not. I don't think it is. I think he's trying to hit the monkey and then always gets, like, yeah, he's not trying to hit the bubble. But yeah, somehow Shock loses his trade. I don't know what Striker's doing. Striker's just... Yeah, Striker's on card. Striker should be up. Striker and Mikey's timing has been consistently, significantly worse than Fearless and Sparkle. I think there's a big synergy / tank frontline DPS gap going on here with how things are being done. I wouldn't even say it's mechanics, it's just the teamwork of things. Now look at that. Shock actually has to give up space. That's crazy. And that's crucial too, because look at that. Look at what happens here. Look at the ult economy now. Now Dallas has the map, and now Dallas has had time to farm up their own Kirikou ultimate. Yeah, you can see that pre-koi. Yeah, you can definitely see that. To be clear, that's also what Dallas have been infamously great at, is the synergy, right? The timing of things. They've always been very strong at that. So you're playing against the best in the world at that particular aspect, and that's a fight. It's crazy. You can actually see, you could point out this neutral as being why Shock lost this push here. I think they still win this map if I remember correctly, but that was it right there. You know, that neutral they should have won. They had the better Sojourn position, the better Kiriko position, the better Lucio position, the better Reaper position, and somehow the attacking team, Dallas, is able to actually win that trade. Again, just not great timing from Dallas. It's just always a full second off, or from Shock, excuse me. Again, which Reaper is doing something right now? There's the early bubble. There's the Kiriko ultimate, but again, the Kiriko ultimate is done late when it should have been on Mikey's timing instead of after Mikey's timing. So Mikey is playing more defensively than he needs to. They have the Suzu first. I also think Dallas's setup here is really quite good. Like the Kiriko, Lucio, Reaper, Winston split. Fearless can just zone backline now and do whatever the heck he wants. I mean, look at how long Fearless has lived back here. Zoning. Then the Primal Proper should die. Yep, that's it. So Proper goes in aggressively, but they don't clear space first. So Proper is in like so deep, but Fearless has just been living in the backline for forever. And Mikey has not been able to pursue as deep. Why was Mikey not able to pursue as deep? They lost the neutral. I mean, we could even point out the reason why Mikey was not able to go in as deep is the timing right here, because Mikey loses so much resource before the fight starts. He actually starts, so instead of being able to pursue here, he actually has to play his life. I don't know, there's a couple of things went wrong here. Let's watch Edison's E, because why not? Surely, guys, surely after like 9 E's we'll hit one. After 9, it's been 9. Oh, please, Edison, just one E, sir. Can I have some more gruel? Just, I beg. Oh, it's been literally like 9 or 10, y'all. Bad E's in a row. Some of them have been in theory good, but have just completely missed or been bad timing. Oh, it's painful, y'all. But yeah, Fearless, really nice timing from Dallas. Response, really nice setup. Good punish. This is a little bit scary of a Primal Rage, but I think Dallas should be all right. It's kind of, again, like you can still look at this from like the perspective of like Shock. Like Mikey wants to go, but Striker has to be with him. Like this could work from Mikey. Like, to be clear, even though they're down one, the old economy means that this could actually work if Mikey is like going go. So if Mikey just could like survive here and not use Primal like for a second, and then but like this gap just kills me. Like this gap, right? Who can Shock push right now? If Mikey could just wait 3, 2, 1 now, and then now Striker's in, but Mikey's out. Like a Death Blossom here would have won the fight, I think, from Striker if they'd been able to synchronize that timing. That's tough. It's tough. And I'm not saying, again, to be very clear, this is not Shock being idiots or Mikey's a troll or Striker or whatever. It's very hard to maintain this mid-fight, but that's where the gap in the skill is happening here. It's not a huge mechanical gap. I mean, Proper's carrying, maybe Fearless is obviously a better monkey than Mikey, right? But Mikey is not even necessarily completely trolling the lobby here, right? It's just Dallas is just showing themselves to be the better team in some aspects. Whereas a lot of fights are being won by Proper just hitting fights. That's a nice fake rotate here. And the fake rotate will mess up Dallas's timing. You see that? You see it? You see? Here it is, right there. Right there. Really nice job from Shock here. Look at the timing from Shock. Look at it. Look at it. Beautiful. Beautiful timing from Shock. And look at what it does to Dallas. Look at Dallas. Look at Dallas. Look at Dallas. Edison is setting up for this angle here. He is not set up for this. And this completely screws up Dallas's timing. And so now Shock goes from being the student to being the master when it comes to timing here. This theoretically gives Shock, even if they don't get a kill out of this or even a huge cooldown, it allows them to get out of the choke safer. So even if this isn't like a hot, flashy play, this is a good play for Shock. The problem here, obviously, is that the beat versus the Sojourn ult, that's not a good ult trade for Shock. Yeah, look at that. Look at Shock's HP here. And even like the Sojourn E, right? Sojourn E completely zones off backline. This is good. This is good for Shock. The only problem here is that we also have to flip it on its end. And how do Dallas respond? Listen, chat, this is so important. Dallas gets caught with their pants down. They get smoked. So how do Dallas respond? This is so important. Watch. Oh, shoot. Look at this. I mean, this is next level, y'all. I assume this was communicated. Or it has to be in some way. Or maybe they're... I honestly don't know. I don't know if this was communicated or if it just the stars aligned. But this is next level teamwork here. Look at this. Backline is AFK. They got zoned out by the fake rotate and the Sojourn E. But what do these guys do? A worse team here, not even a bad team, but just a slightly worse team, pokes out here and starts to trade. And they start dying because their backline is AFK. But Dallas doesn't peek. Look at this. Backline AFK, frontline AFK. Look at that. So Chalk gets value out of it. They get out of the choke for free. But they don't get a lot of value out of it. Look at this. This is crazy. Crazy. And then backline in, frontline in. Ow! Wow, 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 wow. Wow. I cannot understate how unbelievable that is. The discipline. Edison E. Let's watch. The one time where he could have like just probably thrown it at his feet, like right now he could have like thrown it right here and hit the monkey and the bubble, and it would have been like actually halfway decent. And on the Reaper too. And it's just oh gosh, guys, I can't do this, man. This is killing me. All right. Oh my gosh, it isn't this beautiful, guys? Isn't this just such a nice visual? Look at this. It's just beautiful. He's making a statement. No more Omnics. He's burning it. It's a political statement. Good for him. All right. Obviously, Fearless is able to get onto Proper without using his jump, so then Proper shifts in. Fearless pursues. Proper is dead. We've seen that a couple times before. Beat is over. Again, I will say this. I will say this about Proper. Proper needs to do a better job tracking support ults or push ults in general, whether it's Primal or Beat, because he's shifting into ult, but he can't do this when they have Beat. Even because you're like, oh, he hits the rail, so he dies. Yeah, that definitely messes him up, but he's probably gonna die anyway. He can't do this. He cannot shift in here. I don't like this. At the very least, what we would have liked from Proper is shoot. Play a little bit further with his Kiriko. Then they drop bubble, shoot bubble. Like he could have sat here with his Kiriko and just shot. And if they walk outside a bubble, they would have had to pursue them and then shift away. Like make them come after him and then shift towards his team. But he just kind of runs right past the middle of the enemy team with his shift. And this has happened, I think, twice, two or three times. It's not very intelligent. And that should be pretty much it. Again, I don't really want to break down the micro of a 5v4. It's over. And Chalk will not get an easy touch here. This should be pretty much it. Yeah, that's it. Okay. Wow. Huge hive mind play from Dallas. Clutches out a defensive hold. Chalk really struggles with timing. They had a really nice rotate, but then Proper kind of ends it, and they also muss up their old economy, which really ruins things. Okay. Yeah, this is the second map. Yep. You'll start to notice that I accelerate the faster we go because I don't like repeating myself over the same things. I won't explain things over and over and over again. Once we've seen it, once we've explained why it's the case, then we can move on. Now, does Dallas maintain their timing? Fearless establishes an off angle, which he can use to then drop onto backline. Shot can use this time to push frontline though. So is that what they're going to do? No, they're going to AFK. Then they're going to push. Timing from Shock isn't perfect, but it looks reasonable. Proper's here. I think Striker could have been stacked a little better, but this is good. Fearless is going to go in backline, but Shock goes so fast that he's not able to be there in time. Proper just shifts in because that's Proper. This is actually a really interesting neutral. As soon as things start to get split, it gets hard to track, but it gets very interesting to analyze. So they're going to push Sparkle. That's going to force Shift. Fearless is going to zone backline. Mikey's going to pursue. That's actually, it looks like a pretty decent E from Edison, y'all. The 12th E. Finally an E that actually lands. And it's going to force Wraith, potentially. Or it's going to, yeah, there it is. So it's going to force Wraith. Nice, guys. Took 12 E's. I'm fairly certain it was 12, I think, in a row before we got a decent one. But yeah, nice E. That really slows the push because Mikey wants to push. The E prevents Striker from pushing. That's a great resource trade for the Fuel here. And this actually looks like a pretty rough fight from the Fuel. I think Shock played this one reasonably well, but that's a big E. Fearless might die though. He did use his jump to pursue, but yeah, this is a good trade from Dallas. Good trade from. I think both teams played this neutral relatively well, and that's what's going to happen. You're gonna have teams that neither team really makes a mistake, so then they just do it again, and they do it again, and then whatever team makes a mistake or maybe makes a big mechanical play pops off. So, yeah. Now, I'm not always sure why Fearless jumps, to be honest with you guys. The obvious answer is just that he wants a little bit of the landing damage here. So it's like a little bit of min-maxing, and he thinks that there's no way I'm going to die before I get my jump again, which is probably reasonable. I actually think Monkey Jump isn't a very punishable cooldown. So I think it's probably just for the min-maxing of landing damage. But I think mechanics here, to be honest with you guys. This looks like just mechanics. This is, again, defensive advantage, right? Proper is able to hold an off angle that Edison is not. Now, Edison, I think, could have held here, but you see how much worse this off angle is? Like, how much closer he has to be? How much more awkward it is? So all you guys need to know is, obviously, Proper is a nutcase, but look at the charge. You see this? You see the charge difference here? It's not a lot, but it's just enough to where Proper's always going to charge his shot sooner than the attacking Sojourn, right? It's always going to be, you're always going to be charging your shot sooner, and that's just a defensive positioning thing. That is one advantage about Shock playing this so aggressively, is that Proper has a lot more space to charge his shot. It's the exact same thing we said on Lijiang Tower Garden, right? When they had the 3-door control. So Proper gets his shot first, Proper hits his shot first, and Edison doesn't even have a shot yet. That's another good E from Edison. Very easy E to land. Wait, what? Wait. No, I got the colors confused. No, Chad. No. It's just, death taxes in the E. Oh, he did it. He literally, like, oh my gosh. You can't make this up. I was being serious. It's like he, oh my gosh. I thought he was like throwing it right inside here. No. There's just no way, man. There's just no way. Oh my gosh. Okay, so let's look at the timing of Dallas's engage here. I think it looks pretty reasonable, to be honest with you guys. It's just they just charged their shot faster. I don't think this was a bad neutral from Dallas necessarily, outside of the E there, but that by then the fight was already lost. That Proper hits the shot, he charges the shot first. There's no way to really stop him from charging at first, but he hits it. So it's not good, chat. This E is not good. This E is not good. Not good. I mean, I will say this is the advantage of playing this aggressively from Shock, is yes, it is kind of all or nothing, but man, you get so many good positions to get early pressure. Like, look at Fenn's damage here. Like, look at this. Just spam. He just has to spam down a choke. His angles for pressure are so much better. Addison gets his vengeance. Proper's crazy, man. And then where do we put our E? Hey! Aww. Okay, to be fair, chat, I will give credit for this E because this was more of a response of finishing the kill. So Of course, it's an Edison E, so it doesn't do anything because that's just Edison E. But I will say some of these E's have been unlucky. Like right now, bang, the E just happens to not get value because Striker just happens to not push forward. You know, actually, this isn't too bad because I think that's what zones Striker back. So this E, I have zero problems with this E. This E is quite good. Okay. So it's in Fuel's best interest here. Now, here's the question, chat. How should each team play this fight? You could have just asked for the headphones. That's fine. I would have been happy to give them to you. How should each team play this fight? Because now I'm going to give you a very, very little tip here. Don't overthink this. What did each team lose? What did each team lose? I don't know your diamond one. One team lost their Reaper, so they should probably play more for range. One team lost their Sojourn, so they should probably play up close to where the Reaper does more. Now, see what you guys are saying, like just disengage and play for a recontest for Shock. That's also a very reasonable thing to do. It's the same could be for Dallas. Like Dallas could just play really safe and just wait for the Reaper to come back. But if they are to take this 4v4, we hope that Edison or Dallas is able to create a little bit of distance, and we hope that Shock is able to not give them that distance, right? So we might actually see Shock play this aggressively. Yeah, so right here, there's the aggression, right? And this is where the Reaper is going to do more than the Sojourn, at least temporarily. They don't get the kill, that's okay. Re-disengage, re-kite out, and there you go. They can set up for next fight. I just don't love these. I just don't love these Kiriko ult timings, man. Like, I think Mikey gets the short end of the stick here. You see this? Look at the timing of the ult. And then look at the engage. Proper isn't quite ready yet, right? So the problem is these ults, let me put this very clear. These ults aren't bad, but they're just not quite perfect, right? They're just not, the timing just isn't quite there. And so it's always just a hair off, right? Just a hair off. So Micah goes in really deep, but his team isn't going in deep. And my question is Fearless going to get punished here? And Finn misses the Suzu as well. That's pretty bad. So he's going to TP to his monkey. He misses the Suzu, and then Mikey's going to die for it. Because Mikey ends up taking another 150 damage when he should have been invulnerable. And then now Finn is just kind of... Oh, man. Yeah, this is just team play difference. Like, this is where Shock is just... Finn just kind of presses the Q. Shock reacts to it. Finn goes in with... And then just misses... Yeah, this is just... Without breaking down the micro too much, Shock just is not on the same page. And they're not crisp. Like, they're not crisp. You know what I'm saying? It's clean. Black or white. You know, Finn presses the Q. Shock is like, okay, I guess we're going. And then Dallas just slams it down. Yeah. Why does Violet beat? I don't know. We've seen this a few times, though, with Shock, right? Where they're down a few. And I mean, it is unfortunate that it doesn't catch proper. But the problem is that even if you beat here, all Dallas is going to do is mirror beat, and you're still guaranteed to lose. So maybe beat here would make sense if you knew Dallas didn't have beat and you could run them over, even though you're down one. So I won't even blame the proper death, right? That's just unfortunate timing. But I think this beat is bad even if, because Dallas, if you're down one and you beat and then they mirror beat, you've traded 1-for-1 ults, but you're still losing. That's not a good trade. That's not a good trade. It's not good to trade ults when you're down because... Like if you trade ults, you still won't lose. There's 0% chance of you winning if you trade ults. Whereas if you wait till next fight and trade ults, there's a non-0% chance of winning. That's something that people forget. It's like, oh well, they also wasted beat. Well, yes, but you had 0 chance of winning it. And next fight you could have traded beat for beat and had a chance of winning it. But so yeah. Yeah, I don't know. A lot of this is like hindsight coaching. Would have it hit proper? I don't know. Like in the heat of the battle, it's hard to make those judgment calls. Okay. So, Aegis, thank you for the sub, mate. Appreciate it. Good to see you. or hear from you, or sub from, I don't know. That actually made zero sense whatsoever. So what we'll probably see from Dallas here is there's a lot of options for either team, to be honest with you. Both teams could just play it slow, look for a mid-fight Sojourn ult. Both teams could open with Primal. Both teams could open with Sojourn ultimate. Both teams could play it slow and look for a mid-fight Reaper ultimate. What we'll probably see is trading primals and trading Sojourn ults, where both primals are trying to hunt the enemy's Sojourn ult, and then a mid-fight Blossom that decides the fight. Or the primal ends up getting the kill, or the Sojourn ends up getting the kill. So let's see. Neutral. There's the early primal, and you can already see where Fearless is going, right? By the way, nice E from Edison here. Does a nice job, splits backline and ends up hitting the monkey. And Proper might be dead here. There's the proper focus. The proper focus, I say. And there's the Sojourn ult off of the split. So well done by Dallas. I will say this though, it cost them 2 and Shock didn't use Jack. I'm kind of surprised that they were not able to get more out of that Primal Rage. Why is that? Oh my gosh, Falco Tang, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Pastor Explosions, Overloaded W, Love Connection, and 1 Factorial 12. Thank you so much, man. I really appreciate you. You're way too generous. I don't know why this didn't work out better, to be honest with you guys. I feel like maybe Fearless Primal too early. But thank you so much, man. You guys are gonna have to deal with me screaming for a little while. But they jump in. The jump is fine. He gets on his target. Yeah, I think maybe the Primal was a little bit fast. Now, I'm going to ask you guys, this is actually a pretty important question. Why does Fearless Primal now? Why does Fearless not wait? He's not in any risk of dying, and that ends up costing them, right? Because he ends up wasting part of his Primal Rage getting too greedy. But why? Right, so he sees Proper here, and he's getting Vietnam flashbacks. He's seeing his backline dying. So he's in an urgency to get this guy messed up. So I don't think it was a misplay. And Dallas is going to win the fight. It's just unfortunate that it didn't cost anything from Shock. Yeah, I think it's an aggressive play of like, oh, I can get to Proper immediately now, so I'm going to get that jump reset, but I also think Fearless was legitimately scared that Proper was going to hit a shot. Now, Dallas has to kite an ultimate here, and they can still win this fight if Shock overextends with Death Blossom. So what we will see from Shock is we will see almost certainly Primal first, and then either the DPS ults second. The Primal to create space, to close the distance, to force the cooldowns, and then the other ult to finish. It's better to have a DPS ult to finish than it is a Primal Rage to finish. Primal Rage to finish is not as consistent. Oh, wow. Dallas just goes, you know what? Let's set tempo. I was not even paying attention. So Dallas knows, that's the other conclusion. You can either choose to not kite out an ultimate, you can choose to clutch. So those are your options. When you're down in ult economy, you kite or clutch. Kite or clutch. Kite means play really slow, play where you can disengage and hide from the ultimates. Clutch is that you just play like a cheese ball. Because you know by playing fair, you're going to lose. And that's actually pretty big. Because even if Dallas loses fight, you will probably see a Primal. There it is. And theoretically, they should have the tools to survive this Primal Rage and play the next fight 1-for-1, but at a slight advantage. Mikey might even die here. No, okay. So 1-for-1, but Dallas gets the better trade of the cooldowns. And then honestly, I mean, Sparkle could have even lived there if he gotten Suzu'd. Was he not Suzu'd, or was the Suzu expire? I want to look at that really fast. Actually, that's actually really important. Where's my Suzu? Where is my Suzu? Because it's worth using your Suzu aggressively here because you're all inning on this working. Does it hit? It doesn't hit. I don't know if it would have saved him, but yeah, the Suzu, yeah, it would have saved him. The Suzu misses. Okay, that's why they lose. The Suzu on Death Blossom is crucial. Dallas disengages. Oh, massive shot. And Dallas is going to try and fight this. I assume Proper pops off here, right? Because I think Shock wins this. No. Wow. Okay. This is looking pretty pretty tough for Shock because Dallas, they're down one. They're down one of their ultimates. Fuel can mirror ult for ult, and I don't think Dallas's positioning is too bad either. 3, 2, 1, Kiriko ult, and then here comes the mirrored Kiriko ultimate. How do Shock win this? Mikey should die. There's the Suzu. We talked about the mid-fight Suzu that keeps the monkey alive. And how do they survive, guys? How do they survive? Is it just a Suzu spam, a bubble spam, a Wraith spam, and they just managed to like win by the skin of their teeth? There's a pretty deep jump from Fearless. He's zoning backline. At the same time, they're pushing Mikey. Well, okay. So first off, I don't think that E was necessary, but I don't think it was necessarily bad. Because he did. I don't know. It just seems kind of like redundant to E and jump the same target because that target's gonna get cleared anyway. But it's not. I wouldn't say it's like the end of the world here. It's an Edison classic, but also like, man, how does nothing die here? Oh my gosh. And that's it, right? They get the ult mid-fight and that's it. Oh man, I don't know. I don't think there's anything major to pull from that outside. Like, Shock really did a good job playing like so tight. And like one shot here or there and Shock just lose that. Like, like better focus fire, a little bit more aggression, maybe a better E, better mechanics. Shock, no way Shock should win that fight. Oh my gosh. Dude, these margins are insane. Proper. This guy's just crazy. I mean, they're going to beat Engage here, so he's going to get away with it, right? But it's just like actually insanity. Sparkle just doesn't Wraith in time. He doesn't even see the Reaper behind him. Yeah, so then Sparkle really needs to disengage out because he's getting isolated right now. They dive in aggressively to isolate Sparkle. You see this? Mikey's not even going for the backline. They're turning on Sparkle. They're isolating Sparkle. Fearless knows this, which is why Fearless jumps into his team because he doesn't want to get isolated, right? He probably could have been okay, but he's more on Proper as well. But that's just a misplay. That's just a misplay. Edison also pops Q? When does Edison pop Q? Terrible timing. Not his fault, but the worst timing. He presses Q literally as Sparkle dies. That's rough. Okay. Again, Shock, very fortunate to win this one out. And that's the rough one, right? That's the one that Fuel win because they have the ult advantage, and now the ult advantage is gone. They go into next fight with just Primal Rage into another Primal Rage, a Sojourn ult. You're gonna see Fearless go after Proper here, but then Mikey's gonna be able to also go after the enemy Sojourn. And Edison's not gonna have the ult to defend himself with. So there's the off-angle pincer. They're all on Proper. Proper's just gonna sit. The E's from both are fine. Mikey goes in deep. There's the Primal, but Edison dies because Proper. Good, that's a really great E and a nice shot. That's pretty much it. Mikey doesn't even have to use his Primal. That's rough. I want to look at this one more time to see if there's anything else that we missed here, because I think it was just, I mean, Proper hit the shot, right? Again, it just feels like Fearless is not like maximizing his HP a lot, because he's often spending time chasing Proper with Primal, whereas Mikey is just like walking onto Edison. Like, how does Edison even die here? How does Edison get landed on? Yeah, his shift isn't very good. His shift needed to be out this direction. So I don't think Edison's positioning well. It ends up costing him. Like, he should have been able to shift out, play to safety, and that would have forced Mikey to press Q, or one of these guys would have gotten their cooldowns forced. So Edison's kiting was really, really not good. And then obviously Proper hits a nice shot as well. So Fearless is really reaching with Primal, but I think the major issue is like how Edison is kiting these fights out. And this is really an unwinnable fight for Dallas. Like, Shot can go early here if they want with Kiriko Ultimate. Dallas will mirror, but then you will have Primal Rage on top of your Kiriko ult, which will really ruin the value, and then Proper can just press Q whenever he feels like it. There it is. Oh, they actually kite it out. That's actually a massive, massive trade for Shock. That's it for Fuel. Fuel's cooked. Fuel is cooked. 3, 2, 1. Oh, wow. I was fully expecting Finn to press Q early. I've been so burned by it. I was thought for sure. But he didn't. So, well done. Edison E. It's not terrible. There's some decent pre-fight pressure here. I think there was an anticipation of a fight going, so okay. 3, 2, 1. Kiriko. Actually, still early. So even when he's early or late, he's early. I mean, Proper. So yeah. Yeah, that's it. That's all she wrote. Okay. So again, Fuel's team play showing flashes. Edison's struggling. Proper definitely winning fights. I think we pointed out a couple of times where Proper needs to kind of be careful about how he's engaging when there's enemy counters. So yeah. Do you think Fuel played to bait them though? Yes, I think that was 100%. That was what they were trying to do. They were trying to bait Kiriko Ultimate, and they did end up succeeding, but at that point it was just too late. I do think Edison is struggling from what we've seen. I'm not watching his POV, so I don't know everything about, but he has struggled a little bit with positioning. His E usage has been a big problem, and obviously playing up against Proper is just tough. But I think the front line of Dallas has done a better job, and I also have been more impressed with Fielder's ults than Fenn's. But outside of that, I don't know how the rest of them are playing Kiriko-wise. Okay. Wow, this is a mess. So this is actually a bit of a problem, actually, for Dallas, because their timing here is not at all clean. Like, they do not respond to this dive well at all. Chio gets across, Sparkle gets across, but it's very late. A lot of cooldowns have been used, and then Fielder ends up not... I don't know how Fielder even dies. See, he uses his... He really beefs his... I mean, Shock just dive. Shock just dive. Edison and Fielder get split. Edison... I mean, to be honest, this just looks like a rough setup from Shock, because it ends up costing them their shift, and then he doesn't use the E, and then as he gets isolated, and then ugh, that was not played well at all. Really poor peeling from Dallas there. Like, they needed to be able to find a way to drag that fight out and kite it out and take angles, but they just got run over. Not good play from Fielder there, and I also think that there needed to be some better communication about like where Edison was actually going to go. It didn't really look like Dallas knew where they were going or what they were doing. Okay, another split angle here. Timing here isn't great, to be honest with you, but Fearless does go inside to chill. Not the best E from either Sojourn. Timing here from Dallas looks good though, so. But they end up not getting a lot of pressure out of it here, though, so... This is a little concerning, right? You see what I'm talking about? This is non-Dallas. Again, you don't have to squint your eyes very hard to see what's the matter here, right? It's the Reaper. No Reaper. Spark, by the time Sparkle turns the corner, Fearless is on the way out. Mikey should be at half HP right now, or the Reaper Wraith should have been forced. Well, there's the Reaper Wraith, but okay, then Mikey should have been at half HP. Why Sparkle Tracer? It's just the map. The map has more verticality. Well, I wouldn't say verticality, it's more spread out, so that there's more options for Tracer to get value done. So you play it a little bit differently. You play to like control their Sojourn positioning, unless they're just like brawl their front line. How do you find good ease when everything moves so fast? I mean, that's it. Exactly. Like, I'm sitting on my high horse right now, Flaming Edison, but it is hard. It is hard. It's an extremely powerful cooldown, so it's important that you get it right, but it's not easy to do by any means. So really not a good bubble trade from Dallas whatsoever, and what that means is that Mikey's going to get his bubble next. That's a window for Shock to go aggressive. There it is. Timing is not perfect, but it's okay. It's good enough to get them a lot of space. There's the Wraith, there's the jump, there's the space, and now, oh, Mikey overextends. Mikey overextends. Mikey needs to just be happy with what's given. So right here, jumps, land. He needs to not stick his face forward here. That's what kills him. I think he actually gets headshot railgunned. Also, let's see Fenn's Suzu there, because Fenn's Suzu could have dealt with that as well. Right here, we want Suzu. Right? This is where we need to Suzu. Bubbles have broken. Suzu. Yeah, Suzu was bad. That's a bad Suzu. That's a missed opportunity from Fen, and also Mikey is trolling the lobby, to be honest with you. Should not have stayed that long. They got a ton of space out of that. Even though they didn't get a kill, what that means now, look at Proper's positioning here. And then with that jump, look at Proper's positioning. You see? Now Proper can perma-charge his railgun all the live long day. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. And the next E he gets, gonna be massive, right? But now, yeah, sucks. Let's check Dallas's response timing. It's good. Little early. Get a little greedy, but it doesn't really matter. Man advantage. Yeah. So the Suzu was late. The Suzu needed to be on that trade. Proper. Just Proper. Boy. Dallas needs to get out. They probably will not get a recon. Oh, they will get. Yeah, they won't. They not quite a recontest. Big shot from Edison. Big shot. And that means spawn camp time. Questionable. Way too kiteable. Questionable. I don't know that I would use any ults in spawn. Yeah, this is rough. This is uncharacteristically poor ult economy from Dallas. The Sojourn ult, when you're already up one in their spawn, you're playing for time in spawn. You're playing to force them to use ultimates to get out of the choke. And then the cart just doesn't move, so then you get like easy recontest with the cart being like here, and you can clear high ground because Shock has to put somebody in cart, so you can push a 5v4 in high ground. This is fundamental basic Dorado knowledge. You do not use ults in their spawn. You do not use ults in their spawn. You do not use ults in their spawn. You do not use ults in their spawn because it's not only a waste of time, but it's also very easy to kite, which is exactly what we see here, right? Very easy for Shock to survive this. Very hard for Dallas to push off of both of these ultimates, and so 2 ults entirely wasted. Beat response. I don't think the beat was great, but it ends up being fine. I actually think Shock might even over-ult this just a little bit, but regardless, impossible fight for Dallas to win. And this is a map losing couple of mistakes from Dallas. Map losing couple of mistakes from Dallas, because you've now just guaranteed that they're going to be able to push the cart for further, and that they're going to be able to win the next fight because they're going to have an ult economy advantage, when they should not have had an old economy advantage. Dallas should have had the advantage. Not only is this not neutral, Dallas is at the disadvantage. So really not great from Dallas here. And then Shock will probably soft hold high ground, but what ends up happening is unless you have somebody very mobile, most teams do not hard hold high ground. And looking at this composition right now is, in theory, there's a lot of mobile people, but it's awkward, right? Like your Lucio can't help you when he's on cart. So what will end up happening is they'll probably soft hold high ground and then they're going to drop. I mean, that's going to happen. But now Shock has the ultimate. Now I will say this: Dallas's one saving grace is the ultimate that they have, that Shock have. Shock has Kiriko ult, or sorry, Sojourn ult, which is probably the worst ult to have in this current position, on the low ground, on the floor. You would rather have Primal, possibly, but you definitely would rather have Kiriko ult, Beat, or Death Blossom, because just the nature of where and how close quarters the fight will be. So Shock really wants to play to survive, push cart, and keep them at a distance so the Sojourn ult gets maximum value. Whereas Dallas could theoretically look for a hard brawl and not be at a massive disadvantage. Let's check timing here. Always checking timing, right, y'all? 3, 2, 1. Sojourn E is okay. That forces Wraith. I think it was a little early, but it was okay. The tricky thing with Sojourn E is we've seen is you don't want to do it early, but you don't also want it to be blocked by Monkey Bubble. So there's a tricky balance to find there. Sparkle gets his Wraith forced. Fearless. This isn't great from Dallas. Like, I don't think anybody dies here. Oh, that's bad. Oh, nice. They get out. I didn't think they would get out. But yeah, but you can kind of see why I didn't love Sojourn ult in this current positioning here. I don't say it's bad from Shock. I think it's good, but it's the worst ult for this current situation. So Dallas probably lives this. Hopefully Shio lives this. I don't think you can. Well, okay. So you can be shot through the floor. But I don't like this. I don't like this. I do not like this from Dallas. I don't think there's any reason to drop there. I think you can just hold high ground and dare them to jump on you. I think it's really hard for a Shock to actually push someone high ground, even with the man advantage. I think Dallas is okay. I don't know what the panic is here. I don't like this from Fearless either. I don't know. I think Dallas needed to chill a little bit. Shock doesn't have a lot of options, right? They're still pushing cart and they're still on the floor. So Shock tries to dive high ground. Fearless off angle flanks, which, okay, to be clear, he does end up getting value out of that off angle jump. Edison hits the shot, mechanics, and that's it. Okay, so Dallas pulls the miracle. I mean, that wasn't a miracle really given the old economy. Like, I think Shock overused the other fight too, but hey, Dallas clutches it out. So he's gonna go for the primal here, and this is where you break your timing rules, even though your team isn't here yet, because you see such a massive opportunity for primal that you just need to go for it. And it's up to Dallas to, as quickly as they possibly can, fix the timing. So you can see Sparkle's TPing across. He's trying to get there as quickly as they can. Go, Dallas. Go. Because Fearless doesn't know where they're rotating to. He sees it at the last possible second and says, this is a kill opportunity. Dallas should win this fight. This should be over. There it is. Okay, so it doesn't feel great, but a beat for Primal is fine. The question, though, is Dallas going to be able to kite it out? They do kite it out, and they win off of that. So Dallas cheats with timing. It feels predictably kind of bad. I will say this. Actually, okay, so here's a little detail I'm forgetting. I might have fewer good things to say about this Primal because of this cooldown. Can you guys think possibly why this play might still be a feed? I wouldn't say a feed. That's harsh. Why it might not work. Because you think about this. You're playing ranked, and Fearless Monkey jumps you here, even with the timing not great. You're thinking, Popper's dead, right? He's dead. Somebody's booped off the map. It's over, right? But this is why this might not be such a good play. I want you guys to watch. That's why. It's the Suzu. It's the invulnerability, but also I can't boop you. I think that kills Primal plays a lot. Because the window where he needs to get that damage is quick, because otherwise he's going to get chunked. I mean, look at his HP, right? And the Suzu just buys the defending time that little bit of time, so it ends up feeling more scary than you would think. But that being said, Dallas kites it out really well. Mikey overextends. We can see the timing of this beat really isn't good because Fearless is very clearly on the way out. I mean, I guess Sparkle is also in as well, so it's a little bit hindsighty, but not the best beat. They end up having to really reach for it, and then reaching with an ult that far is not great. The good news for Shock though is Kiriko ult, beat for Primal and Kiriko ult is good. So Shock should win next fight, I think. Not having DPS ult is kind of tough, but I think Shock should win this next fight. What about you? Huh. Hi, there you are, Edison. Hello, Ross. Edison's E. Guys are killing me. Alright, Edison Z. Let's see how you did. Let's see how you did, Edison Z. Ah, you don't even need your E, bro. Oh, you're cracked! Look at this E! Look at this! Oh! Oh, look at the chaos and pressure! Oh, wow! Bravo. Bravo, Edison Z. Well done. Nice. I mean, it wasn't actually, you did it too early. The Edison Z was a little too early. You should have waited for Fearless's timing there. But not bad. Not bad. I respect it. The placement was there. Mad respect. Okay. Doesn't cost Shock or Fuel anything, but wasted time is always good. Yeah, well done. Well done. All right, Edison Z, let's see how you do this fight. Come on. Surely. Surely. Oh, no! No! Now you remember, chat. You remember, okay, remember, chat, we talked about early E's. If an early E forces an enemy squishy to hide or reposition, and then you can shoot the tank for free. In other words, let's say Edison was like here, okay? And he places E on like backline, right? And it doesn't even hit backline, but it forces them to kind of hide for a second. And then you use that time to shoot the front line who's now exposed. That's fine. Like, for example, if you push this E on this corner and force the monkey to walk out in the open, or the Reaper to walk out in the open so you could shoot them, that would be good. This E doesn't really do that though. It zones them off of card, yes. So they do get a little bit of damage on it, but do you see that nobody on Dallas is really shooting this area anyway? Not even Sparkle. So I don't like it. I don't like the E. Okay. Not a good E. Too early, but also it's not just about the timing, it's also about the actual placement as well. Those are the two things that we look for, and I think both of them were off here. Okay, probably just Kiriko ult on the cart. Dallas disengages, re-engages with Sojourn ult would be the preferred ultimate given the space, but we might also see a mid-fight Reaper ult as well. Probably going to see Kiriko ult into Primal Rage from Mikey to try and deal with the Sojourn ult. My question is going to be, can Dallas disengage the Kiriko ult safely? And is Mikey able to juggle Edison out of the way? Also, can Shock be able to keep focus and not die to Sparkle? And then obviously also is Proper just going to kill somebody? So because that's a thing that happens quite often. Kiriko ult soon. Oh, Dallas has beat too. Oh, that complicates things. Kiriko ult. Maybe Dallas beats into a Death Blossom. There's a couple options here. Let's see which one Dallas goes for. There's the Primal. There's a Sojourn ult. I'm surprised we didn't see a Kiriko ult and cart first. Mikey's gonna get chunked because he's by himself. Kiriko ult surely now. That's a horrible Death Blossom from Sparkle. No cooldowns have been used, sir. You've seen Primal Rage, but you've not seen anything else. I mean, maybe he was gonna get Suzu. He was gonna get Suzu, but not great. So we should probably see a beat soon from Chio. There it is.
60 seconds
But yeah, like Dallas doesn't deal with this well at all. They really mess up their timing, and the Death Blossom really screwed them because the Death Blossom getting booped here. Okay, first off, can we just admire like this is Overwatch, ladies and gentlemen. You can show your grandparents. Try to explain to your grandparents what's happening in the screenshot right now. What's happening, Sonny? Well, there's a 65-year-old ex-special ops gone rogue assassin for hire screaming die, die, die while in a wraith form in the air, but he got booped by a Brazilian DJ. What does boop mean? Honestly, I don't know how to explain that. So great boop by Violet. First off, let's call it out where it is. But this really screws up. Like, Fearless gets chunked. Fearless goes in deep expecting the beat, but then Mikey knocks Sparkle back. Like, this is actually a great boot from Mikey. This completely kills the follow-up on the beat, and then Shock is able to stabilize. I actually think this is not a great ult from either Proper or Striker. I don't think he needed both here. I think that Dallas's push was completely dead in the water here. And Shock could have used no ults and won. But yeah, not great from Dallas. Booped by Primal. Yeah, I mean, how do you even explain the words there? What does boop even mean? What does it mean? Why do we say boop? Why do we say boop? Is it like the boop your nose? But why is that a thing? Where does that word come from? What is the English language? What have we become? Dallas has the Kiriko ult. Should be a free fight win. Maybe they'll just go straight to cart, to be honest with y'all, and just Kiriko ult. Hopefully it doesn't get kited. Surely. See, this is we talked about pre-fight E-ing, okay? So remember we talked about timing E, right? Timing of this E, too early, right? But what this E does is it does this. You see this? Let's just enjoy this E here. Let's just enjoy this view, okay? Here it comes. Well, you're probably wondering how it got here. This is exactly what we talked about with the E, because look at then what that enables Proper to do. So the E isolates Edison. Edison's caught. So then now Proper can just free fire for free, shoot squishies, and then look at how much space you get off of that. You see what I'm saying? Is it the best use of E? Maybe in the circumstance it's not the best use, but you can actually see that there's tangible value out of that, right? Yeah. Man, calm down! It'll grow back. Right? Surely. Okay, Kiriko ult soon. I don't know what Shock are gonna do, honestly. Because, like, you could definitely see a beat in, but it's... Beat into Kiriko ult is kind of tough, to be honest with you. If Fielder doesn't mismanage his E, then it's often really hard to get a kill through Kiriko ult with beat. Unless you have, like, another ult combo. So, I'm not sure what we'll see here. There's the bubble usage. Fearless gets his bubble force. That's kind of strange. Why did Fearless bubble here? Because... There's the bubble. He jumps out. This is really ugly from Dallas. This is really ugly from Dallas, y'all. That's a scrub plat monkey move. This is one of the worst bubbles we've seen from Fearless, actually. This timing is totally wrong. Totally wrong. He wasn't... I thought he bubbled because he was at danger and I just missed something, but he wasn't actually in danger. He sees, oh, bubble advantage, and then he just bubbles. Like, Dallas could have actually pushed here with a bubble advantage, or Kiriko ulted here, but they really messed it up. That is a huge error from Fearless. Both these here, nothing super significant from them. Proper's E doesn't end up looking like it gets a lot of value. There's the hard engage. Kiriko ult probably now. Man, I'm really surprised at Fuel. I guess Fuel is thinking more about countering with their Kiriko ult, but we'll definitely see it now. And then they're just going to survive, and then Kiriko ult also means that you can just win after the beat is over, which is what's going to happen, I'm sure. Wow, Shock actually does an amazing job kiting that out. Actually, chat, if you are super happy with that 1-for-1 trade if you're Shock. Like, that is a phenomenal trade. If you can get a beat, and not only a beat, but a beat in, and then somehow kite the Kiriko ultimate at the same time and not lose anybody in the process, that is a phenomenal trade. And keep in mind, if Proper is the best Sojourn in the world, or the best Sojourn in the lobby, then every time that these trades are happening, there is a chance that Proper just kills somebody too. So I think if you're pretty pleased for that, if you're Shocked.
60 seconds.
There's the deep dive. Again, I'm not really pleased with the timing here. I'm confused. I'm very confused at what's happening here with Dallas's communication here, because this is not clean. This is just not clean. Fearless is probably going to primal this. We might see a counter ult from Fen, but Sparkle is like late, very late. That gives, it literally just hands Shock a bubble advantage for nothing. And you might be thinking, well, I just don't understand. I just don't understand. Okay, again, like look at this timing, guys. Fearless might die here. He gets out. Finn does one of his classic, we're just gonna press Q because why not? I mean, you can see there's literally nobody in Dallas even here. It's literally just Fearless. And so it ends up working out, but this is not a good play by Dallas. This is just a bad play by Dallas followed by a bad play by Shock. At least Shock has flipped the map, which will be nice. And then what we'll probably see here is a push from Fuel with Sojourn ult. There it is.
Now.
And again, timing though. Guys, gosh darn it. The timing is just terrible. Look at the timing here. They've set the bar so high, but look at Edison pressing Q. Look at the backline. Look at this. Look at this. It's totally off. Fearless isn't even fully regen. Sparkle's not there. Imagine if Sparkle was on this corner. Bubble first, because Sparkle's not there. There's the secondary response. Edison now has to disengage out, and they're getting C9. Really uncharacteristically poor play from Dallas here. Really uncharacteristically poor, especially considering how high the highs have been. You know what I'm saying? Ooh. 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 Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, chat. Did you see this? $14 HP. And that's the difference right there. Dallas ends up having the beat. Shock don't. To be frank with y'all, Dallas has not played this one well at all. Dallas has not played this third point well whatsoever. Shock has messed up some, but I actually think Shock has outplayed them in most aspects. Outside, the big thing that is the Finn Kiriko ultimate was really, really rough. And I also think proper Sojourn ultimate was not good either. I think they were trying to C9 cart, but I think it could have been used better as a response. But yeah, Dallas had no business holding this. This is a significant step back from the Dallas that we've seen even just in the first two maps of the same game. Yeah, that was tough. I don't think he knew where Striker was. That was very much he did not know where Striker was. Mikey gets bubble force for basically nothing here. Look at Dallas's setup, y'all. This is like actually super clean. Look at this. Like this is, I mean, Shock can't stop cart. Look at this. They can't stop cart. You see this? Where is Mikey supposed to play where he's not going to get shot at from a million different angles? This is really good. The only thing I can think is maybe Mikey could take the opportunity to look for a dive on Edison to force his shift. I think he would be able to survive that, but it's tough. I guess it's really tough. Okay, well. The E is not great. But yeah, that's just... Okay. Right. Well... That'll do it. Yeah, basically. No need to dive if you have an aimbot in your team. Oh. What happens here? They're going for the same setup. I think Sparkle just doesn't want to use Wraith, and then, yeah. Okay, well, that's that. Okay. Okay. Right. So there's a dive. There's the rotate we've seen from the backline again, getting underneath. Let's actually check out Edison's E here, because his E is actually very important to help his team rotate. He needs to get it. Yes, so this E is really good. That forces a really nice split. That's exactly what they needed. Helps them rotate. And Dallas looks to be in a pretty decent spot here. Not a great E from Proper at all. Fearless goes up. This is just a pressure jump. He's not actually looking to commit. Edison's on the off angle here, and this is where, interestingly enough, actually the attacking Sojourn might have an easier time farming up shot than the defending Sojourn. You can see like Edison's angle here is really quite good. So this is really well played by Dallas. This little like shuffling back and forth underneath and making it hard for Mikey to touch cart. I think the strategy has been very sound with how to attack this first point, or at least this first section of first point. It's just Proper hit some shots. Let's see what this E does from Edison. Very good E. Chat, what does this E do? It's a little bit early, right? But what does this E do? Think about it. Edison's E, you've done a great job. Check this out. Check this out. You see this? It causes bad timing. As the Reaper and Winston walk up, look at Striker. You guys see this? You see this? You see this? Who's going to win the Winston trade now? Who's going to win the Winston trade? You see what I'm saying? So you guys talk about early E's. If you're able to use your E in a way that zones off the Sojourn so that the Sojourn can't shoot and your Sojourn can, or you're able to use it to where the Reaper can't shoot and your Reaper can, even if it's not technically causing a split, it's causing a resource advantage that you guys can push. This is huge. You guys need some help. You guys have serious problems. You guys are disturbing me. Oh my gosh. Okay, yeah, this is nice from Dallas. Ooh, not actually. Okay, so here's a hot take. A Proper has to hit a shot here really soon. Otherwise, I'm going to say that this is the best thing. I can't lose here. Hindsight coaching and access right here. Proper has to hit a shot soon. Otherwise, this Sojourn ult is not good because he's going to get run over by the Kiriko ult, or he's going to have a million bubbles in front of his face. And also keep in mind, it's a little bit redundant to stack them because as Sojourn, you farm up your shot so flippin' fast in Kiriko ult anyway. So I actually don't love this from Shock. Shock will possibly win this because they did get their ults first, right? Like, Edison doesn't have his yet. Violet's going to get his beat first. So I think Shock have a slight advantage in this fight, but so far Dallas's neutral has been good here. So let's see what happens. There's the E. This isn't looking great for... Oh, can they survive for beat? Can they survive for beat? Yes, they can. I think... Yeah, I don't know. Okay, that was good. Dallas manages to hang on. And that's it right there. The peel for where's Proper? Oh, he just goes in. You know what, chat? Okay, I'm gonna say it again. I'm gonna say it again. I've already said this with Proper. Proper, track beat. Track it. You have to know that they have beat at this point. This has been like the 4th time in this match where Proper has died because he shifted into a sound barrier. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is why he dies. He doesn't die immediately, but there's the shift, there's the beat. He's going in with his beat, but the problem is Dallas also has beat to mirror. So then Edison still has his shift. Proper does not. Well, you know what? Actually, that's not fair, chat. Maybe he's shifting in because of Kiriko ult. He does get it back almost instantly. No, I still stand by it because even though he has shift here, he's playing his life now instead of actually shooting, and he's in the middle of the enemy team. No, I'm right. He's in the middle of the enemy team. He's got no support. He's by himself. He's isolated. Yeah. So even though he gets a shift back soon, that doesn't make it okay. You could still, I mean, look at it. He doesn't even have any beat HP left. You know what I'm saying? He lost. Like, you see, look at Edison, right? This is the difference right here. Right? There's the Suzu. No more Suzu. Primal Rage is still active. Yeah. Okay, so I think the point still stands. The point still stands. Okay. Okay, so Dallas is actually fairly pleased with that, I think. That felt like a very, very unwinnable fight for Dallas, and then they actually end up trading 3 ults for 5. So this next fight should be a breeze. I think if you're Dallas here, I actually think you'd probably start off with Sojourn ult when you can. Yeah, even though the proximity is really tight, because you might as well, you know what I'm saying? You could even just burn Mikey if you want. Shock does a great job kiting it, though. That was really well played by Shock. But Dallas can just play on point with Death Blossom. Yeah, they don't even need to. That's it. Okay, that's it. Nice ult economy from Dallas there. Temporary HP gives some ult charge now. Yeah. One of the best changes that they've made. I don't know how I feel about it giving, like, for example, like ball ult charge, but it was really annoying in like earlier stages of the beta where it didn't give HP, where you were like the enemy team beats and you're like 99% on an ult and you literally just can't build the ult in time. I remember in scrims with London, we literally lost a handful of, I mean, all the teams lost handfuls of fights because of that. It was really annoying. Proper. What is he doing? What is he doing? What is he doing, chat? What is he doing? Oh, Chio, you animal. That's a boop, y'all. Fight win off of a boop. To be honest with you, that's a misplay by Shock because this is a pretty well-known boop spot. This has been around for a long time, and it's been used a lot in recent metas as well, so Violet should be mirroring this one, I believe. I'm pretty sure you can mirror this on the high ground, and also Proper just needs to be aware of it, so that sucks. Nice play by Chio. Chio, sir. Okay. Well, that's something. Dallas kites it out well, though, and is a net positive. You know, it's actually funny. It's actually better that Chio died because it baited Violet into thinking it was winnable and then beating when they were down 1. So they used a beat and basically got the same result. And Chio also gets back from spawns. Oh, no. The cheese, y'all. Whenever you see this happening, wait, what? What's going on? Ah, he didn't know Striker was up there. Ah. Man, this is just crappy. This is just crappy. The level of play here is like, I was impressed by these two teams the first 2 rounds to an extent. This is taking a real turn for the worse. Some of these fight wins are just off of the goofiest crap. Like, even this from Fearless is really uncharacteristic. Like, he's gonna jump the monkey to clear out some space, right? He doesn't want to jump backline too risky. But then he ends up getting caught, and he's like, oh, crap. And now it's gonna force an early primal. This is just, like, it's not, like, actively feeding. It's just a little bit sloppier than what we normally see from Fuel. We might see Death Blossom here. I am confident that Sparkle was very ready to press Death Blossom here. He gets legit smoked. I think Dallas just loses here. Shock ends up using the Kiriko ult in their spawn, which means Dallas is pretty happy about that. Nerves, I mean, it could be nerves, could also just be bad luck. It could be just like nobody's consistent, you know what I'm saying? We aren't AI, so like it could be that just Dallas just kind of lost a little bit of their composure, and you know, but I don't know what Shock is going to do here, honestly. If I were Shock, I feel like you play setup for high ground again and try and abuse your high ground advantage with your Sojourn ult. Because there's no way Shock wants to fight toe-to-toe with this. Like, you guys want to know, like, what ults you should be using? Look at the proximity with which you are to the enemy team. Shock don't have Brawl ults. They don't have Death Blossom. They don't have Kirikou ult. They don't have Lucio B. They can't run under the enemy team and win. They have ults that can isolate and get picks. So Primal and Sojourn ult are actually the range ults, even though Primal's like, you know, that. Because you're going to isolate the enemy Sojourn. Fuel, however, I mean, they have a big ult bank, first off. But they are much more happy fighting on cards. So I would be shocked if Shock took this fight here. This would be a mistake from Shock. This is a mistake. Yeah, that's just silly from Shock. There's just no way that Shock wins that fight. No way. And 1 ult for 0 and what maybe a cap, that's stupid. That's just stupid. And not only that, but now Shock can't actually use the high ground as efficiently for the ults that they want to. Just very, very, very poor planning. All right, Edison. What is going on, mate? No. That is not the play. No. I mean, just throw it right here. Throw it right here. No. Or wait. But yeah, this Sojourn ult from Edison is perfect. This should be fight winning. Shock might mirror Sojourn ult, but I don't see this being a fight win. And Dallas can also layer their beat if they really want to play it safe. Why does Edison drop? Okay, whatever. Sure, I guess. Kind of weird. I don't know why Edison dropped there, to be frank. Woo! Ooh, all right. Fuel's pretty happy with this, actually. Again, I don't understand the way Shock are playing this fight either. I know Shock are probably thinking, let's get 2 fights here, but they're going to most likely lose this fight because, again, you're running Sojourn ult into B. Now, if Shock take a fast fight here, focused on Edison or whatever, or Chio, for example, like what Shock could do here is they could take a fast rotate, find Chio, and try and Ajax or force a kill on Chio, and then maybe Sojourn ult mid-fight or whatever. But if they get this beat off at this proximity, Dallas should, again, just win. I'm curious to see what Shock would have done if Violet didn't just die. What? How? What's going on? I just don't understand. What is going on here? I mean, Dallas, I think, win this fight. But Fearless gets caught. I really think this is sloppy from Fearless, y'all. Fearless should not be looking at Mikey. He should know better than this. So this is a mistake. He turns on Mikey instead of like actually following the front line or the back line where Striker, Proper, those are the targets he needs to be focusing on here. Because not only are those the targets that he could be zoning better than a Monkey, but he also needs that information on Striker to know whether he needs to jump. Fearless jumps here. Let me tell you, listen really carefully. Fearless jumps here because he anticipates Striker to jam the shotgun up his butt. But the problem here is if Fearless was actually looking at the Reaper, he would know that Striker's not even shooting at him, and he could have bubble danced and zapped them along this rotation. So you guys are wondering why they lose this. Well, Sparkle gets rushed down. Sparkle gets rushed down because, well, maybe his cover usage could have been better, but Sparkle gets rushed down because, first off, Chio isn't set up for this very well. Fearless is not doing his job. Fearless is looking at Mikey like an idiot and then jumps straight up in the air because he's expecting a Reaper to shoot him because he's not looking at the Reaper. So Fearless lets them do this rotation for absolutely free, gets no pressure at all because he doesn't have jump anymore. He can now no longer go back in and zap them because if he does, the Reaper's going to blow him up because he doesn't have jump. So all this being said, Shock down 1, get the freest rotate of their life. Sparkle gets isolated, Sparkle probably plays too aggressively without shift. Shock didn't need to, or Fuel didn't need to go crazy here. So they get the kill on Proper, but then 2 free kills from Striker because the rotation is too easy. The Fearless is not playing well this map at all. Fearless is not playing well at all this map. Yeah, you hit some nice shots, Striker. Well done. This was not a good E from Edison. So against the pre-fight pressure, right? But if you, I don't think that that was going to force anything outside of a little bit of tickle damage on the monkey. Would have been better to kind of wait. It was not going to force the Reaper Wraith that we were looking for early, because again, it's like look at your team's angle here. Like you can't really shoot anything here. So I don't think it was a great E. Fuel should lose this fight. This should be Shock looks to engage, Fuel pops beat, Shock match beat and then win, or then match beat and then pop Reaper Blossom or whatever. So there's no way Fuel can win this. Fuel needs to kite out an ult here.
This end.
That's a worst case scenario. Actually, this is not a worst case scenario because Shock is kind of stupid. Because there's the jump, deep jump. Shock is clearly looking to push. Fuel also looks like they're going to push. With Beat, looks like. But then Fielder gets his head blown off before Beat gets there. And then Shock mashes both their support ults at the same time, which feels really, really bad. That should never happen. Because one will buy time for the other. And again, layering, not stacking, right? I guess technically those are the same things, but you guys know what I mean. Don't stack, sequence, you know what I'm saying? So that was really goofy from Fuel, and really a waste from Shock as well. That should have been a 2 ult fight win, not a 3 ult fight win. Sparkle is really end. That was a kind of clever way of creating space, but now Fearless. Oh, Fearless, man. Fearless, 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 Fearless. Does he not have his jump? Fearless is having a hard time, y'all. Now he actually turns his attention onto the backline, which is what he should be doing. But his position is so that he can't bubble dance properly. So he takes a shot or two when he probably should have been okay. Fielder is not able to focus him down, and I don't think Fielder has Suzu either. Oh, he does have Suzu. This should be Suzu'd, and Fielder and Fearless should be okay. But instead what happens is they use the Suzu and the Primal Rage at the same time. Rough. Rough. They do the same thing, and it should have been a Suzu and nothing else. But now Fearless is like, okay, I gotta go. But then obviously, like, I mean, I don't need to tell you guys what's the problem here, right? I mean, this is a major issue. So that's gonna completely burn down his resource. Sojourn is fine, doesn't end up getting a lot, and then that's just it. Yikes. Dallas has played really not clean this map. That's an interesting little Death Blossom here. Usually you don't see Death Blossoms this early, but Striker does force a pretty nice split, which then his team is able to capitalize off of. They're popping it early because of how urgent Dallas has to be to touch. But yeah, I mean, honestly, a lot of mechanical stuff from Shock, and Dallas looks uncharacteristically discombobulated. Not a good map. Not a good map from Shock or from Fuel. I wouldn't even say Shock played it particularly cleanly all the time. I think they played it okay. But basically what we're seeing is when Fuel is not in their A game, they're not going to win with sheer Sojourn mechanics, because the Sojourn is just a bigger impact, I think. There are more fights decided by proper hitting a headshot, and so you need to be clean in the between. When both support ults are up, teams usually Kitsune rush first. Is there a specific reason why? Yeah, because Kitsune is the better ult, to be honest with you. If you were to use Beat first and the enemy team Kitsune rushes, you would also have to use Kitsune Rush to counter their Kitsune Rush, because Beat doesn't beat Kitsune Rush. Kitsune Rush is better. So if you use the weaker ult first and the enemy team uses the stronger ult second, that stops your Beat from getting value. So then you also have to Beat on top of it, or you have the Kitsune on top of it, so you end up using a 2-for-1, essentially. Glad you guys are enjoying. Discombobulated, big word for someone currently practicing the letter E. All right. Push. We'll talk a little bit about push mechanics as we come across here, because they almost always have an impact on how these games go. But yeah. This one, the neutral, is unbelievably important. It's all about getting your Sojourn to swing as wide as you possibly can to get good pressure, and then having your Reaper up your monkey's butt. 3, 2, 1, bang! You know what I'm saying? Bang! Right. Okay. I like Shock's setup here. This looks really good. Dallas's looks pretty good too. I imagine we're going to see a 3, 2, 1 from Fearless and Sparkle relatively soon. Ooh, this is cute. We don't usually see this. Now what this is going to do is this is going to force Edison to shift out. Fearless and Sparkle are probably going to push Mikey. I think Fearless might walk on main. But this, if Mikey is able to survive this, this is going to mean Proper gets way more early space than Edison, which is what you want. Now, Mikey is more likely to die than Fearless, but Proper is more likely to kill off of this jump. You see this? It's going to create space for Proper, and it's going to let Proper get a better E off of the choke. Yeah. So there's the E on Mikey. You see Proper's positioning here? Now, Edison is ballsy. Edison actually doesn't even shift out, which is pretty smart. He knows he's going to get enough pocket to survive. But Proper does generally have the better angle. Even though both are equally charged, Proper had the slightly better angle for that, to be able to get a kill. So let's actually see what happens here. That was actually a really good response from Edison. He did not give up the space. He knew he was safe because it was just Mikey jumping him. Okay, there's again the aggressive jump from Mikey. Can they get a good E? There's the Proper, right? Jump in. Here comes they don't even have E yet. He doesn't hit the shot. I mean, it's pretty much as simple as this. They go in aggressively. They get I mean, I think Mikey could have played this one better mechanically, to be honest. He died with 300 on his shield. That shouldn't happen. So well played by Sparkle to punish this. But also, Proper didn't hit the shot. Mikey didn't make the play. Finn doesn't have Suzu yet. Let's actually see what he used Suzu on. I assume it was an initial jump. Yeah, I don't like that Suzu. Remember, your Suzu's for Sojourn shot, but more importantly, Reaper damage. But the problem here is that Reaper is in no position at all to shoot Mikey. So this Suzu is not needed. This was a bad Suzu. And also the bubble is still active. So this is a bad Suzu from Finn. So bad Suzu from Finn. Probably didn't need it at all, actually. Because Sparkle was never in a position. Because that is the one advantage out of jumping the Sojourn. Is your monkey often doesn't need the Suzu because you make the enemy Reaper AFK, essentially. Like, Sparkle has to move all the way over. Whereas as this here, Mikey jumps in the middle of the enemy team, which is not in of itself bad. It just means that he needs more support because he's going to be getting more pressure. Proper doesn't have E for this. They don't have Suzu for this. And Mikey doesn't play mechanically well. I think Violet also could be playing this one better as well. I think I would have liked to have seen Violet play a little bit more aggressively and try to disrupt off of the wall. Try and disrupt Sparkle. I think that would have been the better play. But yeah, the thing is like, you can look at that and be like, oh, Mikey's feeding, but I think Mikey definitely should have played that one mechanically better, but I think Dallas made fewer mistakes with how they handled that neutral. I find this meta to be very similar to Junker Queen meta in terms of how it's executed, but I find it to be a little more interesting. More the fact that it's Monkey and not Junker Queen is more engaging. I miss the Genji. I don't find Reaper to be particularly engaging, but I do find Kiriko more interesting than Brig. So it's like you trade Junker Queen and Genji for Kiriko, Reaper, Winston. I think it's an okay trade. Great boop from Chio. That ruins, puts Mikey. The boop on the engage is really important because it makes him hover in the air, which means he takes more damage on entry as well. So Again, I just don't like how Edison is... Edison seems very consciously pursuing ease on monkeys. And this one almost feels like he's bubbling... Oh, thank you for the sub, Cloudy. I appreciate it. It almost seems like he's eating the bubble on purpose, but I just objectively feel like this is worse. Like, even if you break the bubble slightly faster, I look at this and I'm like, oh my goodness gracious. Like, look at the value you could get from that. You know what I'm saying? Like, that is immense. Or even throwing it on proper here to force him to reposition so that you have more pressure on the enemy team. I just think, I don't know. I just think my favorite meta, I'm honestly not sure. I did enjoy the double flex support with Winston meta. Had a lot of pop-off moments. I don't know. I have a love-hate relationship with pop-off metas because they're more fun to watch, but there's more variables to control when it comes to coaching them. So, I don't know. I don't like the Junker Queen meta. I don't like the extreme brawl comps very much. But outside of that, I'm fairly flexible. Okay. High ground positioning is important here. Let's see how Dallas plays this one. All right, so this is going to be really important for Shot. Are Shot going to pull a Dallas or are they going to pull a Crapper? They're going to need a 3-2-1. If they're going to push up these stairs, Striker is going to need to be really stacked with Mikey. So I assume that's what they were doing. They're kind of doing it. I would like Striker to be positioned a little bit better here because I think Dallas has the slightly better. I don't think Striker is as aggressive as he could be. Aggressive push from Fearless. Sparkles in. The E is not great from Edison again. Yeah, nothing really fancy here. Just honestly a lot of dancing, right? Neither team is seeing the opportunity to hard commit. Neither team is making enough of a mistake. And crucially, neither Sojourn has hit a shot. So, I don't actually like this. I do not think this Kitsune Rush is good. I think this is okay. But I actually think this is a little bit of a Finn Kitsune Rush. Let's look at his POV. In other words, I think this could be kited. Like, I think if Shock are tight here, they should be able to kite this one pretty easily. Let's see if they do. Oh, Mikey. Mikey! Come. What happens? Does he just jump into the wall? Yeah, he just jumps into the wall. Ouch. And he also doesn't get the obviously doesn't get the Suzu. Ouch. That was not well played by Dallas. That is just a big mechanical boo-boo by Mikey, and that's gonna cost them. And now they can start to C9 point as well, which is crucial. Because Shock have to feel like, do we stop? That's not a great bubble from Fearless, but I guess it doesn't really matter right now. Look at this little flank by Edison. This is cute. So there's a Sojourn, the Kiriko ult. I actually think we'll probably see a... Oh, man. I don't know what you do if you're Fuel. Fuel honestly needs to just survive. They don't have anything besides Primal that's really going to help them much here. Yeah, I think Fuel needed to be in a better position to kite that. I don't know what Fuel was doing here. Like, Chio is really not caught in a good position. Like, Fuel needed to be stacked here, and probably the best kite path for them would have been to kite back this direction towards main. But instead, Chio is like, oh shoot, we're gonna kite this way, but then that's out in the open, so then he doesn't. And you can see like the rest of Fuel kind of goes this direction, but then Chio doesn't. So yeah, that's a mistake with communication from Fuel. Bronze chat moment. Get RKO'd, boys. Alright, Ooh, Fearless. Come. You got people in spawn, mate. Come on. Have some self-respect. You shouldn't be taking space like this. That was not good from Fearless. That's gonna cost them. Is that their bubble? That was their bubble. Yeah, that was not good. That was not good. We have, again, Fearless is just not... I don't know. I don't know if the first couple of maps were just like more practiced for them, or they were just felt like flow state, but not been impressed with the play from Fearless the last map and a half or so. Okay. And then again here, right? Again here. Again, what is this? This is not Overwatch Dallas play, to be honest with you. I don't know if this is necessarily Fearless's fault, but this is just not good timing. Like, these guys need to be way further out, like here. on top of Mikey or on top of the backline. Like, you see how much how much value this primal gets. It gets them space, yes, but they don't get a lot out of it. Like, they really don't. Fearless loses a lot of his HP early. This is a mess, guys. This is a real mess. Dallas just do not look good right now. There's the shift. I don't even know what he was sojourning at all. I have no idea. I'm honestly confused. And then he gets isolated and killed because they get split. Bad team play from Dallas right now. Really not impressive whatsoever. There's the shock beat. I think it was probably reasonably timed, but could have been timed better. I didn't think it needed to be that early. 4v5 ultimate. Shock has the Suzu for it, and that's going to be it. Wow. Not good. Not good. Sure, that's one of the things. I don't know how Dallas wins this fight, frankly. I think Shock has the positional advantage, and they have, you know, proper. So this is gonna be tough for Dallas. This is gonna be tough for Dallas. Okay, well, that is the thing in this game. So well played by Edison. That's a crazy shot. Can they disengage? Reset? They should be able to. Okay, they don't need to.
This ends now. This ends now.
Wow, proper. That's it. That's it. Fight was lost and then won by mechanics. Yeah, you could be right. You could be right. Could be the pressure. Honestly, it's really impossible for us to like really theorize. So this is okay. So this one should be pretty winnable for Shock as well, because I think I would prefer to have a Death Blossom than a Primal Rage given the current circumstances. So there's the Kitsune. I mean, this is a really important fight if we're talking about push right now. Not only is this important because you're talking about respawn, getting good spawns for Shock here. You're also talking about getting the lead, right? Lead, even this early in the map, is pretty important. So I think this Kitsune rush is well timed and well placed. No problems with me from Fen. Fearless should theoretically get melted here. He does. And then we should have a Death Blossom coming up soon. And surely. Oh, margin of error, chat. Margin of error. So tight. So let's look at Mikey POV here. This is really quite good from him as long as he bubble dances properly.
No one can stop me.
I think that jump was a little bit greedy. Yeah, and he doesn't get his bubble off in time. So that's a little bit of a grief from Mikey, but I think they could have been a little bit tighter with target focus here. I feel like Fearless should have died sooner. Let's check out Striker POV. Because I think Shock had the better positioning for the Reaper early in the fight. Like right now, right? Oh, yes, the Wraith. Oh, chat. Okay, remember we talked a little bit about this? Okay, this is actually really, really important. It is really important in these Kitsune Rush trades that if you can force Reaper Wraith early on or right before the Kitsune Rush, it's really important because if we break it down as simply as this, right now, again, it comes back to this. You guys notice this? Which Reaper is doing something? You see? It's that simple. I don't know who Dallas, I think Dallas, I don't know if it was an accident, but it... No, it's not. It's not an accident. This is crucial. Look at this. Look at this right here. So if you're able to force raid, and Sojourn's still shooting, right? But Reaper's not. And that can be just enough of a resource trade. 2 seconds. Like, look at Fearless's HP, look at Mikey's HP, right? Just enough. Fearless should be chunked right now, but he's not. You see? And I think that's a really, really important thing to point out. Let's also look at what Fen uses Suzu on. Oh no, chat, you see it? You see it? Suzu and Wraith. Ah! You hate to see it. I think the Suzu was okay, but I think Striker, I don't know. It's essentially the same thing as stacking support ults. It's a replay bug. Zarya and Reaper's arms go loop-de-loop. But yeah, this sucks. Wraith and Suzu. Ouch. That Suzu was fine, it was necessary, but then it means that Mikey doesn't have Suzu when he needs it. And then, oh gosh, the Suzu is available right as the beat goes off. Again, razor thin margins here. This one, Dallas, to be frank, played better. In terms of how they use their cooldowns, their target focus, things like that. They just played better. Which essentially means that a fight that really should have been easily won by Shock costs them their beat. So yes, Shock wins, but it costs them their second most important ultimate when it shouldn't. So I wonder if that's going to be impactful. I imagine it must be. All right. So honestly, fairly well played by Dallas. Without going into the details there, it's hard for me to look at both sides at the same time. You notice, guys, I've kind of alternate focusing on one side. Like that was more focused on Shock. It's hard to be completely objective about the entire thing because it's just too much going on. But I try to give you guys like a balanced breakdown of what actually happened as much as I can. Dallas really needs to play it slow until they get their beat. Maybe look for a beat engage later on. I'm just gonna do it because, you know, why not, y'all? This was reasonable. Not the best use of E, but the intention, I guess, was okay. Let's check timing here. 3, 2, 1. There's a Dallas timing we know and love, right? Right? That's what we want to see. Now, again, Fielder and Edison are busy shooting other things, but at least the front line is lined up, right? This is what we want to see. And check it out. We get a fairly decent neutral trade. It's not overwhelmingly positive, but the fact that you were even able to walk out of a choke without getting blown up means something was right. So that was it. That was what we want to see from Dallas. We want to see more of that from Dallas. That timing was crucial. Proper. Ladies and gentlemen.
This ends now.
Yeah. I want to let this play out a little bit. Oh my gosh, y'all. This is some of the goofiest ultimate usage I think we've seen yet. Okay, so let's break this down step by step. When there's ults online, I don't want to break down the micro too much. I want to focus more on the big picture stuff. So, first off, Sojourn advantage, which is massive, right? One of the most important people on the battlefield is your Sojourn. So, Edison is dead. Fuel, decide, screw it, let's beat in. Gets kited out predictably. Mikey sits in the back line. Chio boops Mikey's jump, which forces Primal. Because he would have died most likely otherwise. I think he probably could have waited until he landed to pop Primal to min-max the duration, but whatever. Sparkle being focused, that's very wise. Make sure he doesn't clutch. He definitely would have looked for the Reaper ult there. Then there's Sojourn ult to chase. They push inside a small room, which feels a little bit spooky. And they get the kill on Chio in the meantime. There's the Death Blossom, which is disengaged. Well done. Edison kill. Proper's isolated. So Proper gets split. Because he turns around for Chio. And he gets a little bit funky with it. You know what I'm saying? He gets very, very split. But in theory, what he did was okay. I would have preferred him to play it more safe after the Chio kill. You don't need to clutch, just play to live, because we're going to win the fight as long as you don't die. But whatever, he gets another kill to boot, so he kills Edison again. So theoretically, it should be okay. Fielder ults. Again, goal is to survive. I don't like Mikey's jump there at all. That is not a good jump by Mikey. He should probably die for that. Mikey is not playing well, y'all. So right here, he's got a Reaper in his face. Oh, chat, he keeps messing up his jump. It's the second time this map. Look. I was wondering why he did it, but he actually just jumps into the robot. And that's why he dies. That's why this fight feels so stressful for Shock. That's rough. So he dies. And now Shock are thinking, oh my gosh, we might actually lose this fight. They're going to Kitsune Rush, which is reasonable, I think, as long as your Reaper's alive, because you can do actual damage. So they walk forward, but then they also beat. And then they also Death Blossom. And so as the panic sets in, because they're like, shoot, we need to win this fight, Dallas is kiting us out, you pop 3 ultimates for 0 kills. Oh my gosh. That's it. I mean, that is map losing. Map losing. You cannot do this. The problem here is besides Mikey's jump, which was objectively just a stupid error, you can't really point. Okay, and I think the beat was bad too in terms of the timing. It's understandable that Proper goes for the aggressive play. He should have played with team, but it's understandable. The Kitsune Rush timing, also understandable. The Death Blossom to try and get the kills so you can actually win the fight, also understandable. But what ends up happening is you have a lot of, that's not that bad, but there's like 3 of those in a row, comboed with 2 actual serious errors from Violet and Mikey, and that's it. You know what I'm saying? That's it. That's it. So it's over. Now I'm being a little bit facetious here, but I especially this late in a push map, that's rough. That's rough. Like Proper gave them a lot of yeah, that's it. And Dallas is just so patient. You notice this? Just so patient. Just clean it up slowly. Proper gets another kill anyway, and it just, yeah. Yeah, the thing is chat, is you can complain that, like, okay, push mode, you know, like, oh my gosh, the map is over. But, like, any game mode where you use 3 ultimates in a row and get 0 kills after an essentially already won fight, I mean, it doesn't matter if it's payload, cough, like, that's it, bro. Like, that, you can't do that. That is not just an error, that is an egregious error after egregious error after egregious error. I mean, Shock made error after error after error there. And now, I mean, just gonna Kitsune Rush, they're gonna win a fight. And that's just a 1 fight. I mean, really, I will say this though, Shock has to be better prepared for this. This is like, let's just watch this video. This for Mikey is really stupid. This is really stupid for Mikey. His whole mindset is that we're gonna bait and disengage, and he uses jump aggressively. He's dead. That was really stupid. Mikey's not playing very well, guys. He's not playing very well. He's been consistently, he's not the better monkey, obviously, and he's been making a lot of mistakes, but he's been not playing badly enough. He's been basically not making so many errors that he's going to cost the game. Like, obviously, Shock, Mikey's just not fearless. He's just not. There's nothing wrong with that. There's no shame with that. Mikey probably has a better ball than Fearless. Mikey probably has better other things than Fearless. But unfortunately, this map in particular, there's been 2 really crucial errors, which have cost team fights. Like, this one should have been kited out. It was not. Fearless ball clears. I don't know that for sure. I'm just speaking from what I know. I'm pretty sure Mikey has a good ball. And to be clear, Mikey, for a mid-season random contenders pickup who got signed by Boston way back in the day and then dropped afterwards, kudos to that guy. The guy got to the grand finals against the Dallas Fuel and against the greatest Winston in the last 2 or 3 years. I mean, there's an argument for Gouchouet as well. And he's slapping. He's slapping. He's in the grand finals, guys. Map 7. So, yes, we have learned things like Edison needs to learn how to use his E better. Yes, Mikey is throwing fights sometimes. But these guys are playing phenomenally at a phenomenal level. And everybody makes errors, right? So you cannot let, like, the problem with errors like that by Mikey is that doesn't, one error is more memorable than all the relatively good and smart plays that he's made so far. So what I don't want you guys to think is that Mikey is a stupid monkey, he's a bad tank player, he's heavy. Or Edison is a moron soldier and he doesn't know what he's doing. There are obvious weaknesses and obvious errors that have cost him T-fights and things like that. But they're phenomenal players. And there have been many fights that have been won by good decisions that Mikey has made. And there have been many fights that have been won by Edison hitting shots that nobody would have thought he would have hit because he's a Reaper OTP, right? Right, guys? So, yeah. I'm going to point out the errors, but these guys are playing at a really high level. Like, Mikey, NA Contenders, is in the grand finals. You know what I'm saying? All right, let's see what happens here. So they're going to push with Sojourn, which isn't optimal, but that's the only option they really have right now. So I think Dallas can probably chill. They'll probably primal this. There's the primal, surely. Yep, there it is. You see it. You guys see it. As soon as Proper steps across the line to where Fearless can no longer control them or contain him in bubble, he's going to primal and zone him out. Because again, if Proper, the thing that's so dangerous with Proper is theoretically Proper should get punished for doing this, but the theoretically is if he doesn't hit a shot in that brief window. And this guy is just so annoying at hitting that shot. So Fearless just does not want to give him the chance. You can even see it with the beat. Like, the level of respect that they have for Proper is unreal. This is completely unnecessary. That's a bad Death Blossom. I do not like that Death Blossom from Sparkle. But the primal and the beat, that is literally just Proper respect. That's fear. That is fear. That if they don't run him over, he's going to kill people. I'm joking about the Reaper OTP thing. He was known as a Reaper OTP, and this season he's popped off on Sojourn and Ashe, among other heroes. That was my point. Yeah, I just don't want people... The danger is when you guys watch analysis like this is, especially when I'm being, like, honest, frank, and trying to being funny along the way, is that the memes become storylines or dialogues or, like, things that get embedded into your brain, so then you go type on the Reddit and Twitter that Mikey is a horrible tank and is the Shock's weak point and should be dropped in the offseason. But that's not necessarily true at all. Not to mention, we don't even know what Mikey does behind the scenes that might be bolstering the team morale, or maybe he's a great communicator and makes his team play better. I don't want narratives, that's the word. I don't want my stream pushing narratives that could harm players, because they read this stuff, guys. You know what I'm saying? They read this stuff. What we do know is Mikey has made mistakes on Monkey. What we do know is Mikey is in the grand finals. So you can say Mikey's Monkey was not as good as Fearless's. You would be accurate with saying that. I don't think that's an opinion. I think that's probably a fact, okay? But you cannot say that Mikey is not a good Monkey player, nor can you say that Mikey doesn't belong on the Shock. Right? You know what I'm saying? You could say things like Edison needs to work on his E player, but you don't need to be saying Edison was the weak point of Dallas. You don't know that. You don't know that for sure. That's the line that I draw. You know what I'm saying? I think that's just a good habit to make. Okay. Let's I think Dallas loses this fight, but what they would like to do is they would like to lose to Fenn's ult. They would not like to lose to Proper hitting a shot. So Dallas at this point in time is probably in the mindset of disengaging or kiting. Yeah, exactly. CeeLo face. Exactly. It's things like that you have to be careful about. It's like the Backbone Genji thing. Backbone really struggled on Genji, but Backbone Genji was more of a mental thing and then it wasn't like a mechanical thing. You just have to be careful when you have a platform like what you say, to be honest. It's hard. It doesn't feel fair because I can't make like an offhand joke without it being misconstrued. So that it irritates me, but it's just the nature when you have people listening to you, you know, and there's people watching and I'm presenting myself as an authority on the subject. Like I have to be really careful about what I say. Okay, so anyway, Dallas really wants to disengage this fight. They really want to bait an ult and survive and hopefully not die to Proper in the meantime. Proper is crazy, man. I mean, look at this guy. This is not something that we see any other team do. I mean, look at this. This is what you tell your Diamond Sojourns not to do, but guess what he gets? He gets a TP in with him, he gets a Sojourn in with him, and he gets the Monkey Bubble on top of him. And that's just unreal. It's unreal. I don't know how Dallas doesn't respond to this as well. I want to find out why, because the thing is that playstyle isn't best. It's only best if you hit the headshot, and Proper didn't hit the headshot there, but it still worked, and I want to find out why that is. So Fearless kind of lags behind, I'm going to be honest. So Fearless has been, I've noticed something with Fearless, you guys have probably noticed this as well, that he's stress testing a lot of these off-angle positions to like get to backline, but then a couple times he lags behind. So like right here, right? He misses the jump and now he's just basically AFK. Whereas Mikey actually lands smack dab in the middle of his team and manages to get on top of Sparkle. You see what I'm saying? That's a big difference here. So I think Fearless has struggled a little bit there. That particular engage was not great. And that should win them the fight. Still messy mid-fight. You know, trades can happen. One kill on the Monkey isn't the end of the world, especially because Monkey isn't usually what's killing you. But yeah. I mean, Proper gets a lot of pocket. I mean, we've seen it. Proper plays extremely aggressively, and they play their playstyle usually around trying to gatekeep the enemy Sojourn and enable him to go in aggressive. I don't know if the narrative was true in Genji versus Tracer. I can tell you that Proper generally got more resources than most DPS, but I honestly paid more attention to coaching my team than I did to exactly how Shock were playing. Generally, countering enemy playstyle is not something that you see in Overwatch League as much as you would in terms of other sports. You're mostly focused on narrating and nurturing your own playstyle and what you need to be doing, while keeping in mind what the enemy does a little bit. But right now, in this match, Shock is playing around Proper. It is very clear that they are very much so putting resource into Proper, and their entire playstyle is revolved. I mean, you have to. When your guy shifts in, what are you gonna do? Let him die? You have to go in. You have to Suzu him. You know what I'm saying? Wait, Shock lose this fight, y'all? Okay, so let's consider this. Let's have a middle mental exercise for you guys, and you don't have to type in chat. This is just something to think about. Okay, if you are Fuel, and you are being held at gunpoint, and you have to win this fight. Last fight of the series, map 7. Let's pretend. How would you win this fight if you were Fuel? What would be your strategy? What would be your thought process? Edison go kill. I mean, that's one way to do it. Like if Edison gets a kill on like the Kiriko, that would probably be the best kill you could get. Or Sojourn would be fairly decent as well. Bait Shock in, kite super hard. Yeah. I agree. I mean, it's always gonna be about kiting, right? It's gonna be about kiting. And if you can, okay. So here's the other question: when you're kiting, or playing to survive, who do you focus? This is the really, really important thing that you see. Edison does really well. Sparkle does really well. We've seen Mikey do a really good job of this recently as well. Who are you focusing? So for Dallas, who do you focus when you're kiting? Exactly. Focus what can kill you. Right. Usually it's either Reaper or Sojourn. It could be, for example, it can also be Mikey as well, to make sure to kind of keep him at a distance, but you're not going to kill, you're not planning to kill Kiriko Lucy. You don't care about Kiriko Lucy. Those guys aren't going to kill you. They will enable people that will kill you, but it's more focusing on, we need to make sure that Striker has his shift force and is kept at a distance. We need to make sure that Proper can't play the most aggressive angles. So you try and put as much pressure on what can kill you. That's not necessarily a good strategy in neutrals. It's not a bad strategy, but it's not the only strategy. But in these massive ult fights where you just need to try and survive, and you're not trying to win, you're just trying to survive, that's how you're going to do it. So we want to see a lot of pressure on Reaper and Sojourn. We want to try and deny Mikey from getting good engages and try and see baited ults. So there's the ult for ult. There's the early Sojourn ult. Now this is a perfect position for early Sojourn ult. Look at the range, y'all. Ui Toda, can you jump exclamation mark Discord? Could you throw that in the stream topic suggestions? I'm going to finish this out before I do anything else, but that looks interesting. So there's the Kiriko ult. This Kiriko ult is atrocious. This is really, really poor. So so here's the thing. This Kiriko ult is a lot like pressing Blade as Genji, not knowing the status of enemy cooldowns. Can you imagine being Genji playing up against this composition? Seriously, think about it. If you were playing Genji versus this composition, if you would need to know, you need to pick a target, and you need to know if that target had its shift, essentially, right? Kiriko E is obviously problematic, but the TP is more problematic, right? You can survive long enough. But you need to know whether that Reaper had shift, whether the Sojourn had shift, whether the Kiriko had shift, even the Lucio, right? There's a Lucio not necessarily have shift, but can he speed away? So it's the same thing with the Kiriko ult. Finn pops Q here, and he gets space, I guess. But really, what can they run onto with this? Who can they pressure? Fearless has his jump. He just jumps out. Sparkle has his shift. He just jumps out. And what did you get out of that? Now, the difference between Edison here and Finn is that, yes, you're thinking, okay, well, Edison hasn't killed anybody yet. But Edison still couldn't he? He still has his position, and he still has Railgun. He still could kill people. Whereas this Sojourn, or this Kiriko ult, has really done nothing but buy a little bit of space. This is not... Finn's ults have been very bad. Again, is Finn a bad player? No. Finn was the scariest support player that we played up against in scrims early on in the season. The first half of the season, he and actually Twilight very early in the season were just monsters. Finn was just a little rat. The guy just had no fear at all. But right now, Finn is struggling with Kiriko ults. We have seen this, at least this match, we have seen it. So, this gets kited. Hey, check it out, mates. Oh, I thought it was a good E, but never mind. That was not what I thought it was. I thought it was Edison E. Okay, so there's kited one ult. Fearless holding high ground, one ult kited. Okay, now they got some space out of it, but it's not worth it to use Kiriko ult just for space, y'all. Kiriko ult is too freaking valuable, way too freaking valuable. It's the most powerful ult in the game in this meta, at least. All right, so again, you notice how there's the timing here. The timing here with Fearless is not very clean. So if we're still focusing on the neutral here, 3, 2, 1, we would like to see better timing here. The E is relatively decent from Edison, right? It does zone out. Notice the focus here. Now, obviously, you would shoot a Reaper doing this anyway, but I'll point this out. Reaper, force the Wraith out. Nice, guys. Now that Reaper can't push. Now, here comes the B. But again, what is the problem? Shift. Soon to be shift, but also really inaccessible. And have you seen Sojourn shift or Kiriko shift? No, and not only that, but they're a trillion miles away. And Primal. Oh no, they layered, chat. They layered. They did the thing. Ah. And there it is. You know what's actually funny? Okay, chat, I actually think Sparkle big brains them here. I really, really think this. Watch this carefully and tell me what you think. Do you see that? Let's watch that again. Watch this carefully. You see this? Do you see that? What do you guys think? See if you guys can figure this one out. I think I think I know what was happening here. Now, I don't know. I don't think Sparkle was trying to die in Robot. I don't think he was. I think he was baiting Blossom. I really do. I think he was baiting Blossom, and then I think he's going to be able to TP out because he makes them back up because they think he's going to Death Blossom. I think this was a big brain move. I am 80% certain that this was on purpose. And then he gets behind the corner and is going to be able to TP out to his team, right? I think that's what's going to happen. No way, man. No way. No way. This guy's cracked. That's crazy. And again, all the shifts. Oh my gosh. So yeah, Shock just blows everything. The Kitsune Rush was bad. The Primal Rage was probably not necessary. The beat was way too early. They had no, again, it was the same problem. The Kitsune Rush, they couldn't reach them. They didn't know the status of their mobilities. The beat, the Primal, they couldn't reach them. They didn't know the status of their cooldowns. And then, I mean, I don't know what they're going to use now, but this is crazy. That is so snappy right there. Isn't that bad tracking by San Francisco Shock? No, it's really not, because once you get to like 60-70%, especially when you've got things like Primal Rage, Kitsune Rush, it's sometimes hard to track. Because he might have, like, Sparkle might have landed a couple of big shots on Mikey and farmed up an extra 10, 12, 15%. Is it bad tracking? No. It's tough. It's tough. Like, these are human beings, right? You're not thinking analytically every step of the way. But let's just take a moment to appreciate how bad Shock's ult usage was, but then also how good Dallas Fuel played that. I'm still shocked that Chio got out. Like, oh, he didn't get out. Okay, I swear he was in the backline, but yeah. I actually don't like this from Dallas. I do not like this from Dallas. I think Dallas could have stalled here a little bit and then disengaged and then played for a recontest with Chio later. This is pretty ballsy here. I think they would have had time. I mean, this is reasonable considering they know that Mikey's in spawn basically chasing Chio, but I don't know. They also, again, like Shock, they don't know the status of the defensive cooldowns. How does Violet die here? Does he just get landed on? Yeah, he just gets landed on. Like, that was actually very close to Fuel making the same mistake Shock did. And then Mikey dies. How does Mikey die? He's just trying to push with his Death Blossom, to be honest with you. I don't even think this is a big deal for Mikey. It's just rough. Yeah, that's it. Wow. Wow. Some really, really, really goofy ult economy from Shock. Fearless not impressing me this map with timing, with some of his ult usage, and with a lot of his setups. Remember, his timing was poor a couple of points. His timing was really struggled with the tailing here. And even the last fight when they kited all the ultimates, he and Sparkle were not synchronized as well. But Shock really, really crapped the bed. And really two separate instances of fights that just were unlosable and then were handed a big loss. So that's rough.
Ready for battle.
I think I agree. I don't think it was a bad Kitsune either. I just think there was a real gamble there that Shock, again, if Shock were Fuel, they would have been able to disengage that cleanly, is my point. But Shock aren't Fuel, so they didn't disengage it clearly. So, I mean, I guess you're right. You know what I'm saying? Okay. Again, I don't really know rollouts here. Like, I don't know what's best or what's worse, you know? Like, theoretically, high ground is good, but also at some point, somebody's going to have to go to point, which means that you can get spammed on point openly, but then also if they walk out of the choke, they're going to get spammed. So, yeah, I don't know. Let's see. They're gonna try and clear out Edison. Oh no, wait, what? What happens here? Does Edison? He just TPs across. This man is disciplined. Huh. So E here is interesting. I think what it's doing is it's trying to get them some early point progress, so the discouraging in between to walk forward. But I think Edison could have waited probably half a second longer. And Shock is going to wait it out and then push afterwards. Sparkle, how does Sparkle just shift forced? Ooh, yeah, Proper has an angle on him. That's really well played by Proper. And Edison's angle is not near as good, so Shock should win this fight. Because even if they don't get the kill, this should be all the space in the world. It's going to force cooldowns. Yeah, it's over. Yeah. So not a great... I still don't think Shock should lose. How does Mikey die, though? How does Mikey die? So Shock kites out the E, or waits out the E, because Edison uses it too early. Sparkle mispositions and gets his shift forced by Proper. And then Shock pushes that advantage. Mikey... What happens to Mikey? Oh, yeah, he runs into the Reaper, and then he jumps away from his Kiriko, who doesn't have TP yet, or cooldowns, and they get split. Yeah, so they get split. That's an end. So, I don't know whose fault that is. I don't know if that's Finn's fault or Mikey's fault, but that's really, really unfortunate, because Shock really earned that first fight win. They just played better than Dallas, to be frank. Yeah, see, the thing with the rotations, guys, is a lot of times people will end up just switching sides, but that's because neither team made an egregious error. The rotations are still worth doing, because if one team doesn't respond to the rotation correctly, that team can capitalize off of it. So sometimes you'll see rotations are like, what's the point? They just end up in the same spot. Well, that's because they did it correctly. If they did not do it correctly, then that's where you start getting picks. You know what I'm saying? They're feeling each other out. Any team that makes a mistake gets punished. So, again, I'm just not loving the E here, like from Edison here. So he uses his shift aggressively. I don't love this late. This is way, 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 way too late to do that. And also his E placement is behind the enemy instead of on them, and he also doesn't have it defensively. So he will probably die for this. Yeah, that's a die, especially against Proper, who's going to make that shift and he's going to make that shot. No. So Shock definitely playing better these first couple of fights as a team. It's a bit of a mess, yeah. But you see, Edison just gave them a cooldown advantage just by shifting in and then missing his E. So then that's something that Shock can then hard push off of, even though Mikey wasn't quite there yet. That's an excellent E by Edison, I think. Yeah, that's an excellent E. Really a great E here. I mean, this is fight-winning E territory. If Proper isn't able to return the favor, then this is fight-winning E. Does Proper have his E? Okay, here it comes. Where is it going to land? Timing here is pretty decent from Dallas. Sparkle and Fearless are in. Edison is in. The E is pretty good from Proper as well. But crucially, the beat comes in, and neither defensive no cooldowns are forced from Shock. Besides Bubble. You see that? There's the Primal, but no race, no nothing. And so Shock should theoretically win this one. Fearless is going to go hunt down Sojourn. We knew that was going to be the case. But theoretically, they should be able to get the trades. Oh, wow. What? Edison. So Shock gets very split. I mean, again, this is where, like, Dallas fuel diff, right? I keep saying that. Okay, this is the difference, right? One of these targets, this target should die, but they get split. This keeps Edison alive because he gets really low, but not low enough to die. And so even if he dies here, you see, like, look how low members of Dallas were here. Look at this. I mean, okay, maybe nobody else. Maybe it was just Edison. But this is silly. So this is silly. So Finn, Striker get very split, and then Edison lives when Striker should have lived and Edison should have died. This is whatever, you know, like this is gonna happen. But that's a bit of the lack of shock team play that Dallas is generally better at, that we've been seeing. Fair enough. They kind of needed bubble there, no? If you're talking about the initial trade on this choke, then yes, the bubble was necessary for Mikey. Absolutely, 100%. Fearless, just whatever, get a little tickle. He should have it by the time the fight starts. Let's see if the timing is here from the shock. No, it's not. So Striker is... We've seen this already, but his timing is not as clean as Sparkle's. Because look at here, right here. You see this? He's already taking damage before Mikey even turns the corner, which means that, yes, he's going to get a couple of extra shots, but it's going to be easier to force his Wraith. This Kitsune Rush is not going to be kited. This should be fight win. You can often just eyeball, like if the enemy team is too close, then it's not kiteable. Like, for example, right here, Violet is not going to be able to get out in time. So, yeah, that's over. Primal Rage is used as well, that's tough. I understand why he used it, but that's tough. Nice shot by Edison. And at this point in time, we'll probably see Kitsune Rush from Finn. And what the fuel might do here is they might go for a cheese play, which in this current instance might either be just a really aggressive Death Blossom, or we might even see an aggressive Death Blossom into a beat Death Blossom combo. There's a lot of options for fuel here. They could try and kite an ult, play for re-engage. They could aggressively cheese Death Blossom. They could aggressively beat Death Blossom. They could aggressively Sojourn ult as they try to walk out the choke here, because this is a great spot for Sojourn ult. I'm actually curious to see what they do here. There's a lot of options here. No comment about the Edison E. Nice scouting from Shock. That might have even screwed up the Dallas Fuel's plan here. Okay, so then now at this point in time, we will no longer see a Sojourn ult. The proximity is too tight. So what we'll probably see is the beat Death Blossom. That would be my guess. Or the Death Blossom. Oh. Wow. I'm kind of confused here. This is really strange from Dallas. So they go forward. They Kitsune Rush. Edison actually ults, which is better because they don't have beat, right? So, but I don't know. That beat seems like the fight should have already been lost, to be honest with you. Like, I feel like this is extremely fortunate for Dallas. This doesn't feel clean. This doesn't feel clean from Dallas. They are remarkably lucky that they had not died earlier. Like, Edison should have died. I think Fielder also had almost died as well. Or Chio almost died. Sparkle almost dies. Yeah, I don't know. Proper just doesn't care. Yeah, I don't know. I like it might end up working out, but I don't like Dallas's ult chaining there. I think Edison would have struggled to get value out of the ult there, and the beat felt very, very late. Like it's if they just explode out with Kitsune Rush, I think a lot of times it's hard to come back from that. There's a primal that forces beat. Dallas can just really cleanly reset at this point. Even if they lose, they've got like... Wow, the aggression here, chat. Okay, so I'm going quickly through this because this has mostly been ult game. Back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Wow. This has been a mess. So a real mess of ult economy, to be honest with you. What do you guys think? I think timing wise this is pretty decent. At least we got Striker and Mikey on the same timing here. I would have liked to have seen Proper get there on time a little bit later, but that's fine. A little bit strange from Fearless there to peek. He's gonna jump out. They're gonna give up to the next choke. So Mikey will probably initiate here. Actually, it'll probably be Kiriko. I don't think Dallas should be able to win this fight. They're going to push aggressively. Timing here is pretty good. They force bubble. Kiriko won't. There's the jump. There's the Wraith. This should be free fight for shot. Remember we talked about it. This is no longer kiteable. This should be fight win. I just don't understand why they do it at such a distance. Like, look at the distance, guys. Just walk. You have you have everything you could possibly want. Just walk on the point. Walk on the point, then press Q. There is nothing that's going to kill you. The Reaper has wraithed out. Finn is like, we're losing fights to Finn's Kiriko ults. And then again, it's the shock special. We use one ult, we extended too far, we were impatient, and so we have to use another ult, but then there's still no guarantee that that's going to get a kill either, right? Look at that. Same thing we saw in Colosseo. Dallas is just too good, man. You cannot be sloppy like that. You cannot play sloppy. And now Dallas can just, I mean, Proper has Sojourner, but Beat will run him over, and then Edison, I mean, we're gonna have a whole host of ults from Dallas soon. And look at this, look how patient, right? Okay, that's an early beat. A little bit of an early beat. They need to find Proper. They found Proper. Look at that, look at that. Instantly turning on Proper, right? Even freaking Chio. I think that amp wasn't great either. They're like, oh shoot, get this guy, 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 get this guy. So they missed the timing just a little bit. Here's the funny thing. The beat timing wasn't great, so I actually think Fuel now needs to kind of play it safe for a second and avoid shooting Proper. Or looking at Proper. Just chill. Ooh, it's a sketch. You would really have liked to have gotten your Primal Rage before you re-engaged on the Proper. That was scary. That was too much left to chance with Proper on the field. You know what I'm saying? Too much left to chance. But yeah, this fight's won. I mean, I don't even have to look. It's over. It's over. Shock crapped the bed with old economy again. Dallas capitalizes off of it. Yeah, I mean, Shock really earned it early on. They were playing the neutrals better, I think. But yeah, I don't know. Like, Shock really struggled with getting ults kited out. Like, really, like, we've lost Colosseo. They've lost that round for the same reason. And a lot of them have been Finn. Okay. Get the high ground. That's fine, I guess. It's really, actually, so this is actually a really important thing. So Edison's on the low ground. I actually think that's a really big problem here. I don't know why he's on the low ground when the rest of his team is on the high ground, but the reason why this is a problem, you guys tell me why this is a problem, besides being like, oh, DPS high ground, duh. Well, this is why. Watch this. Getting control of this little like roundabout thing is pretty important because it allows you to stage your dives aggressively over here or stage your dives aggressively over here. But I don't think Fearless is going to have a very easy time controlling that because Striker's up here. Now, the problem is Striker is allowed to stay here because Edison's on the floor. If Edison was on the high ground, Striker can't do this. You see this? He just takes an angle and just mows him down. I don't know why Edison's on the floor. I really don't know why. I don't know if I'm missing something in here. Now, what is normal is that you will drop from high ground to shoot point better. It's actually because you see how much cover Mikey might have. So what I would like Edison to do is to start high, drop low to shoot point later. You see what I'm saying? That would have been the better play. There's aggression on the Proper. Send him back to his team. Didn't even cost a bubble. That's a great start for Dallas. And now Edison has a lot more space to play as well. Okay. Off angle from Edison. A little bit isolated. Roundabout. Here we go. This neutral will be fun. And there it is. So I don't think either team played the neutral particularly poorly. I think both played it reasonably well. Just one shot, you know? That's what happens. I don't know. I mean, proper hits the shot. That's it. It's a mechanical diff, if anything. But that's just the nature of things right now, right? My problem with Edison has not been the fact that he's dying. It's the fact that I think that there has been more low-hanging fruit value with his E's. Like, okay, you're not going to be able to beat proper in a 1v1 all the time, but you could have hit more higher value E's. You know what I'm saying? Proper misses his shot. I assume Edison had shot. Oh, he didn't have shot. Okay. Even when he misses, he don't miss. That's crazy. That's so stupid. Plot twist: Proper is like actually like a bronze player. Like with his like aggression and game sense, he doesn't know anything. He just has an aim lock. Like he's an IRL aim lock. All right. Either wasn't great, but it did force a Wraith. They're gonna go really hard off of this. Interesting. I don't think that's the play. Yeah, I don't think that's the play. I think, like, again, this feels like, remember how we talked about Shock reaching with their old economy? This feels like Dallas reaching with the neutral, where, like, they see a Reaper Wraith, right? They're like, oh, Reaper Wraith, right? But you see it costs them their E to get that. And then also the distance between the two teams is so far. Remember the very thing, the stupid little thing I did with the like, remember the no man's land analogy I said? Where there's the line, and you cross it, and you go into the enemy space? Well, do you see the problem here? It's all about the reason why no man's land matters is because of timing. For Fearless to get this aggressive, he has to break his team's timing. Look at Sparkle. Sparkle can't get there fast enough. Chio can't get there fast enough. Edison can't get there fast enough. Freaking Fielder has to teleport to get there. You see? That's the problem with reaching. Is it extends you into the enemy's position where they have better angles, better positions, better cover, and it screws with your timing. Like, look at, again, which Reaper is doing something right now, right? It's that simple. Yes, this Reaper doesn't have Wraith, but he's doing something. Your Reaper is not. So I think this is an overextension by Dallas. They get the second bubble, they clear out the space, but because they've cleared out the space, Edison gets isolated and gets killed. So this is obviously proper hitting the shot, yes, but the reason why Edison was isolatable, he didn't have a Kiriko TP on him, why Edison didn't have his shift was because of that overextension. Why does Edison not have his shift? This is why. Because he's trying to pull, okay, that's kind of, okay. That's kind of in it, to be honest with you. I'm trying to make a really, really important point about the macro, and instead I just find Edison shifting into a wall. Disregard. But my point still stands. Don't forget, I'm still right. Okay? It's like when your mom tries to tell you, like, you gotta go to bed on time, you gotta eat your vegetables, you gotta make sure you get in, and otherwise you're not gonna get an A in school, and you do all the wrong things, you can still get an A in your report card. Your mom's like, dang it, that's not what you're supposed to. That's not supposed to happen. But my point still stands, but maybe not in this particular instance. I really want to look at Edison E again. So they wait out proper E. Gosh darn it, guys. Gosh darn it. Why do you E like this, man? Like right here. Like, you could E here. You could E the corner. Like, there's so many opportunities. I just don't understand. Like, somebody help this man. Like, it stops Shock from pushing forward, but sure, Shock doesn't want to walk forward anyway. Like, the only logic for this is that prevents Shock from turning the corner, But you don't. If you're Fuel, you don't care if Shock turns the corner. You would like them to turn the corner because that's a stupid move. All right, so very aggressive play. It looks. This is a Dallas special. This is a Dallas special. This is where Dallas doesn't have a play because they're down in old economy. So they do something really crazy rotation-wise. Watch what Dallas is trying to do here. You see this? Watch this. They're trying to rotate. They're trying to flip the map and then Sojourn ult or Kiriko ult on point. If this works, this is brilliant because you get to take the space on point. You get capture percentage. You avoid most of their Kiriko ult and use most of yours. The problem here is Chio, who amps early and then messes up and gets caught in between. So I wouldn't even. The amp was bad. To be perfectly frank with you, the amp was bad. However, I mean, I think the amp might have been the same reason why Edison uses E. It's like he got baited into it by the push by Shock. But yeah, I don't even think the rotation was bad here. He just couldn't quite make it, you know. But in theory, this should. I don't know. Yeah, that 4v5 ult's rough. So Fuels looked really shaky. First fight was a little bit unlucky. Second fight was really poor timing and Edison beefing. Last fight was Fuel forcing a rotate and not working out, and then Chio gets caught behind. And then also wasting the Kiriko ultimate, right? Here comes the Primal Rage on the Sojourn ult. Edison and Sparkle will probably not even build their ultimates. Ooh! I mean, that's it. How does Sparkle die? That's silly. What is this? Oh, that's why. But he goes in when he probably should have gone out and hid. Maybe I honestly don't know. This is a good fight plan from Shock. They have the ult advantage. They have last fight, and Fuel doesn't have the Sojourn ult to match this. So this is taking an open fight space and an open fight location with an open fight ult, and there's just Dallas just can't win. So I'll give Shock credit. Like Dallas definitely crapped the bed, but Shock has played this one fairly well. That fight in particular just felt really unlosable or unwinnable. Oh, should still be okay. 3, 2, 1, walk forward and something. What happens here? So bubble for bubble. They have to touch point. Fielder costs TP. Fearless drops. And then Fielder looks like Fielder messes something up. Fielder should not have died there. Yeah, that was silly. He needed to play his life more. I don't know why he turned that corner. Okay, so I think Dallas earned that one. Or Shock definitely earned that one. Dallas did not play well, but I think Shock played pretty reasonably.
Round 3. Capture the objective.
Okay, let's go. Look at Chio boop on proper into the pit.
Ready for battle.
Oh, that's too far. I mean, they tried, didn't they? Is it this one? Holy mackerel. Where? Maybe it's the next map? I don't know. You guys are killing me. That's okay, guys. It's honestly hard to remember this stuff. Don't sweat it. Don't sweat it. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Stop making stuff up. Oh my gosh, it's killing me. All right. Again, I don't understand the Shock rollout. It definitely seems like these guys have different ideas with how they roll out. So, but yeah, I guess the high ground is just not as impactful, you know, with the supports that you have. So, yeah, interesting. Dallas goes to choke them out at the choke, which makes sense, right? Because that's what your Winston Reaper would rather do than hold high ground. Oh, yeah, I saw that. I did see that. Yeah, I saw that. When he initially tries to get primaled and then he shifts back on. Yeah, I did see that. I didn't bring attention to it because I'm a cold, callous man, but yeah, I did see that. Okay, so timing here. Shock timing. This is actually kind of cute from Shock. So they try and TP to clear out the monkey. I don't really think it's necessarily worth, because I think Fearless is going to drop either way, but it's fair enough as long as Striker can pursue him into bubble. Striker as well, or Sparkle's really not involved, so this is pretty rough from Dallas. If Sparkle was here, this would be a really nice trade, but it's not, so ends up Dallas actually gets the tail end of that trade just because Sparkle's not involved there. Again, we want to see Sojourner. Aha, he doesn't have it. Why does he not have it, chat? What has anybody seen Edison's Sojourner? Not great, but not horrible. Like, there was an opportunity there to push him a little bit, but okay. But not having Sojourn E and not having a Reaper is a big deal, because even though Proper's E isn't amazing, it's something, right? It's a little bit of pressure on Monkey, a little bit of pressure on Bubble, a little bit of pressure on Reaper potentially. But yeah, that Shock definitely get the better end of that trade when they really technically shouldn't. I'm actually kind of curious why Chio isn't playing up here. I don't know if there's just a lack of cover, but I feel like there's no real reason for Chio to be playing as defensively as he is. Maybe it's just a fear of Proper getting space with shot and hitting it, and there's not enough cover here. I don't know. This would be something that I'd need to ask another Lucio player and not just go off of my guts. There's no joy left. Yeah, there's nothing left. We're just cold and calloused at this point. We're on map 6 or map 5 now, so I feel nothing. I can see nothing. I haven't eaten in 6.5 hours. I didn't even have lunch. I haven't used the bathroom in 6.5 hours. I've been drinking nothing to avoid that inevitable fact. So my kidneys are now like literal dry powder at this point in time. I'm probably going to be put on dialysis for at least a month and a half, and probably going to have some severe internal repercussions for this for the rest of my life potentially either. But I'm doing it all for the content. Okay, Proper aggressive angle. That's going to force an early bubble and a shift. This seems pretty reasonable enough. Mikey kind of overextends a little bit. Like, you see this sometimes with Mikey where he loses track of the enemy Reaper and ends up losing HP trades as a result. So like right here, he's going to jump in, right? But then he's on Lucio. But the real priority for me is actually the Reaper here, because the Lucio is sometimes killable, but it's more important that you keep track of the Reaper for pressure on him to force his Wraith, but also to keep track of him so that you don't end up losing the HP trade. This will only take 3 hours, right? Yeah. Yeah, no comment. I thought I would. Yeah, it's not. But yeah, nice shot. That might just be. He didn't have Wraith yet. Oh, Sparkle. Oh, Sparkle, you silly son of a gun. I don't know what he's doing. I have no idea what he's doing, to be honest with you. Fearless, I thought Fearless was pushing up with Bubble, but Fearless didn't even have Bubble yet. That was just doofy, as we say. Very doofy. Shock, for really the third Koth round in a row, has had the better neutral. Which is crazy. But just far and away the better neutral. Not just the better neutral rotation and better neutral setup. Not even, actually, I don't even, I think they actually got the worst end of every single neutral setup. But Dallas has made mistakes in the neutral that Shock have not made. The apple isn't real? Yeah, it's wax. Okay, oh, Finn gets his ult first. Now, ladies and gentlemen, hedge your bets. You know what? I'm literally gonna do this. I'm unironically going to set up a poll. Give me just a second, chat. Maybe this is why it's taking so long. I'm getting Kiriko ult. Kited? Nope. Not kited. It's a 5-minute poll. I keep messing up with the poll. I'm not waiting 5 minutes for the results. Vote now. Vote now. Vote now. Will Finn goof it? Will Finn crap the bed? Will Finn go doo-doo in the sheets, so to speak? Or will Finn clutch it out, utilize the Kiriko ult, and be fine? Now, I'm kind of scared because this entire poll might be a complete waste of time because there's a real chance that Fuel just kind of wait and then mirror ult, and then it's probably not going to get kited, right? But, whatever. We'll go to like 10 more seconds. I'm going to be really upset that if I spend all this time creating this poll and Dallas just wait for their own ult, and it's irrelevant. Okay, let's find out. Oh, okay.
This ends now.
Man, come on. The whole point is ruined. Ruined. I had all this. I was gonna chat interaction. Everybody's having a good time, and no, I just ruined. Dang it. They go in aggressive. They're gonna Sojourn ult, which I personally don't like at all. Actually, to be honest with y'all, I think Fuel here is either gonna disengage this or they're gonna Kiriko ult now and potentially run over Proper. So I don't like this from Proper, to be honest with you. You see? You see? Like what can Proper now do with that space? So I guess for those of you that voted not kited, I guess it works out. But man, that's lame. See, this is a problem. I don't know what's gonna happen. I wasn't able to watch all of the games, so I'm reacting to this live, you know? Like, Proper gets a kill out of this, but do you see how it's like... Wait, what? He doesn't even actually get that much value out of the Sojourn ult. Do you see this? I mean, he gets good pressure out, to be fair, but the Kiriko ult does zone. It is trickier to get value out of Sojourn ult into a Kiriko ult or into a beat. What happens here? Weird. All right, that's what happens with Mikey? Oh, mackerel. Yeah, see, this is what we talked about, like with the, remember how we were talking about Proper shifting into situations where they had support ults and then getting run over? That's the same thing with Mikey here. Like, Mikey goes for an aggressive jump to push with Kiriko ult or with his Sojourn ult, but he needs to know they have beat, they have Kiriko ult, he needs to be able to play his life, and where he played was not a location where he could easily kite. Like, look at where he's positioned here. If he does this here, the problem though is that if he plays here, then there's a real chance that the Dallas just kites out the Sojourn ult entirely. Him overextending is what forces Fielder to press Q here. So his death is actually a necessary sacrifice for the fight plan that Shock is doing, which is to open the Sojourn ult. My problem though is that it requires Mikey to kind of overextend for it to force the Kiriko ult. This is why I don't like opening the Sojourn ult in this position. I think this is a bad fight plan from Shock and not really necessarily Shock, or not necessarily Mikey overextending. Okay, so I really don't think this is Mikey's fault. That being said, thank you. Oh, I'm gonna be tasting that one for a week. Okay, I think Shock has the advantage here, or Dallas has the advantage here because losing your Lucio kind of sucks, but I'd rather have my Monkey than my Lucio. And especially because Fearless is gonna have a bubble again, and he has full HP, so. The only problem is, of course, that Chio was the one that had beat, but I think Dallas probably wins this one. Ooh. This is clutchable. So this is actually really fortunate from Shock. So they're down one, but Fearless doesn't have Primal, and Chio is the guy that you need beat for, right? You don't have beat. So what do? Edison also gets isolated. So I don't know. This is tough for Fuel, man. Like, that's actually pretty funny. Okay, then Violet just trolls the lobby. I'm like, dude, what an actually, oh wow, clickety clack. And then he just goes on the floor. Come on, man, come on. Shock should have had that one in the bag after that clutch play. Okay, this is a complete mess. Primal on the... There's the beat. Shock probably just lead to lose this one. But I think if you're Shock, you're pretty pleased with the result, all things considered. Well, they're surviving, and here comes the Death Blossom. Wow, this is a mess. Man, Fuel fumbled the bag, man. Fuel fumbled really hard the bag. Fumbled the bag really hard. But I think the big thing here is that, honestly, like, again, it's like the mechanical plays, right? Like, Violet hits some crazy shots, and Edison is isolated and should not have been isolated. And then also Proper hits the headshot on the ulting Reaper, and that's pretty much it right there. So Shock makes the plays, and that's enough to throw Dallas's superior ult economy and playing out the window, right? We keep saying, oh, Shock, Dallas should be good here, but then Shock makes a play, right? And I think Shock should be really, really pleased about this result, especially if Shock can force out Kiriko ult here. They're in a great spot to win the map. Even if they lose, if they can just force out Kiriko ult. And then, obviously, when Proper presses Q, there's always a chance that you just win. Again, a situation, though, where Sojourn ult is pressed into a Kiriko ult, which doesn't feel amazing. There's the beat as well, and that's enough. Poor Mikey. What's going on with Mikey, mate? Yeah, that's a good shot from Edison. I don't like that jump. I don't like that jump. I think playing the cover would have been better, but yeah. Okay, unfortunate. Should still be won by Shock, maybe? I don't know. Fearless might get his primal in time. No, but not before Edison dies. So again, it's just the mechanical plays, right? Like, the mechanical plays from Shock are helping them deal with the ult economy. I'm not really a huge lover of how Shock are handling their fight plans, even though. I think how they're using their ultimates, how they're sequencing their ultimates, how they're setting up their ultimates isn't super clean. Okay, 2 more, chat.
Ready for battle.
One thing I noticed in this map is the next map. Yeah, this one was very one-sided. Thank goodness. I would love for a short map. I would. Okay. So it's like a soft spawn camp. Get an opportunity to go, you can, but theoretically everybody has a shift to get out safely in case it doesn't go well. So, you know, play in the corner here with the Winston Reaper, Edison on high ground, so he has a good angle early on. Seems good. Okay, right. Yeah, so that'll do it. You know, timing doesn't matter when... Well, I mean, I'm joking. Actually, the timing was pretty good there from the Shock turning the corner. That's what actually set up the shot. I will say that. So Dallas are going to be able to get out of this choke pretty easily because there are going to be people that need to be on card. So let's see what they do with it. Proper. Oh, this is like another classic Proper moment. Like, look at this. Look how close he is. He's just used his shift. The E is good. Like, look at this. There's no fear. No fear. No fear at all. Just no fear. I don't like this from Shock, to be honest with you. I feel like this needs to be earned a little bit. Maybe baited with your Sojourn with Pocket who can shift away. But again, you can see the problem here. It feels like every shot from Dallas is going to land here. And imagine if Edison's E here will be massive, surely, right? This feels like a scary, scary cool. He doesn't have E. That sucks. Why does Edison not have E? That's okay. That's a fine E. I mean, it wasn't great, but I think it's okay. But like, I look at this here and I'm like, surely this goes poorly for Shock, right? Surely this goes poorly. Surely this goes poorly. Haha. I'm a poet, I didn't know it. So super aggression. Chio goes in really deep. Kind of funny that Sparkle ends up not really doing a whole lot because he gets kind of juked. I don't know. There's a lot going on right now. Is that Edison Z? Lawsy mercy. He hit it. That's a nice E. That's great. That's a fight winning E. There it is. Fight winning E. I don't think that rotate from Shock was super great. Too exposed and not earned enough. Anything goes with this ult game. Anything goes, really. I think it could be perfectly reasonable for either team to try and pop a Sojourn ult early, even though it's not the best ult to open with, because the map is so wide open that there's a chance that you get a pick before you see a support ult, and there's also a chance that the enemy team might pop a support ult, and you can easily kite it and then still get a pick with your Sojourn ult. So I like Sojourn ult for either team, actually, at this point. Well, now I'm not so sure. Now we're pretty close. Now we might see Kiriko ult. Now we might see Kiriko ult. So never mind, disregard. Probably see Kiriko ult from Fielder soon.
What's the rush?
Oh, yes, Edison. Well done, son. I'm so proud of you. Like, again, you see it. Look at Violet's position. Look at Proper's position. Look at how it pushes them out, you know? This is nice. Probably see Kiriko ult relatively soon. There it is. Finn doesn't have his to mirror immediately. This is interesting. So Finn will probably build his up in like a microsecond, but Dallas might be able to get a huge advantage off of this really early. The timing is pretty good. There's the beat, but do you see the problem here? What do you guys see as being problematic for Shock at this very moment? What do you guys see? Right, exactly. Because the point of this beat should be to try and run over Dallas with it. But this beat is going to be a kiting beat because they're using beat and half of the team is disengaged. And this is where Shock is going to struggle, I think. And Proper might always hit a shot. We don't know. But the promise is that the beat does not last as long in terms of the value of the Kiriko ult, and you can just burn through it. And then, like, look, do you see how Shock is just it's over. It's too late now. It's too late. And then and Proper uses his Q. You cannot use a Q into a beat threat. You cannot use the Q into a beat threat. Proper trolls. They're too close. No, that's it. That's map winning. That's a map losing mistake right there. That's it. Do they full hold this, chat? Or okay. Let's put it this way. Do Dallas have a good defense on this map? That's my first question. I missed this map. Okay. Well, that's probably a big reason why. Both the beat there gets messed up communicationally wise, so they're on the way out and then they beat. Yeah. And that Sojourn ult is completely wasted. This is a little early of a Sojourn ult. I think it's possible that they could have kited it out, but I think the timing, it's really lucky because I think Proper shifts in as the Sojourn ult happens. Ooh, yeah, see, so he's going up for the kill on Proper, but it actually ends up working out really nicely because now this Sojourn ult can like completely zone enemy backline, and everybody on Fuel can just focus these guys, and then they're either gonna die or they're gonna get their primal force and so on. So this should be fight winning for Dallas. The damage was done. Yeah. And winning it off of just one ultimate is rough. Oh yeah, that's true. Finn used Kiriko ult. Yeah, that's true. I mean, Mikey's, that wasn't really just not a great bubble for Mikey, to be honest with you, because like he's just kind of going by himself slowly. But I don't think that bubble was forced. I think he just needs to chill here and then look for the play later. This bubble wasn't forced from him. Like he wasn't being actively pushed by a Reaper. He walks out into no particular reason. So this bubble is not good. I don't understand why Edison pops his E on Winston bubbles. He like has a propensity to look for Winston bubbles. This has to be something that Dallas does on purpose, is look to try and break Winston bubble to get an early HP advantage. But I don't think it's good. I don't think it's good. I don't know if this is something that he has the idea of, or if it's coached, or maybe it's not. Maybe it's just an accident. But it is not right. It is not the biggest return on investment for a 15-second cooldown to do 60 more damage to a Winston bubble that breaks instantly anyway. It is not the best return on investment. So I don't know if that's been coached or not, but that is not what he should be doing with his Sojourner. Like even here, like there's just all I see are Sojourner opportunities here. Okay, so we really want to see Dallas retake high ground. I don't. Yeah. So we want them to retake high ground. Fielder's relatively low though, so like Dallas feels like they've kind of lost control here. I don't know how. I think it was because they see Mikey use bubble, and so then they're like, oh, let's push Mikey. But while they do that, Mikey baits them, and then look at Shock's positioning. They take high ground. You see this? Proper gets high ground, and they don't clear him. You see this? I think this is a big deal. I don't think pushing Mikey there was a play. Yes, he wasted bubble, but all that means is that he can't push you. So then you just retake your high ground, clear out proper, take these aggressive positions, and spam these guys out. I think Dallas is playing this poorly. I don't like what Dallas has done in the last 15 seconds. Not just Edison. I do not like what Dallas has done. And now look at Shock's positioning. Look at Dallas's positioning, and look at Shock's positioning. Shock hasn't earned this. You know what I'm saying? Shock hasn't hit his shot, traded cooldowns really well. They've just kind of walked forward, and they even wasted bubble, and Dallas just gave them all the space. I'm not sure I understand what was happening here, to be frank. And this is how I assume Dallas loses this. And then the 4v5 ult, which is super risky, and that doesn't go well. But it goes to overtime because Shock craps the bed. Shock has completely smashed their old economy 2 fights ago. So yeah, but not good from Dallas. E on bubble makes bubble dancing hard? Maybe. Please tell me this isn't Edison. What is he even Eing, guys? Like they're already giving up the high ground. They're not holding high ground. The cart's over here. I'm really not impressed with Edison's E's at all. It's been I would say the majority of his E's have been either bad or not great. The majority, more than 50%. Okay, pressure on the proper. Now this is really difficult for Shock. This is very similar to Dorado, where you cannot simultaneously control high ground and control the card at the same time. So Fearless can be pretty fearless about jumping on high ground and clearing stuff out, because he's not going to get contested because people have to sit on cart for Shock. So what we might see from Fuel here is I would fully expect a Sojourn ult very soon, just to force a support ult or two, and Dallas will probably just disengage, and maybe Edison gets a pick, maybe he doesn't. But I think Dallas is in a really great spot to just press Q here and just to see what Shock throws at them, because outside of proper hitting a crazy shot, it should be really hard for Shock to actually reach them to get a kill. You kind of see what I'm saying?
This ends.
I don't like this setup at all. I'm not really sure why Edison's on the floor. This is way too easy for them to zone or disengage him. And I'm surprised Shock isn't pressing Q here. That seems like a massive misplay from Shock. Look at the position that Fuel are in. This is a clear opportunity to either mirror Sojourn ult or to just press Kitsune Rush right on the cart. And like, zone off Fearless, and then you can pursue. Because if you throw your Kitsune Rush here, yes, they're going to have their shifts to disengage, but you're going to be able to easily chase. And at this point in time, Shock doesn't need just to ult for kills. Shock needs space. So even if the Kitsune Rush gets fully kited out, if you can force Dallas all the way back here and you can take high ground positions for your Sojourn ult, then I think you'd be pretty pleased with that trade. An ult for an ult, plus you get space and more cart push. I'm surprised. I'm surprised. I don't think Edison even sets it up very well either. That feels way too cheap. Beat would have been fine as well. It might have been that Violet was scared of Ajaxing. Let's see where his position was. Where are we? Oh yeah, right here. Let's see, right here. Yeah, you could have beat here, but it would have been kited out as well. So I don't know. It's so weird to me that Shock have been so willing to like use their ults in situations where they're not going to get kited, and then the one circumstance where actually using an ult and it getting kited would have been okay, they don't do it. Maybe that's just the balance that they as a team have needed to find, is they've gotten burned by getting kited too often, so then they go to the opposite extreme in this particular instance. You know what I'm saying? Maybe I'm overthinking it, but I do want to point out that this should have been not have been just an easy fight win for Dallas, given the situation. Should have been Dallas should have had to sweat, Dallas should have had to kite, Dallas didn't have to do really anything. Okay.
60 seconds.
I think if you're Shock here, you just fight on point. If you want, you can just fight on point. You can double support ult, then you can Reaper or Sojourn ult later. You're going to have your Primal Rage soon too. Here's the beat engage, and they're trying to Ajax. You see the focus on the Lucio? Now, if you're Fearless and you're beat engaging, normally, you would be going for the Sojourn, right? There's Proper. Go for Proper, right? But he's going for... I think he's going for the Lucio. Maybe he lost him. I don't know. You should be going for the Lucio here because you want to try and Ajax and potentially get a kill here. It looks like they're trying to go for the Lucio, but I think they lost him. There's a Kitsune Rush. Dallas probably disengages this. They do. That's a fine trade for Dallas, but it's also a fine trade for Shock as well because they get space out of it. The problem here is once again Shock messes up their macro because Shock uses an ult for an ult. Unfortunately, it's a support ult for a support ult. Unfortunately, it's a Kitsune Rush for a beat, which is not a great trade for you. But remember, chat, they need positioning. They need space. So Shock here, I see no reason for them to push this. I see no reason for them. Instead, this should be take high ground, take positions, and push card. You see? And then when Shock fuel comes back in, you pop your beat, you pop your Sojourn ult, and it's over. You don't need to chase. Like, look at Shock. Look at this overextension. Not only the overextension, but also the timing of the overextension. If you were to go aggressively, you would not go aggressively by yourself, one at a time, which is exactly what's happening here. Look at flipping Mikey. Poor Mikey! Look at Mikey! What is Mikey doing? Answer, nada. Mikey's by himself. Mikey's like, oh, I guess we're going, and we go, but it's too late. Edison gets the overextension. So... it's a nice shot by Edison, but this was an impossible situation for Shock to win, given the circumstances. They should have taken space, or if they had decided to push, they needed to take a page out of Dallas and do it on the same timing. They didn't do it on the same time, and they get punished for it. Rough. Really, really rough. Shock really struggles with some of these team play stuff, whether it's ult economy, ult chaining, taking space. Dallas is the better team in this meta at doing that. I'm not saying Shock is not well coached. I'm not saying it's just right now, Dallas is just on another level more often than not when it comes to ult economy and macro. Dallas has made plenty of errors with that as well. That's normal Overwatch, especially in a high pressure environment like the grand finals. But Dallas has done a better job on more maps. Okay, so now Shock have a real hard time because now you got to worry about Cart and Fuel have now built up ults again. Fuel now have their own Sojourn ult. They now have their Kitsune again. This should be very difficult for Shock to win. There's the Sojourn ult, but again, look at the placement of the Sojourn ult. It's on the floor. You're just not going to get a lot with this. There's the beat, forces the beat. Now all Dallas have to do is disengage or Kitsune rush in the cart. Yeah, that's going to be fine too. And unless Proper hits a crazy shot, it's over. It's over. Even though he does get the kill, it's over. Shot control, no space, the entire map. Except for on first point when Dallas just kind of gave them the point. So Dallas plays it significantly better with old economy. Significantly better. Mikey would have done more C9ing them. I mean, yeah, but do you blame him? Primalina, thank you for the sub with Prime. Or Primalina. Interesting that Kaluj was never subbed in. Mikey isn't playing great, but Mikey's also doing okay, I think, for the most part. I think, like, I don't know. Shot coaches know more than we do. Primalinia. Greatest of all time. I think Mikey's doing fine, honestly. Shock's issues are not Mikey. Mike's Shock's issues are ult economy, Finn's ults, a little bit of Mikey. You know, Violet beats haven't been great either, so yeah. I'm a little concerned about Shock right now because I don't think Shock is set up or in a position to kite if things go poor here. They are really all inning here, which is risky. Right? There's the deep dump I say. The deep dump on Prover. Mikey is not able to stabilize. Wow. So Sparkle kind of goes in and just takes his lunch money. Where was Striker? I feel like Striker should have been helping Mikey out there. I don't even think Mikey necessarily misplays this one, but Mikey got like that Reaper got away with murder. And it's just a little bit unfortunate. It looks like I think Violet as well should have been able to hit the boop. So where was Violet? Again, we're talking about high risk, high reward. So that's the first thing. Yeah, Violet isn't there with the boop in time, so Mikey gets chunked, and then that's gonna lose them the fight. A little bit more of a, I mean, I don't know. That is one of the downsides of the Shock strategy. There is like all inning there. I think, okay, also we should always, I forget sometimes to look at Suzu, but Suzu should theoretically have been there as well on that trade. Yeah, the Suzu's late as well. So Mikey, I mean, look at this boot from Chio, guys. Massive boop, forces a bad jump and a bad bubble. The boop, the Reaper focus from Striker is late. The boop from Violet is late. The Suzu from Finn is late. I mean, that's a classic example, okay? You look at this and you say, Mikey fed, okay? Yes. But Chio hit a good boop. Sparkle had a good punish. Finn was late with the Suzu. Violet was late with the boop. Striker was late with the focus. It's like, whose fault is it? You know what I'm saying? Really, whose fault was it? Because that boot from Geo costs Mikey, that costs him the fight. That late Suzu from Vin cost him the fight. Whose fault? You know what I'm saying? Alright, and then they will get an easy recontest, so that's good. Oh, it's okay. Thank you, though. Jeez. So Dallas is doing the we're not going to control high ground thing. That's like we saw in second point in Dorado and second point. Oh, well, actually, second point, just this point itself. They're basically just trying to push Carters as long as they can without actually taking a fight. Now, the risk of this is that oftentimes you end up charging the enemy Sojourn because Edison never really has a good off angle to like actually build up his shot. But the benefit is that you can get Cart pretty deep and make it one fight territory. And also, if you're thinking this from Fuel's perspective, theoretically, if you're able to buy enough time, you should get your ults first here. Now, interestingly enough, it looks like Finn is actually mirroring the ult charge. In other words, Finn might actually beat Fielder to building up his ult, which is obviously like the really, really big one that we're looking at here. So there's the bubble. I mean, not a great bubble, but whatever. That's a really nice E from Proper. Edison's not going to get the luxury of using a good E because he's just not going to have the position to. Yeah, this is basically just pretty much it. Just sit in, survive, buy time. Finn now has his ult, and we'll probably see Mirror. Okay, so this is where Shock losing the first fight becomes crucial, because we're going to see Mirror Kirikou ultimates. But Fearless is going to have Primal Rage to disrupt it. Shock won't. Edison's going to get his ult first, and theoretically we might see a Death Blossom as well. So anything goes here. Anything goes here. The fact that Violet gets his beat first, that might be impactful. I don't really know, honestly. This one could really go either way. There it is. Oh my gosh, Baldy. Get a job, dude. 10 gifted subs. Captain Cunning. Zyne9. Okay, we gotta do this faster. Demondius. Mini Micro. Firmzy. The Sir. Temptistable. Tempted. No. Dax in. FTMG, fat maggot. For some reason, I don't feel like your name is Fat Maggot. I just don't think that's what you're going for. Rodeo Bear 26, haircut, yes. Okay, Fat Maggot. Okay, Fat Maggot. That's got to be one of the all-time worst pronunciations I've ever done. Okay, honestly, this one could go either way, y'all. I think the Primal Rage will probably be the difference maker here. Because right now, look at both teams are even, but if this guy can knock Proper out of the fight, that's such a big deal, you know what I'm saying? There's the beat, and I'm gonna hear myself screaming for the next hour, so that's a plus.
I do that all the time.
And the Sojourn ult. You know, actually, I really... what do I think about the Sojourn ult? That's a great E from Edison. So here's the funny thing. Here's the funny thing. When you get these mirror beats, it actually completely shifts who your target focus becomes with the Sojourn ult. Because the other targets are really hard to hit. So the decaying beat is just whatever. But if you can actually shoot a monkey with beat, you will melt him down pretty fast with Sojourn ult. So it's actually kind of funny here that Edison pops Q, because I'm like, he's wasting his Q, but then he does the correct thing by shifting his attention away from Proper and onto Mikey, who's the fat, easy target who you can actually kill underneath the ultimate. Oh my gosh, a gifted sub to Edison's E. No way! A meme account was gifted a sub. Nice. But yeah, I actually don't love this this Sojourn ult from Edison. I think it's too early. But if you're going to use it now, then at least focus Mikey with it. And that's what ends up happening. And guess what? That ends up being the difference maker for the Shock. Do you see that? Dallas could have lost this fight if Edison did not focus on Mikey, because Mikey's at 97% primal. And not only that, but Fearless's primal is about to run out. Do you see that? That's a difference maker here. That's huge. Huge. I mean, nothing really great happening from Edison now, but it's over, right? It's over. That's actually massive. Armor's damage reduction doesn't affect temporary HP, right? No, not until you actually burn down the temporary HP to the armor, then it doesn't matter. So you can burn a monkey so fast. It's specifically the play for beat. You hear what I'm saying? Because nobody's killable under beat immediately. But the monkey's easier, so you could burn down his beat like instantly. And that's actually like pretty decent value. You know what I'm saying? It ends up also working out really well because ends up that Mikey doesn't get a chance to pop his primal. And again, chat, here's the thing. If you're watching this on stream, your first response is, Mikey's dead first again. This guy is killing me, right? But that wasn't Mikey's fault necessarily. You see that? That's the thing. Ooh, nice, Edison. Shock tries to take a really fast fight, but this is what I assume was the intention here, was Shock is going to rotate to point really fast and probably look for Death Blossom or Primal. But then they end up getting picked along the way, and then, yeah. Did you get a kill on the Lucio? But that's a pretty tough fight, because that's going to give Dallas some extra fight room, and Dallas doesn't end up using anything. Yeah, not the end of the world either way, though.
This ends now.
So I actually don't like this. I actually really don't like this. So, well, let me think. I think I would have preferred them to try and take a safe jump to top and then late primal. Like jump top, bubble, shoot. You guys are in here because they're on cart, right? Right, they're on cart. So I think you could have afforded to jump your monkey, bubble, shoot, then primal afterwards to create space, and then sojourn late. I don't like sojourn ult early when you don't have space, because look at how hard it is for proper here. You see this? No space at all. No space at all. He needs space. You need space. I would prefer the primal or the monkey jump first. I don't like the timing of that.
The payload is approaching its destination.
And that's almost all she wrote, really. Oh my gosh, Edison. Edison, really 3 massive shots from Edison here. So we have given, Edison has struggled mechanically compared to proper, which is, I mean, it's like the bar is set unbelievably high. So I wouldn't even say Edison struggled mechanically. Edison's been doing fine. But these 3 shots, the shot on the Reaper, then the shot in the Sojourn, and then the shot of the Reaper again, have been fight winning. And really even the focus on Mikey there previously, even though it wasn't particularly mechanically good, Edison has really carried this attack with those 4 kills. Was that an ego Q? I don't think so. I think they were trying to think, let's get some space with Q, but I think the order of operations wasn't efficient. I think Primal is something more that you use to get space, and the Sojourn's better for the kill, rather than the other way around. You see what I'm saying? No, you don't gain more passive ult charge when alive versus dev. It doesn't matter. Yeah, this is massive mechanical plays from Edison. Those last 2 fights. All right, Colosseo, y'all. This is it. This is the last one, and this is oh, I guess it's not a short one. I thought it was a short one, but it's not. All right, guys, you guys ready to fall asleep? Who's ready to fall asleep? Raise your hand. Who's ready to fall absolutely asleep? Who's ready to? Who's ready? Who's ready to cure their insomnia? 3, 2, 1. Something happened. Sorry. Colosseo, ladies and gentlemen. This is what happens when you make flanks so inaccessible. Like, my biggest problem with Colosseo, chat, I promise you, if you literally did nothing but remove these 2 glass things, this map would completely change. Completely change. Completely changed, because the fact is, the matter is that the off angles are really difficult to utilize, and because of that, it's really hard to get control space. It's really easy to just AFK. Tell them to remove it then. Yeah, my bad. Sorry guys. Didn't think of that one. All right, so why do I didn't see what happened. Why do I saw that Dallas gets space here? Why is that? So. Well, I'll say this: the boop from Chio is nice. Striker is split, right? So do you see that the aggression here from Sparkle off of Fearless's timing? Big boop from Chio gets a lot of space, and they get the space there. So that was good timing from Dallas. And then it looks like they do it again on the Sojourn. Sojourn's out. Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much it. It's just a nice little neutral engage from Dallas. Really deep push to get the boop on the Reaper so that he doesn't get a lot of value done while Sparkle's pressing W. And then from there, is it just the headshot? Is that it, chat? I didn't even see what happened. I think a Reaper dies. Yeah, do you see, like, they get more space for Edison. Edison gets more space. Edison has a higher chance of hitting a shot. Oh my gosh, it's the other way around. Well, I'm gonna disregard. I think Dallas played this neutral cleaner, but that's what happens when you hit a headshot. It really, really rains the parade. What is the least liked push map by the pros? I don't know about Esperanza. Is it Esperanza? Esperanza? Not enough heat in my blood, apparently. I don't know about that one. I mean, the first fight by Colosseo, people really don't like that. I don't know. I'm not sure. The high ground in New Queen Street is kind of rough to deal with. I think it's probably Colosseo, but it's not a particularly hated map, I would say. Okay, listen. I love Edison to death, y'all. I listen. He's a great player, but this just isn't it. Like, I know what he's trying to do, but he just misses it entirely. He just misses it. Kiriko for Kiriko. Edison is isolated, though. Ooh, and the shot is landed right before the beat hits. Okay. A little bit of mechanics, but nice execution, really. New Queen Street got picked 0 times in playoffs. Interesting, interesting. I would say New Queen Street probably has less specific strategy on it. At least in this current meta, there's not enough like corners, high grounds. It's just more of an open space. So if you have a specific strategy planned, you're likely to have it like practiced and planned more for Esperanza. I don't know why I can want to say Esperanza and Colosseo than you would for New Queen Street. So it might just be that people don't like it as much. It might be that just people have more prepared strategies for it. What is happening on my screen? So they're down Sojourn, but they don't actually get a lot of space out of it. Primal for Primal. Let's check the neutral. Ooh, proper trolls the lobby just a wee little bit. Can you imagine the pressure these guys are feeling at this point in time? 3-3 with 300-something thousand people watching you on stream, not to mention in person. Your entire season coming down to this. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. Fielder's a nutcase. Doink, doink. I mean, this is just... Having a Kiriko with Suzu means you win the Death Blossom trade. Crazy. I always felt really great for Dallas, so I'm glad those guys earned it. They really earned it this season. They were many times the best team in the league. They were very consistent, even when they were put like in the Zarya meta, for example. They were playing really well in the Zarya meta. I think Dallas Fuel overall, when it mattered, were the best team. I think like you can say like, oh, Glad's like had their moments as well, and Glad should have been better, but like, I mean, I think Dallas deserved it just as much as the Glads did. I don't think you can really blame this on just a meta flop. Not that that's necessarily what anybody's doing, but I think I was relatively pleased with who won and also how things shook out, right? I really did feel like Shock earned to be in the finals as well, you know?
This end.
Okay, old economy-wise, I'm forgetting my thing. I think really... just Sojourn ults. I mean, there's not a whole lot to say here. So let's see how each team responds to Sojourn ults. Mikey goes in. Both teams kind of go in. Nothing really happens. Kind of a trade. Striker gets his Wraith forced out. Nothing super crucial. No, neither Sojourn really is given a massive sightline, nor do they hit the shot. Mikey jumps in again. I mean, we're going to have Kiriko ult trades very soon. Interesting engage from Shock here. Shock really kind of want to set the tempo here. So that's a deep jump, landing on Reaper. They push in hard with it. And then here comes a Kitsune. And this might just be a loss for Shock because they just don't have theirs yet. Yeah, they just don't have theirs yet. It's not the end of the world for the Shock though, because they're not going to lose a lot of lead, and they still have their Kitsune Rush, so they should win the next fight then. Yeah, I think I'm pleased with how the playoffs went. You know, I don't feel like it was like a cheese, you know, hog crap or, you know, another boring goats meta or, you know, Junker Queen crap again. It felt relatively fresh, felt relatively interesting. I'm not a huge fan of the meta itself, but I think it was much more interesting than some of the metas we've seen. There's the full disengage. Oh, they catch him. But again, do you guys see what I'm talking about with Fen? It's a Fen special, right? No information, no scouting. I don't know if this team's calling it for him or not, but this is really stupid. Like, I don't even think that the Kitsune Rush kills Chio. I think Chio here dies probably either way. This is just really stupid. Fen's ults have been a big problem for Shock. By far their biggest misused ult. And using it for one kill too is not great, because it's not just you don't really reset the ult economy, but also Chio comes back immediately. Like, they don't even get any push out of that at all. Probably see a beat. Yeah, there's the beat. And then Violet's going to mirror beat, but they've also used Primal. I think Dallas is in a good spot. If they can survive the next 10 seconds, Dallas should win this fight. And they should. Yeah. Well, they actually Ajax here. Or they're trying to Ajax. You see the pressure on Lucio there? When they beat, they know that he's going to mirror the beat, so they hard pressure him. Really nice job by Dallas. Doesn't even give Violet a chance to mirror his beat. Primal to continue the snowball kind of sucks, but if it continues to snowball, then it's probably worth. So this is something that we discovered. I think we were the first team to start doing this in scrims, probably around April. And what we would do is we usually did this with BAP window or visor, two of the ults that we found least impactful. And we would use the ult early to try and get early push on this bridge where it was like a really good sightline for it, and allow ourselves to try and get cap. Now, I don't necessarily think this is good here, because I think maybe Sojourn ult is too valuable to use to just waste to get some extra push. Nor do I think that they're going to be able to get the bot far enough to be able to cap, because we want to get cap. I don't think they're going to get cap off of this Kiriko ult. I actually think, or Sojourn ult, I think it's more likely that Shock will AFK and then probably push in with beat later. Yeah, there it is. So I'm not a huge fan. Now, Dallas did kite this out though, so this might have been a specific strategy that they were trying to bait the beat and then disengage, in which case that was an excellent use, 1-for-1, more push, and maybe potentially cause Shock to overextend. So I was thinking 2 layers, Shock was thinking, or Dallas was thinking 3 layers ahead of me. So they wasted Sojourn ult, not just for more cart push, but to actually bait Shock to overextend. I would bet a lot of money that that was on purpose. Kiriko ult and point, that's fine. As long as they get a kill off of it, they do. They've not no shifts, and they're gonna get cap off of it as well, which is really important for the better respawns, and because this wasted animation is no longer going to happen again. Wait, beat only hit Reaper? Yeah, that wasn't a great beat. It got monkey, but yeah, that was not a great beat. Like that, I was expecting Shock to wait it out a little bit and get closer before beating. So like, I don't think this beat is good. I would have liked to have seen Shock hide, 3, 2, 1 explode. They kind of overextended. I mean, this is a Shock special. I mean, the real theme of this match, all the maps has been the number of ults that Dallas has disengaged. I would have said early on in the review that Dallas's neutral was consistently better than Shock's. And I would still say that Dallas has a better neutral than Shock. Yes, I think that's the case. But I don't think it's as much of a gap as I would have liked. Dallas had some really shaky maps in the neutral. Oasis was not good. I think there were times where on Esperanza, like I don't think Dallas's neutral was consistently good with Fearless's timing, and that map either. But one thing that Dallas has consistently been good at is there have been so many wasted ults by the Shock. So many wasted ults. Kirikou ult has been a big one. Lucio ult has been a big one. Primal has also, Kirikou ult's been the main one, but there have been, it must have been 20 ults, guys. Maybe not, maybe I'm exaggerating, but it feels like at least 2 or 3 ults every single map are kited out by Dallas. And here it comes. Sneaky Death Blossom. No. Maybe.
Not so fast.
So Edison kind of gets caught with his pants down, actually. So this looks like a mistimed push from Fuel, because I promise you that this was a Death Blossom. You see this? Like, we're pushing in with Death Blossom right here. But then, for whatever reason, Sparkle bails. So then, Sparkle's out. Edison does something very strange. He shifts in, just kind of pulls a Proper, but he's not getting the same resources that Proper's getting. So it ends up not working out, and then because I'm pretty sure that was a Death Blossom play to try and force a lot of either force a Kirikou ult, which they thought they might have had, to force Proper to press Q. This is just a dry fight kind of a situation for Fuel, but they really misplayed the timing here. So Fuel pulls a not Fuel and kind of chunks it. I mean, okay. Nothing really impactful there. Sparkle consistently better blossoms. That's true. I also think a large part of that has to do with the neutral, the synergy. The timing has not always been clean, but I do think Sparkle and Fearless have been consistently on better timing. Dallas Fuel as a whole has consistently been on better timing, which means things like the Death Blossom, which is really important on timing, and the Primal, which is really important on timing, have been more consistently fight winning. I'd be curious to see if there were like fight win percentages for each ult, because I think they would share that story. Dallas, again, disengage ult here time, right? Like, the question is Finn gonna get kited here? We had the poll earlier. I'm too scared now because Shock might open with like Sojourn ult, and then again the poll will be useless. But will Fuel disengage? Will Fuel disengage? Great patience from Shock. Not using it. Edison's kind of aggressive. Great patience. Can they... Again, it's just not great, y'all. It's just not good. Like, we can't... I'm not going to be result-based reviewer here and think, oh, it was good because they caught Edison. But should they have caught Edison? No, Edison reacts very slow. Edison reacts very slow and only just barely dies. Look. I mean, this very easily could have been another complete disengage by the Dallas Fuel. Interestingly, Sparkle gets caught. I mean, Sparkle trolls. Sparkle tries to get out, but he messes up his TP. I don't know. I'm not sure what happened there, actually. But again, Finn, it's just, there's just no rush. You can 3, 2, 1 neutral bubble engage on the monkey, force the monkey jump, and then pursue with the ult afterwards. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not an easy thing to do, but it has to be done. Pretty sure he knew he was dead and was dying on cart. That is a possibility. I don't think they knew he was there though. But yeah, you're probably right. I think that you're correct. Okay, we'll probably see a Sojourn ult from Proper relatively soon. There it is. And then the beat on top of it. So he's in trouble. Shock does a great job disengaging this. Actually, Shock does a really great job disengaging this. So Shock pulls a fuel. They pop the Sojourn ult, bait the beat, bait the primal, because remember again, Fearless. I cannot let this guy not get boop drunk because he will hit a shot if I don't, right? So there's the proper diff right there. The proper diff isn't only when he's hitting the shot, it's in the things that he makes fuel do, right? Fearless, normally, if Fearless is playing up against most teams, he probably doesn't pop this primal. He's just like, oh, we'll beat it, we'll be okay, just hide. You know what I'm saying? We've got the high ground, we're okay. But it's proper. He's scared. He doesn't trust, right? So it's a 2-for-1. And it's a good 2-for-1, too. Mikey goes in for the kill. Mikey gets the kill. Nice recognition by Mikey. And Dallas gets smoked. Can Shock do it again? Because if Shock disengage this one, I'm gonna be like, oh my gosh. So close! We were this close! We were this close! You're so close! Because look at this. They pop it, but they don't have a Sojourn, so stuff doesn't really die. So it's actually not a great time Kitsune rush from Fielder. I get it, they're kind of panicking because they're down their Sojourn, but it's not great. But look at Mikey. Mikey drops, he's gonna plant his bubble, he disengages, and he jumps out. Okay, we're good, guys, we good, we did it, we survived it, everybody's safe, we're all fine. They're gonna have to way overextend, but look at Violet. Violet not, like, no, look at your Reaper, look at your monkey just jumped out. No, guys, no, we're so close. And this is where it's like, is what Violet's doing wrong? No, they just Kitsune rushed down one. You can beat and run them over, absolutely. Or you can kite it out. You can't do both. Now, I'm not saying that Shock have terrible team synergy, terrible teamwork, but this is a fight losing mistake. This is a map losing mistake. Dallas should now, theoretically, be able to disengage this. And they do. So for Dallas, you're like, crap, we wasted a Kitsune rush. But then you're like, oh, well, then we were just gifted a beat, which we can just survive. Man, it's tough, man. It's tough. And again, whose fault is that? Nobody's, really. It's just they just didn't click. It could be the nerves, it could be the match pressure. They're under a lot of pressure. We talked about this, guys. But that's the difference between winning and losing, right there. Those mistakes.
This ends now.
There's the Sojourn ult. Not a great position for it, to be frank, but Proper might get isolated. He doesn't. He gets out, but the shot is still made. Edison pops. There you go. Look at him! Look at him go! Look at this, Chad. Look at this, Chad. Look at this guy. Look at this. All right, wait around. All right, here we go. The little bounce. My man is going. He is on the move. Nobody's stopping him. All right, that's great. Okay, not the best position for Sojourn ult, to be honest. I would have liked if Edison had taken the time to pull it proper a little bit, and I would have liked, Kiriko to come up here with him and for him to pop it like this and then kind of drop and lean this way and then still have his shift. I think that would have been the best play, along with Winston aggression. This seems like beta stuff. You know what I'm saying? This seems like beta stuff. I don't like this. And then he ends up having to use his shift anyway. I don't like it. I don't think this is, that was not a very well set up Sojourn ult. But Dallas wins the really crucial fight. They're going into a mirror ult fight, but this is a fight that they can also afford to lose. So there's the high ground advantage. It's always, Dallas chooses to not push it. That's respectable. So they're just going to choose. I mean, we had the strategy as well with Reinhardt comp, is to not even bother pushing the robot, just to hold the corner, because it's the high ground's too oppressive. They weren't able to get it underneath fast enough. So we might just see a neutral trade into a Death Blossom. Oh, there's the Wraith. They're going to go. That shouldn't work. That shouldn't happen. That should not work, to be honest with you. That is a misplay by the Shock supports. Yeah, that should never work. That should never work, that you should just walk in and Death Blossom. I actually don't think Dallas Fuel really earned this one. They didn't disguise it. They didn't force cooldowns. They just telegraphed it, and Finn, Violet just were not ready for it, to be honest. Again, could be match nerves, who knows? Yeah, that's a problem. Okay, that sucks. That's way too cheap of a fight win. A little bit of early pressure. I don't know what you do if you're Shock here. I don't know if you want to play slow for your Kitsune or if you just want to go in and fight with Death Blossom. Probably the Death Blossom is fine. But it gets scouted. Like, as we've seen, Death Blossom is simultaneously the easiest fight win and the hardest fight win in the world, depending on when you do it. So if you're able to put pressure on the Reaper early and keep him at bay and keep your Suzu and make sure you're forcing his Wraith, it can feel impossible for a Reaper to ever get. But if you forget about him, if you let your focus slip for just a moment, it's a fight. It's a team win. Like right here. Monster. But the thing is here, chat, is it's not, even if Edison doesn't hit the shot, this kills it right there. Just scouting it, put some pressure on him, force his Wraith. That's it. That's the plan. That's the plan. It's over. So this is not, it's not, everyone's like, oh, the shot is nutty, but it's the attention from Edison under this sort of pressure that's nutty. That's the nutty part. Even if he doesn't hit the shot, doesn't matter. He's shut down and Shock's game plan. Now, I really don't know what you do here if you're Finn. They're gonna Kitsune rush, but oh man, it's tough. They have a really great position for it, so maybe you use it. But I don't know if you have the follow-up. Oh man. Jeez, guys. It's just Though, by the way, I will applaud the level of discipline from Dallas. So to be able to just do this consistently. I mean, chat, how many Kitsune rushes has it been? 7? 8? It feels like more than half of Finn's, it's mirrored or they kite it. There's been no in between, it feels. I honestly think maybe one. Constant Croucher, thank you so much for the gifted subs, guys. I really appreciate the gifted subs. I really appreciate it. Where's my virginity? I don't know. Usually harmless. Owain Scriptures, Herbie, and Kalen OP. Kalen OP. But yeah, that is rough. There's the surgeon one. And see, the thing is, chat, here's the thing. I wouldn't even necessarily say that Fielder is better at setting his up than Finn. Because if you look at this here, this is really important. So we've been trashing Finn a lot, and I think Finn deserves at least part of it. But, and this is a big but, this is kiteable by Shock. You see this? They could kite this. If this was Dallas, I want you to mentally switch roles. This is Dallas, this is Shock. If Finn does a Kitsune rush like this, I'm losing my mind, right? Because Dallas is just going to disengage it. They're going to jump out, they're going to speed out, they're going to shift out. But what happens? What happens? Let's watch. Proper shifts up, he's out. Violet is mispositioned. Mikey jumps out too late and dies. And there you go. So yes, Dallas, I've not been trolling their Kitsune rushes as much as Finn, but is more to do with Dallas's ability to disengage and less to do with Fielder being good at using it instead. You see what I'm saying? So Dallas is the better team. Yes, either way, they're the better team, of course. But it's more to do with Dallas's ability to disengage than it is to do with Finn is just doing significantly worse than the other Kirikos. Proper fearless saved leap after proper went to high ground. Yeah, I mean you could even see it. Like they also use their like the play. It's not just the placement of the Kitsune rush that's good, but look at like fearless right here. He doesn't jump. He walks with speed boost, and then he uses jump to continue to pursue. That's a great catch, y'all. Good catch, because you're 100% right. So they're not only better at kiting, they're better at actually making sure that the Kirikou ults cannot be kited. And every other team in the league, at least, okay, Shock isn't as good at reacting. They're just not as good. And they're winning fights off of this. They're winning maps. So for here, for Shock, you might see a Sojourn ult, even though there's a beat on the table just because of the distance. Same thing with Fuel, right? Yeah, Fuel's popping the Sojourn ult right now. A little bit of extra space, maybe you get a pick, and there it is right there. Like theoretically, Violet could have beated that, but we've already seen how that goes at this level of a distance. So it's not just about you never Sojourn ult when they have beat, it's more about the distance of the map. If you Sojourn ult when they have beat, but there's enough distance between you, it doesn't matter. If there's not enough distance between you, it does matter. Oh my gosh. Oh! What did we talk about with Death Blossom, y'all? It's all up here. This is how it works. That's it. You know, it's one. If you're prepared for it, Striker dies, and Dallas full caps easily. If you don't, that's it. Crazy. You guys are killing me. Thank you so much for the gifted subs. I don't even know how many there have been. Ariana, thank you so much. Soviet Apples, Skills, and the Mesos. Thank you all so much. Really appreciate it. All right, let's go. We're almost done. Last fight territory, y'all. I've heard myself scream so many times beyond just my own voice. Like here over. By the way, do you guys want to know? Okay, I'll tell you as soon. Remind me when this review is over. I'll tell you the story behind the sub noise because it's kind of funny. Okay, really hyper aggression from Fearless there. Kiwi Skimo. Thank you so much for the sub as well. Yeah, this is crazy. So super heavy aggression off of Fearless. I would almost even say mistimed just a little bit, but it's not. You know, actually, it's not mistimed. It's pretty tight, but he's going in really deep, and they're hard pushing Mikey at the same time. So it seems reasonable, maybe not perfectly timed. All right, get ready for the messiest fight of 2022. All right, I'm ready. Focus on the Sojourn. Zone the Sojourn. Exactly what needs to get done. Dallas doesn't have any ultimates though, so Dallas would love if they could force out Beat, but I don't think it's going to happen. Dallas can afford to lose this fight. They can 100% afford to lose this fight. So Fearless just needs to play his life. He does. Whoops, I'm losing myself in the sauce. And Dallas gets out. Another really phenomenal ult trade for Dallas there. Phenomenal ult trade for Dallas right there. 2 for 1, great. And the cart barely moves at all, or the robot barely moves at all. Now, here it comes again. Beat. How are they going to handle the Beat? Because Beat is more powerful than Death Blossom. A little bit of trade. They're going to disengage. Sparkle's looking for it. Sparkle's looking for it. He's going to get cleared. That kills the Death Blossom push. Dallas needs to get out. So a little bit sloppy from Dallas staging. Here it comes. They're going to Kitsune. Oh, I didn't even notice Fielder's ult charge. My bad. So Finn's going to mirror. And then we might actually see Sparkle. Actually, I probably see Death Blossom here, actually. Yeah. So there's a Death Blossom. Okay. The reason why you would stack is because there's always a chance with Kitsune Death Blossom that Violet Ajaxes or dies mid-beat, whatever. And or you kill Fan. Like you just, this massive, monstrous amount of damage that you could maybe just cheese the fight one. So this is a little bit of a cheese from Dallas, but it's a good risk. I think it's a reasonable risk. Dallas could have just won right here. If they'd been a little bit better with the timing, the Kitsune and the Death Blossom a little bit faster, I think this would have just been over. And that would have been the map. But Shock respond really well. Kitsune, and then now Shock is at the advantage here because they still have beat HP. Fuel has nothing. So Fuel actually has to disengage this. They have to find a way to get out. They don't. Fielder's done. It's over. Now, what happens? Oh my gosh. How does Finn die?
That barricade's gonna stay right where it is.
That's not a good Suzu at all. There's no damage whatsoever. and he just misses his opportunity to TP. This is just Dallas target focus, right? They're just clean. They just pick a target and they annihilate it. That shouldn't have happened though. But Sparkle dies for it. Edison's going to die. Oh my gosh. Edison hits a crazy shot. Body shot or not, this is monstrous. Proper is just removed from the battlefield at the absolute worst time. And he's going to survive it. Survives way longer than he has any right to. Oh no! Striker survives at 1 HP. Okay, so I am happy that Shock wins this one, only because it would have felt really lame if they had lost, because they really earned the fight win, to be honest with you. They just kind of fumbled the bag. So Violet needs to be really careful here. Violet needs to be... I don't like what Violet's doing. So I think your best bet here would be to let Mikey play, but then I think Striker needs to go to point and Wraith on point. Violet shouldn't have died. Oh man, the respawn advantage, guys, actually just kills Shock. It actually just kills Shock. Oh no. And Violet really dies to nothing, and that's it. Oh my gosh. That's it, guys. The trade on Fen. Fen makes the map losing mistake by the Suzu and not being able to TP out in time. Like this kill right here, right? 3, 2, 1, right here. This is it. That's it right there. That's it. In overtime, especially in overtime, that's it. That's unreal. And that's the map, guys. That's the match right there. All comes down to that. Now, I will say this, without being too fatalistic about it, it's like there were a lot of errors that led up to that being the deciding factor. You know what I'm saying? It's not like that was the one deciding factor. Obviously, we looked at it and there was a lot of issues that led up to that. But that's tough, man. That is really, really, really tough. Wow. What a game, guys. Like, honestly, this is the longest analysis I've done where I've actually felt like reasonably engaged like the whole time. These games are really, really, really interesting. Who would you have given Grand Finals MVP to? Honestly, who did they give it to, guys? Who did they give it to? Fearless. Did they give it to Fearless? Yeah. Okay, I think Fearless has as good of an argument as anybody. Edison came in really clutch at the end, yes. But Fearless has consistently played pretty well. I think if you're considering the most valuable player over the course of the 7 games, I think Fearless deserves it as much as anybody does. I think Edison, we get a little bit of recency bias, right? Where we're like, oh, Edison hit the crucial shots to the last couple of maps, and you're right, but Edison was all but invisible in a lot of ways in the first 4 or 5 maps, right? Whereas Fearless was playing, I think, outside of Esperanza, I think Fearless has been more consistently the player. But I think Edison's not a bad shout. Fielder, maybe? Yeah, maybe. Sparkle, yeah. Sparkle also, I think, played reasonably well. Thought and Proper against Dallas. I mean, Proper played, I think, reasonably well. I don't think it was his best game, but also Dallas was the best team that they've played up against. So I think Proper played reasonably well. Proper did proper things. He got lots of fight picks. He played very aggressively. He didn't make too many egregious errors. I think the one thing that I said that I noticed was more about Proper not adjusting his position around enemy support ults, but I think Proper played well. I think the biggest issues for me for Shock side of things were their ult economy. The neutral wasn't as clean. Like Mikey and Striker, let's just put it this way. Mikey and Striker on different pages. Too many ults got kited, and I saw more mistakes from Finn's Kiriko than I saw from Fielder, but I wouldn't take my word on the last thing as gospel because I didn't study both of the Kiriko POVs as much as I should have. But let's put it this way. Finn made more obvious Kiriko errors than I think Fielder did. But I think Fearless definitely deserved at least some attention. I think he was consistently playing well. Fielder has merit for the same reason. Yeah, I would agree with that. I would agree with that as well. That's a fair judgment, I'd say. Do you guys have any questions? I guess. What a match though. Chio, I think Chio was fine. This is the problem. As a professional coach, I cannot break the support bias. Like I can't. It's hard for me to say. Like everyone talks about it's always DPS or main tank, but and here I am, a professional coach, and I have a hard time. I mean, Chio made some crucial plays, but it's tough, man. It is hard to track so many variables going on at the same time. And I do think it is more important to have a main tank or a DPS like proper able to perform consistently than like an S tier Lucio. Why does Monkeys not make use of high ground as much in this meta? Because they're not necessarily always going for the backline. They're definitely making use of high ground, but remember, we're not going for hard dives on backline as much. Because there's too many defensive cooldowns that counter that playstyle. So it's looking for opportunities to go hard, but you're not always going to have them immediately. Fearless got MVP. Yeah. Rebuttal to the Reddit analysis: game was decided at 7-minute mark. I mean, it's just not true. I mean, I definitely agree that push can be snowbally, but it's significantly less snowbally than 2CP. I mean, push has its flaws, guys, but I mean, it just wasn't. It just wasn't decided. Like Shock, you could see the number of like ult fights that Shock just completely screwed it over with. So yes, you would have an argument that Dallas got a massive advantage in the first 3 minutes. But well, I wouldn't even say massive, but they got an advantage. But yeah, I don't know. Do you think Sparkle was better than Striker? I think Sparkle was on better timing than Striker. Yes. But I don't know how much of that is to do with Sparkle or how much it is to do with the Dallas system and Fearless communicating or whatever. What was Dallas's adjustments for the last 2 matches they just played better? I don't see any adjustments. What we did see is Dallas doing the Dallas thing better than they were in the middle maps. Dallas started off hot, Dallas finished hot. Whether it was the kiting the ults, the timing, the ult economy, the disengages, the engages, the ins and outs, the things that we expected Dallas to do well. And they did do phenomenally well the first 2 maps, dried up for a period of time, and then came back roaring in. Was that mental? Was it luck? Was it coach's pep talk? Was it them collecting themselves at halftime? Who knows? But Dallas just did the Dallas things that we would expect Dallas to do. If you're not hard diving the backline, why pick Monkey? It's the threat of the hard dive and the opportunity when you get your primal rage that you need. If you played any other tank, that tank would get dove by the enemy Monkey and die. You kind of see what I'm saying? Or your backline would be more fragile because the enemy backline would be more free to go to play more aggressively. The Monkey is the result of every other tank being bullied out, and then people play the mirror differently than they would play the non-mirror. If people were playing like a Zarya, the Monkey wouldn't be spending as much time in the front line. You would be going more for the back line. You thinking of returning next year? I'm honestly not sure. Props to Spell taking a large part of your day to bring us to. Yay, I appreciate striker positioning. Of course. If you think the teams had 2 extra weeks, would we have seen a different meta? I would say at least some teams would have shown us a different meta. Yes. 100%. 100%. Would Dallas still be playing some variation of a Winston Lucio Kiriko comp? Sojourn? Probably. But I think other teams would have expanded beyond that. Tilt swapping, just basically, tilt swapping is in, I'm frustrated because I'm not playing well. So instead of solving the solution of what I'm doing wrong with the hero or the situation, I'm instead going to blame it on the hero and change it because that's an easy scapegoat. Hope that makes sense. Okay, if you do have any other questions, !Discord. In !Discord, there is a channel, #AskSpilo. I answer all the questions on stream once a week, and then I post the timestamp of the questions being answered live on stream in the Discord. So if you missed the stream, don't worry. Go back and check the Twitch stream afterwards, and you'll be able to actually see your questions being answered live on stream. Exclamation mark coaching, we do those as well. I am planning on this Tuesday, I think, probably doing probably a proper POV. Probably a proper POV. I just posted a Fearless POV. I studied Fearless POV in detail over an hour. That is on YouTube. Exclamation mark YouTube? I don't know. Or you can scroll down on the bottom of my channel. There's a big fat ugly button that'll tell you where to go to YouTube. Did that. Lots and lots of analysis that we do. Lots of coaching that we do. Probably going to be doing POVs from the Overwatch League matches for the next week or so. I would like to do some Kiriko. I'd like to look over some Lucio play. Definitely want to look over some proper Sojourn as well. Maybe we'll look at some Reaper as well. Who knows? So there's lots to learn, lots to look at. Do I do private coaching sessions? Yes, I do. Exclamation mark coaching. That's not just for stream coaching. That's for off-stream coaching as well. You guys are very welcome. Do I do Fall Guys coaching? I do not. Thank you for number one for coming in and watching stream. I had a lot of fun. This is probably the longest stream I've ever done, even back in the day when I was doing my scouting streams. Longest stream I've ever done. Had a phenomenal time. Thank you for all the gifted subs. Appreciate the follows, all that kind of stuff. Stay tuned. We'll be back on Tuesday. Loves and kisses. And we're going to toss a raid over to somebody in my Discord called Crazy Guitar Man 23. They're playing Zenyatta, so they get a lot of praise for that. We have a present for me. Celebrate. Okay, I've got a theme song going for me. Oh my gosh. Thank you. We're gonna raid Crazy Guitar Man. Stay tuned. Show lots of love. We're forming up. And 10, 9, 8, 7, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.